When people search on Google, they usually click the results they trust first. And SEO is what helps your website become one of those trusted results. Hey everyone, welcome to this Search Engine Optimization Full Course by Simplilearn. Today, having a website is not enough. If people cannot find your website on Google, then you are missing traffic, leads, customers, and business opportunities. And that is where SEO comes in. SEO helps your website appear in search results, attract the right audience, and build long-term online visibility without depending on paid ads. So in this course, first, we will start with the basics of SEO, and then we'll understand what it means, how organic search works, and how SEO is different from paid search result. Next, we'll learn about SERP, which means search engine result page, and understand how Google showed different types of result when users search for something. After that, we'll understand how search engines work through these important steps like crawling, indexing, and ranking. We'll also explore three main pillars of SEO like on-page, off-page, and technical SEO. We'll learn about keyword research, where we'll understand how to find the right keywords based on search volume, competition, user intent, location, and business category. Next, we'll also move into on-page SEO, where we will cover meta titles, meta description, handlings, image alt text, URLs, external links, and content optimization. Then we'll discuss off-page SEO, including backlinks, link building, domain authority, page authority, no-follow links, social profiles, and other platforms that help build website credibility. We'll also cover technical SEO, where we will understand website speed, mobile friendliness, duplicate content, crawling issues, 404 errors, redirects, schema markup, and robots.txt. We'll also look at some important SEO tools like Google Search Console, Google Analytics, Keyword Planner, Page Speed Insight, Hrefs, SEMrush, and many more. We'll also move into practical activities like website audits, WordPress SEO implementation, landing page analysis, blog writing, SEO planning for real business website. And by the end of this course, you will understand how SEO works from the ground up and how to improve a website's visibility, traffic ranking, and online performance. So let's get started and learn how to make websites easier to find, easier to understand, and stronger to search engine. Also, if you want to become a digital marketer, I highly recommend you checking out this AI-powered digital marketing certificate program from SPGN School of Global Management and Simplilearn. Now, this is a 5-month online course that will teach you everything you need to know about modern digital marketing, and it's designed specifically for the AI era we are living in right now. The best part is you'll be learning how to use AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, SEMrush, along with 50 other marketing tools that companies are actually using today. This isn't just theory, you'll be getting live interactive classes with real professors from SPGN Global, work on 7 hands-on project and mentor support, and study over 15 real-world case studies. The course covers everything from SEO, social media marketing, email campaigns, analytics, and automation. What really makes this course stand out is that you'll be getting free Meta and Google ad credits to practice with so you can run actual campaigns and see real results. Plus, they have Job Assist, their career support program that will help you optimize your profile, prep for interviews, and connect with top hiring companies. So hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. Now, before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the 3 main pillars of SEO? Like, shares, and comment. On-page SEO, off-page SEO, and technical SEO, images, videos, and hashtag. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So today, okay guys, because it's our first session, we will try to, obviously our session would be a mix of both theory and practical. We'll start with theory because we have to first get basic concept clear. And then later on, we'll move towards the practical side of it. Okay. So don't worry. I mean, because it's your first session, first we'll try to cover all the basics that we have in the picture. And then we'll try to do all the practical, part of it. So for practical side, what I would be doing is I have my own website. I mean, not my own website, but my family business website. So there I'll try to show you how practically things can be implemented. For you guys to do some practical implementation, and like if you want to do some, hands-on learning after the session or while you're going to the recording session, I'll give you some, tips and tricks how you can also do some application on your end. Okay, so don't worry about that. Now, starting with SEO, you might all have heard about this term called as SEO, which I mean, the full form stands for search engine optimization. Okay, in a very simple term, if I have to explain search engine optimization, is that whenever you go on Google and whenever you search for any query, okay, or not just Google but any search engine. Okay, I mean, we are so much used to saying Google because most of us use Google as a browser, but there are people who use Bing and then Yahoo and other browsers out there, or sorry, other search engines out there. But I mean, pretty used to use Google as a word. Okay, but then whenever you search for any query on Google, guys, you see such kind of how should I say, responses by different website. Okay, so now on this page you can see two kind of result. One is sponsored results. Sponsored results are something where the brands have paid money to Google to show their website details over here. Okay, so all of these brands have, they are paying some money to Google, and through which they can show their website on this part. But if I hide the sponsored result, anything that you see below the sponsored result, okay, like once you hide the sponsored result, all this thing, Policy Bazaar or the HDFC Ergo, right, all this website which is which like, again, don't consider this one because again this is again part of sponsored result. But anything which is not, which doesn't, is not part of sponsored result is your SEO. Okay, so SEO is nothing but you are trying to rank your website organically, without paying money to any of the search engine. Basically, organically you're trying to rank your website higher on the search engine result page. So this page is called a search engine result page. Okay, from now onwards, guys, start memorizing all this acronym, because again, like when you will be a part of this industry, people would expect you to explain it in those specific terminologies. Okay, so I won't ask you to memorize definition and all, but the terminologies is something that you should know. So this page is called a search engine result page, and on this page, when you're trying to rank your website organically, for your brand related query, okay, that is what we call as SEO. But now again, SEO is evolving, so let me just give you an overview about this particular department. I mean, okay, so in digital marketing there are multiple departments. Okay, and usually a user, I mean, whenever a person want to get into digital marketing, there are some who would want to do all the aspects of digital marketing. Okay, would you find such kind of roles? Yes, you do find such kind of roles where you can do all the aspects of digital marketing, especially when you go to like a very senior position like a head, a VP, where there you don't have an option, you have to do everything. But most of the people who start their journey, they choose like one or two specific domain that they really like. Okay, so SEOs like, so there are multiple department, and one of the department is SEO. Apart from SEO, there's a department called as performance marketing, where all the ads that you see which have been bombarded to you is run by performance marketing team. Then there's a social media marketing team who works on all creating the content on social media, all those real stories that you watch by brands, right? And then there's an analytical team who's more into analyzing the data, into protecting the data and giving some recommendation on optimization. So majorly this is how we divide digital marketing department. Obviously, as the brand is bigger, they'll have more other departments, but like these are like, four major common department or four major role of digital marketing that you would see in the market. Now, where does SEO stands into this market? So I, SEO as a industry, uh, uh, is a well paying industry, I would say. How should I say it, it is not that stressful like performance marketing. So in digital marketing, one of the most stressful department in general is performance marketing. Reason being, so because we are running ads day in and day out, and the brands are spending their money twice. Look, so basically the brands are giving money to the platforms to show their ads and to rank their ads, and they're also paying money to, let's say, people like me who manage their campaign. So it's like, double the expense that the brands are paying, and they have a lot of expectation from performance marketing, because currently, if you would see, this is one of the quickest way for any business to grow. Okay, so SEO is not that stressful. Okay, because the whole reason of the whole purpose of SEO is they want to do things organically. Okay, and to do things organically, it takes time, it doesn't happen overnight, is what I would say. Okay, so SEO is a slow process compared to all the aspects of digital marketing in general. Okay, it is not fast paced like, uh, yeah, performance marketing, ideally, Simon, is it's there in the market for a while. It's just that it has got that boomed how should I say, post COVID. So because post COVID, physical stores were closed, all the brand had to expand online. And since there was an online expansion, the only way I mean, again, and it's startup culture is growing, people want to quickly raise money, people want to quickly grow their revenue, and the only way right now in the market to do is with help of performance marketing. There's no other way only to do it. Okay, so now again, like but the problem that, coming back to my original point, so now what's happening, guys, is brands are doing performance marketing. Okay, their huge amount of money goes into performance marketing, but in long term it is not sustainable. Okay, because I'm not sure, I mean, like there's Shark Tank in India as well, there's Shark Tank in US as well. If you like, at least for the episodes, I do watch some Shark Tank episodes of India. And so if any one of you ever watches it, you might have heard this term very frequently told by the startup, that when they are being asked that where your money is getting spent, they'll say like 40%, 50%, 30% is spent on performance marketing. Okay, that is basically their overall marketing budget only. But now the problem that's going on in the market is, it's long term wise it is not sustainable to just only focus on performance marketing. Why? Because see, everyone is getting dependent on it. Okay, so the platforms are charging more. If the platforms are charging more, you also have to increase your marketing budget. If you increase that marketing budget, it will impact your business profitability, right? And any day if you stop doing performance marketing, you will see that dip in your business. Okay, so now the business brands have started realizing that, okay, it's not a sustainable way to just focus on performance marketing. We have to look after other aspects as well on an equal manner. Okay, so now what brands are doing, they are, um I mean, in a simple way, Simon, performance marketing is wherever you see ads run. Okay, when you're scrolling on social media, you'll see some ads that have been shown to you. You'll see some ads when you're watching a YouTube video. Okay, so performance marketing is basically you're running ads, but from a profitable perspective. Okay, so whatever ads that you've been seen bombarded to you by brands out there, they are trying to drive some profitability. They are not just randomly showing ad to you. Performance, the word performance say that they are generating some business out of it. Okay, now coming back, so now what brands started doing is, they thought, okay, let us just focus on other segments as well. I'm not saying that they're not focusing on social media or they're not focusing on SEO, but again, as I said, like major aspect, major mind and major money was put it into performance marketing. Now they're realizing that, okay, they have to keep their social media game up as well. They have to keep their SEO game up as well, right? So now what they're doing, they are working on SEO and they are also working on performance marketing. But as I said, SEO takes time to pick up. Okay, so till the time SEO doesn't pick up, they will keep spending money on performance marketing. As soon as they see that, okay, SEO has started picking up, their website ranking is improving organically on the SERP, on the search engine result page, they will try to decrease little bit of their budget of from performance marketing. Okay, so now that's the strategy that brands are trying to play. That, okay, let's just do everything hand on hand. Like again, social media also takes time to grow. I mean, not one day you can't just open a social media page and expect you have a good followers unless you have done a very viral reel. But still, let's considering a basic situation, what these brands are doing now, okay, they are doing SEO aggressively. Okay, they are like doing all the execution very aggressively. No matter how aggressive execution you do, the result takes some time to show up. Okay, so SEO exists, but SEO is evolving a lot. Okay, now what do I mean by it's evolving a lot? Do you guys agree that few months back, for any query, or not few months, or could be for a few years, 1 or 2 years back, or let's say 1 year back, if you guys had any query, okay, you used to go on Google and search about it. But are you not shifted now towards the AI tools? Yes, no? I mean, if you ask me, I don't go on Google and search anymore about my queries. I mean, if I have any doubt, any confusion, anything of that sort, I just go to ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, and I just search for my queries. Okay, for education perspective. But before that, we used to go on Google, right? Now this has created one problem in SEO, that for any education related query, what brands have seen that there's dip in the search query. Like people are not searching much now on the search engine if they want to know anything about any query or any from education perspective. Okay, so that's like one change, that drift that SEO is seeing. Because what happens, before AI, before any AI tool in the market, what it used to be is that, people used to see ads and people used to see SEO ranking. again, people, because of SEO ranking, people used to go from the website through that SEO ranking, and they used to go to the site. Okay, so now that they are seeing the dip in that education related query, but still, if you want to buy something, you don't go on Chat GPT or Perplexity, right? You directly come on Google and you search for that exact product or exact category, correct? So buying queries are still same, they have not seen much fluctuation, but any query related to education or confusion, they have seen that people are not are searching for those queries much on the on any of the search engines. So that's one thing that has been changed from SEO perspective. Okay, apart from this, now because we see that whenever we search for any query, you have the AI mode, right? So you see some AI summary as well. So now brands are, again, by the way, all this AI tool will have their own ad section, like ChatGPT will have their own ad section in future. Claude, Perplexity, even they will monetize their AI platforms by giving the ad section. But apart from that, now brand have to think how they can rank. Like when, let's say, if someone searches on Google that, or if someone searches on ChatGPT, top 10 skincare brand, would you not want your brand to be ranked there? Okay, so now brands have to think how they have to earlier it used to be that, okay, they have to improve the ranking on the search engine result page. Now they also have to consider how they can improve their ranking on basically the queries that people search on AI tool. Okay, it's a different ball game altogether. Apart from this, even on your YouTube, when you search for any query, you see some videos that has been ranked, right? To rank those videos as well, you have to do SEO, by the way. So SEO is not just about ranking your website. SEO is also that you are ranking your videos on YouTube channel. Okay, now SEO has also to be implemented in a way that for any AI query, you want your brand to be, like, for any AI query which is related to your category, you would want your brand to be featured or somewhere your brand to be mentioned, right? So brands are working and trying to change, like, that the old, like, people have to revamp, right? I mean, AI coming into picture, brands have to revamp how they're doing their SEO as well. So this is like one major shift that would be happening in SEO, that apart from ranking their website on search engine result page, they have to concentrate on their YouTube as well. They are doing it, but they'll concentrate more over there. And then lastly, and the last but not the least, is how to make sure your brand also gets features in AI. By the way, I mean, there has been an evolution of search engines. Basically, what are search engines? Online tools where you can find some information. Okay, so in 1990 there used to be something called as Aki, then 1994 Yahoo came into picture, there was Google, and then currently we have AI chatbots. Okay, now how does this search engine works? Okay, like, basically, first basic question, guys, is that whenever we search for this query, how these websites are getting ranked, right? What is the algorithm out there? So now let's try to understand the algorithm of ranking of your search engine. Okay, so imagine, let's say I created a website today. Imagine this is my website that I've created hypothetically. Okay, Policy Bazaar. Now imagine this is my website that I just created today or like few days back. How Google or how any of the search engine would know that, okay, there's a website in the market which has been launched, and they have to start ranking their that particular website for any query which is related to the category. So what happens is, whenever you create a website, you have to do two things. Okay, you have to register your website under web directories. Okay, what is web directory? Basically, yeah, Vijeta, Google has Gemini now, but again, we are talking, so the AI and the search engine comes completely different. Okay, so yes, they have Gemini, but for brands, I'm saying brands have to revamp their SEO strategy. We are not talking that it's harmful, that Google business is getting affected. No, we are not talking about the platforms. We are talking about how brand have to change their strategy because AI has came into picture now. Okay, so my whole focus was with respect to how brands had, they have to revamp their strategies because of AI. Coming back, so now all these websites, whenever you create a new website, guys, you have to register themselves, you have to register that website. Now what do I mean by register? The first thing is you have to register them into web directories. Okay, so Google Search Console property is again a tool by Google, and I'll talk about this tool later on, when we will go to the stage of creating. So that these are basically two places through which all the search engines understand that, okay, there's a website. Now why you should let the search engine know about this? Because they are the one who will rank your website, right? So what happens once they understand that, okay, there's a website that has been created, the first thing that comes into picture is web crawlers. Okay, so now what are web crawlers? Web crawlers, imagine those are bots, okay, or crawlers, which comes to your site and they start scanning your website. Okay, now why do they start scanning your website? Because they want to collect the information about your website. They want to collect the information about your brand. Okay. And once they collect those information, they store that database, and this is what we call as indexing. So indexing is basically they store your website information. Okay, and later on, once they do the storage process, next time when someone comes on Google and they search for any query related to your brand, there's a good possibility Google or any other search engine will show your website on that page. Okay, but only if your website is SEO friendly. Okay, so it's not the case that, okay, you create a website, Google crawlers will come, they'll crawl, they'll index, and they'll rank. No, to make sure your website is getting ranked on the search engine, you have to follow the guidelines, the common guidelines that have been created by all the search engines. Okay, so all the search engines have some common guidelines with respect to how your website should look like or how your website should appear. Okay, only when you follow this guideline your website can get ranked on the search engine result page. Okay, so what do we do in SEO is, basically in SEO we follow all the guidelines which have been given by the search engines. We try to apply those guidelines on our site, and that makes our website appear. Okay, so these guidelines are also there for website, these guidelines are also there for video, these guidelines are also there for image. For any organic ranking, basically we have to follow the guidelines that have been created by the search engines. Okay, so a basic process for search engine is you create a website. Okay, once you create the website, make sure while you are creating a website it is SEO friendly. Okay, it is not that you just create a website and then you make it SEO friendly. During the process only you start making those changes or using those guidelines that the search engines has given. Once you do that, you submit it to the web directory and create your Google Search Console property. After that, the search engines will send their crawlers and bots to crawl your website. Once they crawl your website, they will index it. Basically, they'll store that database so that, in future anyone search for any query related to your brand category, they can rank your website over there. That's the process. So your Google Search Console, okay, this is what you create once you create the website. Okay, basically here you have to submit once you create a website, you have to create your Google Search Console property, and this is where you will understand that how many pages are been crawled or indexed. Okay, and if any error with respect to SEO, okay, on your site would be flagged over here, is what I'm trying to say. Your any problem with your website, okay, with respect to SEO, so all this error indication are also given on the Google Search Console account. Okay, and lastly, this will give you an idea about your basic website performance. But practically I'll show you how to create it later on. So let me see. Yeah, so basically this is my family business website. Okay, if you could see, now here what we do is we submit a thing called as sitemap. Okay, now what is sitemap? So what happens, guys, is, okay, imagine I ask you that, okay, now again this is the first guideline of SEO, that please create a sitemap. Okay, so we as a brand have to create a sitemap. Now sitemap is, imagine the name says, it's basically a roadmap of your website. Okay, basically when I say roadmap of the website in your sitemap, okay, by the way, it's not your job to do it. If it's a coded website, okay, the website developer will have to create it. Okay, uh, and if it's a website created on tools like your WordPress or Shopify, you can easily create it. You don't need the help of the web developers. Okay, so I'll teach you how to do that. But coming back to sitemap, so basically it's a roadmap of your website, basically a file that you upload, and you give a list of all the pages that you want the crawlers to crawl. Okay, so what crawlers do, they once they when they came to with when they come to your site, the first thing that they check is the sitemap only. Okay, so in my search console, basically I have like submitted my sitemap before. I don't have to do it again, but I have already submitted my sitemap over here. So when I submit the sitemap, the crawlers understand, okay, what are the pages they have to crawl, and after that they start crawling. So the first thing the crawlers will do, they come to the site, they check your sitemap, and they start crawling accordingly. I hope that makes sense now. Can you see, by the way, here you for my website, you can see 4 pages I've been indexed, 2 are not indexed. So what they're trying to say that, okay, for 4 pages they have stored the data, but for 2 pages they have not done it. Okay, why? There are some error with my 2 pages over here. Now, I have already discussed what is a web directory, basically online listing or catalog of World Wide Web. Basically, any brand who create a website, they have to go to web directory and they have to submit it. Okay, and then they have to create a and after that you can create your Google Search Console account. Now, again, when you are submitting your website on all these web directories, you have to basically give your details, like, okay, your website is created for which location, is it for worldwide or this is for only India, what is the category that you are focusing into, right? So I'll try to show you some web directory example later on, but like for now, just understand what is a web directory. Basically, it's a place or an online listing platform where you have to publish your site. Okay, I mean, in a simple one, this is like a portal which is collecting the website URL. That's it. Website health, website basic performance as well. So it will tell you how your website is also performing, and if there are any errors related to your website. When I say error with respect to SEO, it will get flagged on your search console account. So when I say this is my search console account, here if you could see, if I go to overview, it is giving me basic idea of my website performance as well. So let me, can you see how many clicks I've got, impression and all? These are some technical jargons, I'll teach you later, guys, but for now just see. So it is also giving me how my website is performing in general. And then apart from that, if there are any flags or any error related to my website, that is also something that the Google Search Console would show you. Okay, now let's get started with actual SEO. Okay, so what exactly is SEO, we have already discussed, but let's just try to reiterate. First thing, basically it's a way or a strategy where you want to increase the quantity and the quality of your traffic. When I say traffic, number of people who are coming to your site. Okay, it will improve the ranking of your website. When we say ranking of the website, basically, let's say if your website is getting ranked on 10th page, when you do when you create your website as per SEO checklist, your website will rank probably on first page or second page, and over there as well it might rank at top, considering let's say if right now your website is getting ranked at the bottom. If you make some changes as per Google recommendation or as per basic search engine recommendation, your website can rank to the top as well, but a very slow process to make this happen. I mean, doesn't happen overnight at all. And again, if your website ranking improves, it will obviously the visibility would also improve, right? Who don't want their website to be ranked on the first page at the top? Everyone wants that. Okay, now what are the advantages of doing SEO? Obviously, guys, if your traffic increases, it will help you to get more leads, to get more sales, right? You will get quality traffic. When we say quality, only those audience will come to your site who are actually searching for it, right? That's the best thing, right? Basically, one is that, okay, by the way, I mean, the audience intent is very clear and it's very good quality on search engine, because here, unlike other platform, like on social media, you're just scrolling and those contents are are been shown to you randomly, right? You are not searching for those content. Obviously, based on your past history, you are seeing some similar kind of content, but still. Whereas on search engine, a user comes, they search with a very clear intent, and then only a website has been shown to them. So when a user is searching for it, and that's when you show your website detail, that makes the intent very clear, and the quality of the audience that comes to your site is also very good. So if you compare the audience quality that comes from social media and the quality of audience that comes from SEO, you might see SEO would have a better quality audience, is what we are trying to say. Okay, the only because SEO, I mean the website would only rank when the user is searching for it, unlike social media where you're just randomly scrolling and the content has been bombarded to you. Okay, third point, very important, it will reduce your dependency on paid ads, and that is one of the reason brands are focusing on SEO. It's just that it is right now it is going hands on hands. When they start seeing impact of SEO, they will reduce little bit of their dependency from paid ads. Okay, now the, I mean, at least if you see for the startup world, the brands who have just recently launched in last 1 2 3 years, for them SEO is taking a lot of time to grow, so they're heavily focusing on performance marketing, and they would change this in the upcoming years basically. Okay, again, it enhance your credibility. Credibility basically, see, obviously if Google is giving you higher ranking, that means the Google or any other search engine has done their due diligence. They won't just randomly rank your website higher on the search engine. So if your website is getting higher ranked higher on the search engine, that also builds that credibility for your brand. Okay, uh, it will obviously, to make sure you do a proper SEO, your content marketing game should also be great because it's all about content. And lastly, you do get a competitive advantage. Now, I mean, here also Policy Bazaar has an advantage compared to ACO or any other website which is getting ranked lower on the search engine, right? So you have that competitive advantage because how many of you ideally take an effort to scroll down, check, go to second page, go to 10 page? Rarely for some very specific query you would take that effort that okay, let me go to till 10 page and check, right? So if your website is getting ranked higher on the first page or at least somewhere on the first page, that ideally gives you that competitive advantage that most of the people will come and click on your site compared to someone else's site. And last but not the least, you can see the performance. Okay, it is not that you're blindly doing some marketing. The good thing of digital marketing, irrespective of what aspect of digital marketing you're doing, you can see how it's performing, you can see its impact. Okay, so you're not blindly doing some SEO activity. Side by side, you'll also monitor what is its impact, and you can see, okay, is it profitable, is it worth doing or not. But last but not the least, it is a long term investment, guys. Okay, now, to do SEO, guys, I mean, before we will jump toward the aspects of SEO, first let's just understand the disadvantages. I think I've already said this multiple times. Takes a lot of time. Okay, uh, fails at guaranteeing result. Basically, the problem with this is, I mean, okay, all the search engines out there, they keep on changing their algorithm a lot. Okay. And as their algorithm changes, your impact, the direct impact comes on SEO. Okay. So all the search engines, they have, I mean, when you work in this industry, you will see a lot of changes in their algorithm with respect to their regulation, with respect to their conditions, with respect to their, checklist. Now, what happens? First thing is SEO is anyway slow. Top of that, there's so much of uncertainty with respect to the algorithms that, let's say, okay, few months back you followed the latest algorithm, next month algorithm will completely change and you'll have to change your strategy again, right? So probably you're doing a great game, but if the algorithm changes, right, you have to redo the thing, and the past thing that you have to do would get failed. Okay, is what we are trying to say. Again, it keeps, that's what I'm the same thing that I've mentioned, falls short of keeping up with the frequently updating algorithm. It's, I mean, you have to be on your toes with respect to implementing changes as per how algorithm is working. Okay, uh, demand. So now what happen is SEO will only work when the user is searching for it, right? But now in nowadays world where people consume so much content, you have to be everywhere, right? So if you just say that okay, with SEO will grow our business exponentially, not possible. Clearly not possible. Today's world rely on omni channel presence. You have to be everywhere whenever you are doing your marketing, and that's how you sustain. If you just say okay, I'll just do SEO, even for that matter I'll just say I'll just do social media, no, you can't create that dependency on one thing. In long term it is not great. And especially SEO, like for, I mean, brands who have relied on performance marketing, where they were just only focusing on performance marketing because it was I mean, that's the only section of digital marketing who have seen such big dependency, because the only reason it was able to grow business very quickly. But if you say, okay, I'll just put my dependency on SEO, or I'll just put my dependency on social media, no, it won't be able to act like performance marketing. So you have to keep your other options open with respect to other aspects of marketing. Okay. Um, Again, um, I think, but overall it's a long term game, one has to be in it. There's no option that okay, I won't do SEO. How should I say, it should go hands on hands with your other marketing activity. Now when we talk about strategizing SEO, guys, uh, or not just strategizing SEO in general, whenever you want to create a good strategy, the first thing you have to do is, let me just try doing it. If you understand, great, otherwise I'll try to explain it when we go to that particular section. Okay, so before, like few years back, as per Google's guideline, your page has multiple headline, right? Like, okay, this is an headline. If I scroll down, even this is an headline. If I scroll down, even this is an headline. So Google used to say that, okay, you can call of them like so, because again, these are some guidelines by Google. So few years back, it used to be that, okay, all of this headline can be called as headline one. But later on, the algorithm changed, the rules changed, and then we were told that, okay, you have to give numbering to each of your headline, which is main headline, which is sub headline, which is sub headline. Now, coming back, so when we talk about the strategizing SEO, or not just SEO, guys, any other aspects of digital marketing, the first thing you have to do is computer analysis, because that's make you understand where, what are the things that you are not doing. Okay, what are the things that you guys are lacking as a business, right? So first thing, what you can do, you can find out who are your major competitor when it comes to SEO. So for example, let's say I'm planning to launch a health insurance company. The basic way to find is, like, I can just search on Google from different keywords related to health insurance. Like, I can go on Google, search anything related to health insurance, and I can actually see that which websites are getting ranked. So Policy Bazaar, HDFC, Tata AIG, these are my basic competitor. Now obviously with one query I won't understand this. I will have to try out permutation combination with different keywords. Okay. Also, guys, we don't do it this way. To do computer analysis, we use multiple tools in the market, which we'll discuss later. But computer analysis gives us an idea that compared to the overall industry, where do we stand? Okay. So when we do computer analysis, we find out, okay, what is their strength, what they are doing which we are not doing, and what is their weaknesses, okay, in terms of SEO and different factors of SEO. So based on that, we can create our strategy, right? um, Again, uh, last thing, you have to make sure for SEO you have to create a very good user experience. Okay, SEO, I mean, the basic thing what the search engines are asking you, guys, is that make sure the user experience is great. Not mug it up, but even if you understand, that's fine. Okay, so there are three techniques, okay, which we call as black hat, white hat, and gray hat. Okay, what does this mean? uh Black hat SEO is something that you shouldn't do at all. Okay, so what, again, you are in this world, people will try to do a lot of gimmicking activities. Okay, I mean, humans are smart, human can think that they can fool search engines by doing something that this. So let's say, if search engine is saying do this, and if you do completely opposite with what search engine is saying, it's part of black hat SEO. Okay, basically these are unethical practices that many marketers follow to increase their website ranking, but you shouldn't do, because if you do, uh, and Google or any other search engine find that out, it will drop your ranking very drastically, and it will be very difficult for you to come back to that basic ranking wherever you were ranking for at that time period. Okay, now what do we mean by, what are these unethical practices that many marketers do? First one is keyword stuffing. Okay, so what exactly is keyword stuffing? Now this is a very common myth. People think SEO, okay, by the way, like whenever we talk about SEO, and if you ask people out there that, okay, what do you do in SEO, they will say we put important keywords on different junction of our website. Okay, basically people think, okay, whatever keyword we want to rank our website for, first thing is you shortlist some keyword. Okay, shortlist keyword is basically because you can't be available for all the terminologies, right? Your brand, your category is very different. So what you have to do first is, like, you, as per your brand, as per your category, as per your product and service, you have to shortlist some keywords. Keywords are nothing but queries, okay? Queries on which you want your website to be ranked, right? Once you shortlist those keywords or queries, guys, you have to put those words or those queries on your website, because that creates the relevancy. It's like, imagine I search for health insurance. You would have seen all these brands are mentioning health insurance in their title, somewhere over here, somewhere over here. Why are they doing this? Because they want to increase that relevancy, right? Imagine the person is searching for health insurance, you have wrote something completely different. Would that user click on your link? No, right? So in SEO, the basic thing that everyone should do is, for whatever query they want their website to be ranked for, they have to make sure that query is incorporated on different section of their site, okay? I'll discuss the different section later on. But what's wrong? Okay, now what goes wrong? Okay, you can do it, you have to, obviously it's mandatory to put this keywords or this queries on different junction on your site. But what people misinterpret is, they think that they have to stuff it unnecessarily. So it's like, there are many marketers who think more the merrier. Like, if we keep on adding keywords everywhere, that will improve our ranking. No, that's not the case. If you keep on adding your keyword at each and every part of your website content, it will be considered as keyword stuffing, okay? So imagine for this line only, okay, if I just read out this line, and if I, okay, let me just read out this particular para. Now if I say, let's say the keyword is health insurance, right? So if I say HDFC Ergo health insurance cover room rent, this health insurance also cover ICU care, doctor fee, medicine, and this insurance also cover essential. So can you see how many times I'm repeating this word, right? You shouldn't do something like this. So that's one black hat SEO technique that many brands do. They unnecessarily stuff the keyword within the content, and Google's or any other search engine will find that out. They will decrease the ranking. Okay, so this is what we call as keyword stuffing. Now there's a limit that Google has ideally given. Okay, so to add your keyword, the limit is usually 1 to 3% of total word count. Basically, if your website has 100 words within it, your keyword can be only repeated 1 to 3% of that total word count, not more than that. If you do more than that, it is called as keyword stuffing. Are we clear what is keyword stuffing, guys? So, this is a basic, how should I say, core thing that people do wrong. They just stuff the keyword unnecessarily, doesn't look appropriate. The content also sound very bad. People just do it for the sake of ranking. But ideally, Google can find that out. On every page, we are talking about each page, Krish, over here. Guys, we are talking about each page, okay? So if your page, one page, your website will have multiple pages, right? Let's say one page of your website has 100% or whatever amount of count of words they have, you can only repeat 1 to 3% of it, not more than that. So it depends on your count. If your count is 1000, you have to take out 1 to 3% of 1000, and that's the only number of time you can repeat your keyword. Again, if you want to be smart, okay, you can do some permutation combination if required. That is not a problem by Google. When I say permutation combination, let's say your keyword is best health insurance in India, okay, so you can break down this keyword and you can create some permutation combination, because that is not something that Google will be able to pick it up, right? But imagine you are just putting this keyword everywhere. It can be Google can pick this up. But again, you can do this permutation combination only when the query is very big. If your keyword itself is a two word keyword, you can't do any permutation combination as well, right? So only this permutation combination. Coming back, then you have something called as poor quality content, guys. Again, poor quality content is like, there's a lot of grammatical error, there's a lot of spelling error on your site. Again, that makes your I mean content, I mean it's part of black hat SEO, because no search engine will promote that your content has a lot of grammatical or sentence error or spelling error in general. Okay, now white hat SEO is something that you should do. Okay, I mean if you follow white hat SEO, it will obviously improve your ranking. I'm not just saying it's limited to this. There's much more to white hat SEO. But right now we'll just discuss these 3 pointers which are mentioned over here. First one is you are posting relevant content. Basically, your page is relevant. The content within it's relevant. It is not something which is misguiding the consumers. Okay, like you can't promote something which will misguide them, which will manipulate them, right? Which is unethical to do, basically. Okay, so for example, anything related to gambling or I don't know, there are a lot of unethical activities that many website does. Basically, you have to make sure your content is relevant and not unethical. Okay, then having good meta titles. Now what are meta titles, guys? Meta title is nothing but, I'll go back to the original query. This blue line, can you see, this is called as meta title. Okay, and this is called as meta description, by the way. So you have to create, I mean, because what happens, when would the user click on your site? When they read this, right? The first impression comes from meta title, correct? So you have to make sure your meta title is very good. I mean, when I say very good, content wise it's very good. Okay, and also apart from that, you have to make sure that keyword that the user has searched for should be there in your meta title. So if you could see, all this brand has somewhere mentioned health insurance in their title, right? Apart from that, try to make it unique. When you say unique, now this brand is saying 5 lakh health cover for 300 per month, because they are just trying to focus on their pricing, right? Again, this one is saying 13 rupee per day, so they are trying to make it unique, because this is the first impression that the user would have of your brand, right? So you have to make sure your first impression is great. Then next part, shared links and acknowledge the sources. Basically, if in, let's say you are taking your content, okay, from someone else's page, or you are using that as a reference, as a source of truth, please mention, show that clarity. Okay, show that like transparency on your website as well. Because what happens, if you're just copy pasting content from somewhere else, it is very easy to catch up. Okay, Google can find that out, or search engines can find that out. Okay, so what you have to do, in case if you're taking some content from somewhere, give that credit, show that transparency, that okay, this was effort from somewhere else, and give that link as well, that okay, this was the main source of truth and this was a reference link out there. So again, guys, for white hat SEO, there are a lot of techniques, but how should I say, these are like the three most common technique that you have to follow default, by default. Okay, and last but not the list is gray hat SEO. So now gray hat, the word say it's a mix of black and white both. Okay, so how should I say, you can do this, and there's a good see, it's, I'm not saying these are the technique that one should follow, but how should I say, if Google, most of the time Google won't be able to find it out, and if Google or any other search engine is not able to find it out, they won't even give you any penalties, or they won't even decrease your ranking. For example, like here, you can buy some ratings for your site. Okay, now your SEO ranking is not just for your website, it is also for your, let's say if I search for spa near me, right? So even this is SEO ranking, by the way. Okay, so you can buy such kind of reviews and ratings. Now how Google will understand that this are bot review and ratings? No, right? But as I said, like gray hat is something you can do. Ideally, it is also not a practice that one should follow, but the only thing is that people do this because the search engine can't find that out. Okay, now there are many brands who use some expired domains, who buy some links as well. Basically, they pay some money for any other brands or for any other website to show that credibility to them, but that credibility is not earned organically, they might have paid to someone. So gray hat SEO is something, it's a mix of black and white. People do follow gray hat SEO, the only thing is you shouldn't, like, search engine shouldn't find it out, is what we are trying to say. So obviously one should follow white hat practices. Black hat is something which is not recommended at all. Gray hat, would I recommend any brand to do? This is called as domain. Okay, this basically the address of your site. So whenever you create a website, guys, you buy two things. You have to buy two things. You have to buy uh for website creation, you need two things: domain and hosting. Okay, domain is nothing but address of your site. Hosting is basically where the database database or content of your website gets stored to. Okay, so this is where your database and content of your website is stored. Okay, I mean, by the way, your website speed is very much dependent on your hosting. So this decide also the speed of your site. So there are many brands. I mean, obviously, big brands never does this. Might be some small brands who would have done this. So when we say expired domain, so you have to pay for this domain. It depends for how much time you buy the domain. So like there are brands who might buy it for lifetime. There are brands who buy it for few years, few months. So there are many small, I mean, big brands would never take that chance. But could be a small business brand who might buy a domain. It got expired, they didn't renewed it, and it's still stored for, that database is still stored into search engine, because search engine won't be able to understand if that domain has expired or not. Hosting is not a site, it's a server where your database gets stored. Okay, so basically, Mintra, all these pictures, all this content, all this video, where does this get stored? It gets stored in the hosting. Okay, so basically, I can't show you the hosting space of Mintra or any other website because I won't have an access of it. What brands do, they usually go to platform like GoDaddy. So there are platform from which you can buy hosting and domain. So like there's this platform like GoDaddy, Hostinger, Namecheap. These are all platform which allows you to buy domain and hosting. I can't show you hosting space of any of the site because I wouldn't have access. No one would have an access. That brand will have access of their own hosting space. You can't see it. Basically, it's there on a server. Make sense? So like anyone who want to buy a, like create a proper website, they have to use tool like GoDaddy, not tool, platform like GoDaddy, Hostinger, Namecheap, and there are many platforms out there in the market. There you can go and buy your domain and hosting to create like a proper professional site. If you want to do it for free, like you don't want to pay for the domain and all, as I said, you can create something like this. I'll show you how this has been done later on, not now. But for to do that, the only drawback is the brand name, the platform name would be promoted in your URL. For a small, I mean, for a, not even for a small business, if you're a portfolio page or you want to do some practice, you can use it, but professionally it doesn't look good. Technical is more with respect to the technical aspects of website, which is not in your control. When I say technical aspects like speed, the UI, the UX, these are not much in your control. Okay, now what is on page? When I say making any changes on your site, majorly with respect to content, basically there are a lot of content changes you'll have to make on your site, like on your page. Off page is something that you don't have to make any changes on your website, but you have to build credibility outside your site. So when I say build credibility outside your site, you have to reach out to a lot of PR, you have to reach out to a lot of competitor, you have to reach out to many bloggers who will refer to your website on their page. Okay, so for off page, you are not making any changes on your site. Majorly the job of off page, the name says off page, that means you have to reach outside. I mean, you have to reach out to the bloggers, the PR side, the news side, where they will talk about your business and they will give link of your website. So basically you are building credibility on other site is what we are trying to say. And technical, the word say technical, basically it's all about technicalities of your site, starting from its speed to whether it's mobile friendly or not, how is the UI, how is the UX, user interface and user exchange. I'll talk about that later on. uh, and in this part, guys, you don't play a major role. This role is majorly like from execution side. Like, just okay, one very important thing in SEO, guys, you are not the only person who will do the execution. Okay, you have to take help of two team. Ideally, if you're working for a big brands, one is the content team, second one is a web development team. Okay, you can't do end to end execution for SEO until unless you are a content writer and a web developer both. Okay, if you have talent of all these three, you can, but you can only still maintain do it for a small business. If you're working for a big business, big brand, it is not possible for you to play all the three roles. And there you will have to take help of this two team to to do the execution. So imagine you are more of like a strategist, and the content and the web development team are the one who will execute it for you. So shall I get started, guys? Basis, as in there's no basis for this, Sarita. Like, I mean, Google, I mean, the search engines have just divided into three aspects. That's it. One is like you make changes on your site with respect to content. Second is you build credibility outside. Third one is you make changes on your site from the technical aspects of the website. There is no, I don't know, like, I don't, there's no basis as such. They have just divided into three categories. There's no, I mean, the reason it's divided into these three categories because this is what makes a website a good website, right? The technical thing needs to be sorted, the content needs to be sorted, and apart from, like obviously you will preach, you will praise your website, but you would want others also to talk about your website and your brand. So hence the off page is the third segment over there. There's no other logic to it. So I'll come to it, Sarita. Guys, have some patience. As I said, I'm just giving you a summary. Guys will have to show some patience. I mean, I know you're curious, but we'll go one by one, right? Like, what are the optimization and all? You'll have to give me, you'll have to allow me time to go to till that part. Patience. I know you guys are curious, but as I said, things will go one by one. I can't teach you words like first you have to learn A, B, C, D. Then you'll go and learn the words. Okay, we can't directly jump to the words part of it. First, learn what are the letters. Then we'll go to words. Then we'll go to the sentence formation, and then we'll write a para. Okay. So now for SEO, guys, as I said, you are not the only one who will execute. A lot of execution will be done by the content and the web development team. Okay, why you need this two team? First thing, because website, okay, what does your website consist of? One is content, right? Now you are the one who will strategize, but to write that content, okay, now again, no one, you can you beat the content writers in the market? Ideally no. Okay, you can't write content in that way or in that great manner the way a content writer can write. By the way, content writing is also a separate department altogether. Okay, don't club it into digital marketing. It's just that content writing and web development is, how should I say, basic, right? But there's a different team, there's a different department for them. No one expects a overall digital marketer to do that part. There are specialized people sitting over there. Okay, so now to frame that para, to write those sentences and all, it's not your job to do. You have to just strategize how that sentence should be there, what are the important things should be there. The content right will execute your strategy, or they will, like, you are the one who's giving idea, they will execute that idea for you. Same, once that content is, so like once the content writer write that content, you are not the one who can put it on the site, right? And especially if it's a coded site, so you have to take the help of the web developer to put that content on that site because you don't know coding, right? Apart from that, it's your web developer who will fix all the technical aspects of your site. You can't do that. For a beginner, no one would expect, even for a bigger brand, no one would expect a SEO person to know all of these things. Okay, this is like, so let's say I'm into this field for a while, and most of the brands I've worked with are the one who were doing SEO in the past, and they wanted to work with us as well. So let's say that client comes to me, and let's say it's one of you guys only, you are one of the brand who is doing SEO, and now they want to work with me. So um for me to give you any sort of commitment that okay, I'll improve your website so on so basis, I can't give you that commitment randomly. First, I'll have to do an audit to understand where does your website stands right now, right? What are the things that have already been corrected, what are the things that I will correct, and based on that I'll quote you. Okay, so we will discuss about the auditing part, but later on, once you understand all these aspects, because if I directly jump to auditing, trust me, you won't understand anything. Because to understand an audit, first you should know the components of audits, right? So first we'll discuss all the components, and then I'll take you toward the part of auditing. Okay, but just remember this line: for an existing brand, before you give any commitment, you have to first audit it. Auditing basically will let you know what are the things they have corrected, what are the things that you need to correct, and based on that you will quote them the money or your service fee. We will speak about this in detail later on once you understand all the concepts. Okay, so now I'll get started. Let me just see if you have any questions so far. I believe no questions, so we can start with each of the components. Okay, first, very important one is keyword selection, guys. Now, how do you select the keyword, right? I mean, let's take an example. We'll do this with an example. Okay, so let's say it's a skincare brand. Okay, we'll take an example who's on the call right now. I mean, we have many people on the call. I'll just take example of one of you. Let's say it's Vijeta. Okay, so Vijeta has launched a skincare brand, and obviously she has her website created. Now she wants to start doing the SEO of it. So first thing, that obviously, because for Vijeta we don't need an audit, because clearly it's a new website, so we have to do everything. She has done basic thing, that she has created a search console and all that we'll discuss later. But we are starting with on page for her, right? Like we will start obviously with on page. So now for on page, the first thing I'll have to do for her is keyword selection. How would I do this? How would I select the keywords? Now for keyword selection, guys, obviously I can't take a pen and paper and write down the terms that okay, these are the keywords that I want my website to be ranked for, because that's one of the most foolish way to do it. You are into digital marketing, you need some data back to it. Okay, you need some numbers back to what keywords you're selecting. You can't just randomly you say that okay, this is my favorite keyword, let's optimize for it. No, there needs to be some data to find out what are the keywords where you should focus on, right? So obviously a pen and paper hack doesn't work. Now you would say okay, these are the common query that I like, Vijita can say that okay, these are the queries that even I search for, and hence I want to focus on this keyword. But again, I should know what is the demand of this keyword. I can't just rely on what Vijeta is saying, because she's like one person who's telling me this. We are doing digital marketing, we are doing SEO for overall people out there. We need to see the overall stats for that particular query, right? So the first thing we do is keyword research. Okay, now to do keyword research, the OG tool in the market is Google Keyword Planner. Okay, and I vouch for this because it gives you a lot of data, a lot of insights. Apart from that, there are other tools as well, like Uber Suggest, which is by this person called as Neil Patel, a very popular digital marketer, a very popular digital marketer person in the industry. And then there are other tools as well. Now, would you ask me that, ma'am, should we use multiple tool? I would say no. Okay, it will just make you very much confused. People think, okay, I'll use this tool, that tool, XYZ tool. Trust me, won't create much difference. It's like you're using Chat GPT, you are using Gemini, you are using Claude. Obviously, all of them have different use cases. But let's say your thing, I mean, you just need to find out keywords. Okay, all the tool will give you same kind of answer for the keyword research. Is what I'm trying to say. So then, why you should refer to Google Keyword Planner tool? Because as I said, we are optimizing for Google. That's the OG search engine. All the other search engine also copy what Google is doing, by the way. Okay, whatever Google does, it gets replicated on other search engine as well. So it's a free tool, it's there in the market, and as I said, lot of data. So hence one should opt for Google Keyword Planner tool instead of other tools which are there in the market, right? I never suggest to check 10 other tools for keyword research. I just say close your eyes. I mean, you can just close your eyes and you can rely on what the Google Keyword Planner tool is letting you know. Okay, because they have the best data in the market, right? I don't think anyone can beat them with respect to the data perspective. Now, how to use this tool? I'll just give you a glance of the tool, then we'll take a break, and then once we come back, we'll do it in detail. Okay, so right now I'll just give you a glance, because when I want to show you this in detail, I want you to come up with a fresh mind. So by the way, to access this tool, you have to access to this account called as Google Ads account. Okay, you can create, you don't have to pay anything, it's a free account creation. But anyone who want to, but because for me the account is already created, so the steps for me and you would be very different. Any of you who's interested to actually use this tool, um, please do it under my guidance. When you're creating the account, only for account creation, take my guidance, because there'll be some steps that you wouldn't know what to choose over there. Okay, so don't do it by yourself. um, So I'll just sign in over here. For me the account is already created. By the way, to create an account you just need a Gmail ID. The only roadblock that you guys would face is it will ask you a lot of questions. Okay, so for that, probably later on one of you can, I don't think you have a screen sharing access, but probably later on I can try out with my new ID and I can show you how to create an account from scratch. Coming back, this is how a Google Ads account look like. You don't have to do anything with the Google Ads account. Ignore the account. No relation of SEO with this. The only We just want to take one segment of part of Google Ads, which is the keyword planning. Okay, so there, here in the tools we go to planning and there's something called as keyword planner. Okay, um, and there we have to go to the section of discover new keyword. Now what this tool does is, there are two ways you can find out the keyword. One is like you can give them some prompts, or let's say you don't have any idea about that brand. Let's say I ask you to do a keyword research for a wastewater treatment company. Like you don't know the industry, so you can't even give a prompt, right? So in that scenario you can give your website URL. So what this tool will do, it will uh, fetch keywords from your website. Okay, I prefer the first option because the first option gives me lot of keywords. The second option will only give me keywords which are there, terminologies which are there on my site. Okay, and I want to see outside my site as well. So what I usually do, I use this option only when I don't have an idea of the industry. I take some prompts from here and I input it over here. Okay, so it's up to you what section you would want to use. Most of the time when you know the industry, you can just put use this part. Now here you can give your prompts. Okay, like the way you give prompts to ChatGPT, but in a very longer format. Here you just have to give some queries. Okay, so let's say I want to do a keyword research for Vijeta skincare brand. Let's say we for now we are just focusing on face wash. Okay, let's not, because by the way, just one very important thing, you will have to do a separate keyword for each category. Okay, or product or service, whatever your brand has. You can't just do like one time keyword research and it's done. For every category, for every product, for every service, all these bigger brands, they do a different keyword research. They just don't club everything in one. Okay, so now let's say I'm just saying that we are doing it for face wash. Okay, so my prompt here would be face wash. Let's say face wash for oily skin. I can give some alternative name, like people call cleanser as well for face wash. So I can say cleanser for oily skin. Again, I can give some other terminology. So more the merrier, guys. Ideally, we can give terminologies. It depends. Okay, now again, it depends on what kind of face wash she has. Okay, like does she has a face wash which just has salicylic acid? Depends. Like honestly, it depends on the product, and based on that, you give a prompt over here. Is what I'm trying to say. If the product is very specific, give your prompt specific only over here. Okay, so let's say a product is only for oily skin, say oily skin. If she doesn't cater to dry skin, don't write all this terminology. Just say face wash for oily skin, cleanser for oily skin. Let's say oily skin face wash with salicylic acid, whatever it is. Okay, so be specific is what I would say, based on whatever your product and whatever category you're catering to. Right now I'll just write this much. Let's say we are doing this only, she only has oily skin face wash, so I've just wrote this hypothetically. Okay, and I'll say get result. So I think we discussed till prompt thing. Now when you say get result, guys, what are the datas that you get? Okay, first thing you get is the amount of keyword they could fetch out with these two prompts. Okay, uh, then few things that you should know when you do SEO. Okay, let me just hide this. You should know the average monthly searches. Basically, average monthly searches is on an average in a month how many people are searching for these queries. Okay, so you could see a range 10K to 100K and all of that. Now, but this range is for India location. Okay, like just in India, this is how popular the keywords are. Okay, so you should know what is the average monthly searches. Again, the competition as in like how difficult it is for you to rank on this keyword. High means it is difficult. Low means you can easily rank your keywords. This other numbers that you could see is not applicable for SEO, so I won't discuss it for now. Okay. Now, how do we shortlist these keywords? First thing, your keywords are also divided into uh, further bifurcation. Okay. So when you do keyword research, guys, your keywords are divided into generic, brand, and competitor keyword. Okay. You can't do uh, you can't choose competitor keyword to do your SEO. Okay, because I mean, how can you put your competitor query in your page? It is not possible. So ignore this particular part. Okay, but I'll still explain what do we mean by competitor keyword. So what does generic keyword mean? Generic keyword means generic query. Like, face wash online is a generic query. It doesn't have any brand name within it. Brand keyword, as in, let's say I'm doing a keyword research for there's this brand called as Simple. Okay, so what would be a brand keyword for Simple brand? The keyword would be simple face wash online. Basically, in brand keyword, uh, the brand name should be there. And when we say computer keyword, let's say the competitor for this is Cetaphil. So if the query says Cetaphil face wash, that means it's a competitor keyword. Okay, so basically, competitor keyword means a competitor name should be there. Brand keyword means the brand for which you're doing keyword research, their name should be there. And generic keyword means that it should be generic, like there shouldn't be any brand name within it. Now, we can't choose competitor keyword because we can't use a competitor keyword on our website, so neglect this part. It is not applicable for SEO, right? But what is applicable further is, okay, now in within generic and brand as well, your keywords are further divided into two type, which we call as long tail and short tail. Okay, what do we mean by long tail keyword? If someone search for um oily skin face wash with, let's say, under 1000 INR. This is a long tail keyword. Is when I say long tail keyword, I mean the query is very specific. Short tail keyword is like just saying face wash or face wash online. It's a short tail keyword. Okay. So basically, from long tail keyword, you get less quantity but better quality traffic because it's specific. Whereas a short tail keyword will give you high quantity but less quality traffic. Okay, let me just rewrite this, sorry. So again, long tail keyword, less quantity but better quality. Short tail keyword, high quantity but less quality keywords. Okay, less quality traffic in general, because this is like very vague. Okay, it's not specific keyword. Now, what should you do? Should you choose long tail or short tail? Ideally, you should choose a mix of both, because short tail will give you more traffic, long tail will give you quality traffic. So short tail will give you quantity, whereas long tail will give you quality. Okay, and even in generic and brand, ideally you should choose both. Am I clear? What are different keyword type? What do they mean? Generic and brand and competitor. Competitor we won't choose because we can't write that query in our page. Generic and brand I have discussed, and again that are further divided into brand keyword and, sorry, long tail keyword and short tail keyword. Any query on this, guys, so far? Yes, no, any questions? I would just want to check. Others, because this is basic. Like if you don't know this, you can't do the keyword research properly. Okay. Now, going back over here, how now there are so many keywords, if you could see, right? 2423. Okay. Now in this tool, just for this tool, there's a section of refined keyword. As I mentioned, we don't want competitor keyword because we can't use competitor keyword only. Okay. So what I'll have to do, I'll have to come over here, and all the brand keywords need to be turned off. Let's say, because we just thought it's a hypothetical new brand. Okay. So obviously it's a new brand. It won't have any brand keyword. Only whenever a new website is launched, there are no queries for those brand keyword because no one knows about it. Okay. So all of this are competitor keyword for me, which are Cetaphil, Himalaya, Garnier, Nivea, Neutrogena added in it. I don't want this keyword because these are all competitor keywords for me. I just want generic keywords. Okay. So non brands are basically generic keywords over here. Now can you see, now it just says 1816 out of 2423. That means the gap between this was all competitor keywords, which I have already turned off. Further, I'll turned off other manufacturer name, other brand name. I don't want any of those name. Okay. So I've just turned it off over here. Now here as well, if you could see, okay, I mean, people are searching with very different queries. We can keep it the way it is. Now why did I define it over here? Because if I download this data the way it is on an excel sheet, it is very difficult to segregate. Okay. So you try to do whatever segregation you want over here first, and then download it. Okay. So I have done my segregation where I've just chosen generic keywords. Also one more thing, guys. Okay. So when you share this data with your client, okay, let's say you're working for the Indian client, then you can show this data. But let's say you're working for a US based client. Okay. You can't show this number because this data is for India location. Then you have to change this to US, because the search volume in US and the search volume in India will be very different, right? This search volume differs based on city to city, state to state, country to country. Okay. So for whatever location you're focusing on, let's say your brand right now is only focusing for India or US or any country, just show them that exact data. What will happen if you show this data uh, to a US client? Okay. You are giving false expectation. Correct. You are giving wrong numbers. You are giving wrong expectation by showing this number. So you have to be very vigilant on this. Right now, let's say if you see here for this query, best cleanser for combination skin, it's 1K to 10K. If I change this to United States, I think there should be some difference, but we can see this numbers might change. Okay. Right. So there has been some change over here. Okay. Again, like if I just choose one city of India, let's say the city where I reside, this number will again change. Can you see, from 10K to 100K it has become 1K to 100K, because obviously the population has reduced, right? As per the population reduces, obviously city to city the demand also varies, country to country the demand varies. So you have to show them right data. Am I clear? Krish, I didn't understood your question. Why should we narrow it down for SEO if it's not PPC? I didn't understood your question. Can you elaborate? I really didn't get your question. Where did we narrow? What did we narrow? Like you're talking about refined keyword. We narrowed it because we just wanted generic keywords. I didn't wanted competitor keywords. No, from SEO. I mean, I can't use this keyword which has Cetaphil, Himalaya, Garnier, or anything all mentioned within it for SEO. It's not possible. How can I use someone else's brand name within my website? I said, right. You can't use. How would you use a terminology which says Cetaphil face wash? How can you use that on your website? How can you put that query on your site? Why would you promote your competitor's name on your site, guys? So I've turned this off for that reason. I don't want any other brand name keywords in on my website. Hence, I've removed it from here. And then I will download this Excel sheet. Make sense? Now again, guys, for Excel sheet as well, can you see we have so many terminologies? Okay. Uh, Now what will happen is, I'll first make this Excel sheet look little bit better. The columns that I don't need, I've just removed. You guys also don't have to pay attention to them because some columns are related to PPC, like for performance marketing. So you don't have to see that. We just want to see average monthly searches and competition. Okay. So now there are so many keywords. How much? 1498. Okay. I can't use all this keyword for one page. Not possible at all. Okay. So what I'll have to do first thing, and by the way, at a time, I can't optimize my website to be ranked for all this keyword. Not possible. I have to pick best keyword from this. First, I'll try to rank, let's say, to get started with, okay, because you're a new brand and all. To just get started with it, what you can do, let me just do it highest to lowest. So just to get started with it, you pick up like 5 to 10 best keywords, okay, and you give those keyword to some dedicated pages, that okay, this keywords I'll use for this page, this keywords I'll use for that, whatever XYZ page. Now for example, we are talking about face wash for oily skin. So her website, Vijeta's website, will have one page which is only related to face wash and which is only related to oily skin. So there I'll put this keyword. For that page I'll optimize this keyword for, okay, but I still can't optimize all this keyword at one time. It's difficult. So what I'll do, I'll pick up those keywords which are very popular, right? So I can at least get started with this 5 keywords first. And once their ranking improves, I can do some optimization for other keywords as well. But at one go, you can't choose all the keywords and get started. Make sense? Also, guys, over here, when you do Google, I mean, when you use this tool, there are some irrelevant keywords which will still pop up. Okay, when I say irrelevant, now let's say the brand that Vijeta has thought her face wash is, let's say, about 1,000. Okay, now let's say if someone is searching for keyword which says under 1,000, that keyword is not relevant for her brand, right? So what you have to do, you have to first also from this list, okay, if you find any irrelevant keyword, please remove that. Okay, I'm not saying the tool will give you the best of the best keywords. There will be some irrelevancy. Okay, no one can give you the best of the best. There will be some discrepancy, there will be some error, and you have to give a check by yourself instead of blindly relying on the tool. Okay, so let's say, see this, I can search with this word under, and see now there's so many keyword. Like let's say if my product is up about 1,000, there's no point of me optimizing for this keywords, right? Because I'm not even falling into this category, right? So I have to delete it. There's no point of me keeping this. Now again, when I say if my face wash is about 1,000, at least for India location it is bit premium only. So then again, this keyword which has cheap word within it, it is not relevant for me to rank on it because my product is not cheap. What's the point of ranking for it? Correct. So you have to go through this list by yourself, and if you find any irrelevant terminologies, remove it. Also, last but not the least, guys, you are not the only one who will decide what keywords to pick. You have to sit with your manager, you have to sit with your client, and mutually you ideally decide. Okay, it is not that only your opinion would be considered. Yes, you can give some data back number, but your client would have a different opinion because they know the brand well, they know the market well, they know the product and category well more than you. Okay, they are, let's say if that person is a very trained professional, been in the industry for the while, you should take their opinion as well. They might have an insight that probably you wouldn't have, right? Not everything is all data backed, right? There could be some industry insight that they would have. So don't just randomly choose, okay, this has high search volume, hence we'll choose this. You have to take their suggestion, you have to know their insight as well if they have any. You can take that insight before getting into keyword research. So you can sit with your client and understand, okay, if they have any specific insight for the product or the category that is only known in the industry or be known from their research, or anyone who knows the category well. Okay, there are some things that can work that way as well. So you have to mutually decide what keywords you will be picking up, but you have to start small. Like you can't just take all the keywords and say, okay, I'll rank my website for all the keywords. Not possible. Take the most popular one, take 5 to 10 and get started. Clear? Guys, yes, no? Vijita, what have you sent? I really don't know, but what exactly is what you're mentioning over here? till the time she responds to that. Sorry, what's wrong with this? Okay. So I think we are clear with how to do a keyword research. Now this is how you do keyword research with this tool. As I said, if most of you are not able to access this tool, it's very okay. For your project as well, you can refer to Uber Suggest. Uber Suggest doesn't need all this login thing and a lot of technicalities. So again, but it's the same way. Uber Suggest, you go to like search for Uber Suggest. Okay, create your account. I'll also create like a free account just to show it to you guys. If it allows me to do it by Google. I have a lot of. I'll use any of my dummy site, a dummy Gmail ID, because I don't want all those notification. Right. So this is how the tool looks like. Okay. Now here, either you can give your website URL or you can. One second. Where is their keywords suggest sections? Keyword idea. Yeah. Here you can see something called as keyword idea. So you can go over here, okay, give some prompt, same thing, face wash for oily skin, and you can say search. And it will give you a list of keyword in a similar manner. I mean, let this load. But again, I mean, you can. I would say, in case if you're facing problem while log into Google Ads and doing all the steps on Google Ads, or on the Google Keyword Planner tool, then refer to Uber Suggest. For like a fresher, even Uber Suggest would work. But within the industry, people who are sitting at like a very high position and all, they prefer using Google Keyword Planner tool over Uber Suggest. Yeah, these are long tail keyword, Vijeta, that you have added. Those are not keyword, those are ideally questions. You can't call them like keywords, but yeah, like long tail queries. Low competition keywords are efficient. Um, yeah, I mean, see, low competition would mean that less people are focusing on those keyword. Okay, now why less people are focusing on keyword could be that they are inefficient. Okay, like it's not that important or it is not relevant. So I won't just give an answer that okay, yes, it is inefficient. It depends. You have to see that low competition keyword as well. It could be efficient for some people. It's not. Then they don't choose those. Okay, so there's no standard answer that okay, low competition are efficient or not efficient. Let's say if I click on low, now top three face wash for oily skin. It is a proper keyword. There's no problem with the keyword. It's just that in for the location that I have selected, very less people are searching for it. But if it's relevant for you, then you choose it. See guys, what should be your what are the factors you should consider while selecting the keywords? Okay, I would say the first one is the relevancy. That's the main. How relevant it is. Okay. Does it goes with your brand? Does it goes with your category? Does it goes with your pricing? The relevance is the first thing that you should see. Then you go and check its monthly search volume, and then you check its competition. That should be your hierarchy. Okay. So you would say, okay, it has a very low search volume, and it has a very low competition, but the relevancy is correct. Okay, it's just that because you are getting started now, your focus should be ideally first with high. No, first choose all the top keywords, then you go to those keywords. I'm not saying you won't optimize for those keywords, you will, but later on. It will ask me to take like it will ask me to upgrade, take a 7-day free trial. So it's very annoying. I mean, I find all these tools very annoying because they do this kind of gimmicks. Okay, like for a professional, see, again, you guys can use it for project because ideally just for the sake of the project. But all the brands who are working and all, they don't want to go into all this gimmick of 7-day trial and all. No one want to waste their time into all of this. So what they do, either they choose a Google Keyword Planner tool to do their keyword research, or they buy a premium of this tool. Okay, so third party tools will charge you some premium amount to show all the data. Again, after a 7-day free trial, it will ask me to take a proper subscription and all. Right, so hence we prefer either using the Google Keyword Planner tool, or if you're using any third party tool like this, we buy a premium. No one wants to go into all this gimmicky thing. Not gimmicky thing, but it's, I mean, no one has time to do all this, is what I'm trying to say. Clear? I prefer Google Keyword Planner tool. I've been using it for ages. I prefer it. But for you guys, even Uber Suggest will do similar kind of job. It's just that the data, they won't give you that kind of insights. And again, you just saw, right? You have to buy 7-day free trial. Then later on, it will ask you for subscription and all of that. So, I mean, for your project sake, I'll say use Uber Suggest, because you just have to do it for the sake of the project. But when you actually work into this field, the brands, okay, either they'll ask you to use a keyword planner tool, or they'll buy subscription of all these tools like Uber Suggest and all. High traffic, it's not you who can suggest. The data should be something on those lines, Karthik. It's not in your control. That you can't control the keyword will have high traffic and low competition. Ideally, it's very difficult to see something, a data like that, that okay, you are seeing a very how should I say, good search volume but a low competition. You really think the world is that where there's so much search volume and people are not betting on it? Very, how should I say, rarely you will find such situation. Now even in this list we can see all the top, all the one which has high search volume, all are high competition. Because why would anyone lose this opportunity? No. With high search volume comes high competition. Rarely you will see that a keyword has a lot of search volume and the competition is very less. I have rarely seen this. It's like once in a blue moon kind of a thing that you're asking. And you can't control that, Karthik. I mean, it's the control is in the users, not you. How you can control that? That I want keyword which is high traffic but low competition. You are no one to control. And rarely you will see such kind of scenario. Once in a blue moon. See this sheet only. After 50, you are seeing some low and unknown kind. Unknown is something, by the way, for which you can't understand. Like, the platform is still not able to decide what is the competition. But where are you seeing all the keywords are with high search volume has high competition only? Does that answer your question, Karthik? So once in a blue moon is what you're asking for. I mean, the situation that you have wrote. I mean, in such a competitive world, very difficult to find this. Okay, so are we clear with keyword research, guys? Would you be able to do keyword research? So today, do one, like not today, tomorrow. Today it will be too late, but tomorrow, take any random brand, choose one category, go to Uber Suggest and try to do keyword research on by yourself, and then you brainstorm and think, okay, what are the keywords that you would want to pick? But as I said, it is not only you who decide this. There are stakeholders, there are managers, there are client for with you, like you have to take their permission before doing any execution, by the way. If you are someone who has an executive position and all, you'll have to take permission of your senior people out there. Even the managers, even if you're at a manager in your organization, like from an agency side, you'll still talk with the client out there to discuss. And then when you mutually agree, okay, these are the terms that we want to focus on, then you proceed with execution. Everyone, am I clear on how to do keyword research? I want response from everyone. Vijeta, Sarita, Karthik. Okay. What about others? Why I'm not seeing others responding. Okay. Thank you. So, and guys, please practice. You won't remember if you don't practice. So I'll just reiterate to you guys to practice as well. Okay. So we have, by the way, this was how we do keyword research for SEO. For performance marketing, the keyword research is completely different. Okay. So what I've taught you is only SEO customized. Okay. This is not how we do keyword research for other aspect of digital marketing. So don't just assume. Okay. Uh Ashish, for that, I mean, actually, the problem is all my IDs are used. That's the problem. Like all my Gmail IDs have been used. But okay, let me just see 1 minute if there's any ID that I can find out. Give me a moment. I'll just quickly check. because as far as I remember last, I've used all my Gmail ID and I don't have any other ID left out now. But I'll still check. Give me a second. Okay, I found a way to show you creation from scratch. But guys, still, please, I would say be careful when you create your Google Ads. In case if you are using Google Keyword Planner tool and you'll have to create a Google Ads account, be very vigilant. Okay, reason being, Google Ads is a platform which advertiser use to run ads, and we have it asks you to add your payment details and all. Please don't do it. If it asks you to add payment details, be very vigilant, be very careful. Hence I'm recommending for you guys to not to access it. But I'll just show you few things in case if you're doing it. Like I'll create a new Google Ads account from scratch from here. Okay, so it will ask you first thing your business name and your website. Okay, so just because you are creating an account, you can write a random business name. Okay, if you want, it's optional, so you can skip it. Okay, and then you have to give your website URL. Now it is mandatory. Okay, so what many students do for their practice purpose, they give any random website URL. Okay, until unless you're not giving any payment detail, it won't deduct any money, so you can give any website, random website URL as well over here. Okay, if you don't own a website, if you don't own a website or if you don't own a brand. But if you own a website, own a brand, give that detail only. It's just in a case that you don't own a website and a brand, then you can give any random website URL. It's just that because the problem will only occur when you give a payment details to them. Okay, that's when the account might start deducting money and all. So that's the, how should I say, the dangerous part of the account creation. So here I've just given my website URL. Now it will ask me some questions over here. Don't ask me to explain all of this because it's a different topic altogether. I won't ask, like, you can just keep this thing the way it is and you can say next. Now all these things that are coming up, there's an option to skip, so you have to skip once, then again you have to skip twice, and then again you're skipping it thrice, and then fourth time. So four times I've skipped, and I will say leave campaign creation. Campaign creation is basically you're creating ad. We don't have to do it, so I've said leave campaign creation. Here, all this account details should be as per the country where you reside in. If you're not residing in India, then please choose another country, another time zone, and another currency. Okay, I'm just keeping it the way it is because I reside in India. I'll say continue. Okay, never so Google Ads pushes you to run ads, and they tell you that will give you all this 20,000 for free and all. Don't fall into that gimmick. This free amount you only get when you spend certain amount. Okay, so you'll think, oh, we have got 20,000 free, we'll spend. No, they'll ask you to spend some money. Over that they'll deduct that 20,000 and something on those, and so please never get into that. uh, Now you have to create your payment profile. Now for me it's already created, but I'll change it and I'll show you how to create it. So here, like, you have to write your organization name, your name. So my organization name is like Gayatri Impact, so I'll just write it. My name, address, you can just write some like dummy thing, not necessary you have to give like a detailed address. Where's my state? Okay, okay, so just give that detail. Now, okay, till here it's okay. This thing, payment method, okay, always choose bank transfer. Never choose credit, debit, UPI, net banking, because it will ask you to add your payment details. Then, like, if I choose credit, I have to give this. Okay, if I choose UPI, again it will ask me to do give some detail. Net banking also ask you to some detail. So always choose bank transfer because you're not giving any bank detail. You're just choosing a method. Okay, still you're not giving any details to them. Okay, you have to agree to Google terms and policy. No personalized guidance. Submit. Guys, I'm not asking you to do it. I'm still recommending Uber suggest, just in case someone who can take responsibility without making any payment, giving any payment detail. If you are that vigilant, then only you use it. Otherwise, please don't, because I won't take that ownership that you guys did something wrong, you gave some payment detail, your money got deducted, and you come back to me for that. I'm not taking that responsibility, hence I'm not promoting it as well. Okay, so now I have to say complete. By the way, this bank transfer information is of Google's brand. Okay, it's not my bank information. I haven't given my bank information to them. I'll say complete, and my account is created. Okay, and then it will ask me two question. Is your organization an advertising agency? If you're not an advertising agency, say no. It will ask you who pays for ads. So obviously you have to say we will pay in case in future if we are running ads. Okay. Last but not the least, this is how your account gets created. Once your account gets created, always go to the billing section and see it should show 00. Your available fund should be 0. There shouldn't be any payment method. This should be completely blank like this. If it shows some fund, if it shows some payment details, cancel your account there and there itself. But you, if you only follow the steps, but still I would say, because you guys are new to the industry, I don't recommend you guys to do it. Use Uber suggest, that is fine. Don't take such kind of risk, because I am not taking responsibility on your behalf in case you do some mistake with respect to payment method and all. So today we'll just discuss on page. I don't think we have time to discuss other aspects of SEO. So today we'll just be focusing on page. So let's just concentrate on this part. Okay, I'll just go put this down. Now the second part is your meta title. Okay, now you have to fix your meta title. By the way, all these things, that optimization that that I'm writing over here, needs to be done individually for each page on your site. Okay, this is not that you're doing overall for your site. This process you will have to repeat for each page. Whatever page you want to rank, for each page you have to repeat this step. You're not doing bulk optimization, you're doing this optimization for each page. Okay, could be your home, could be your about us, could be your category, but for every page you have to repeat this process. It is not bulk optimization. So let's say in our case we have done the keyword selection. Now meta title. Okay, so for meta title, guys, you, what you'll have to do, you'll have to create a meta title. Now how do you, first thing, how do you write a meta title? What are the rules? Okay, so rules to write your meta title is, first thing, incorporate the keyword selected in the meta title. Okay, the character limit should be around 60, because if you exceed more than 60, it will look something like, let me show you this. Can you see this? So like if you're exceeding the character limit, it's not a problem, but then your entire title won't be reflected and it would look like dot dot dot. Okay, so you can, the recommended is like you stand between, like, 40 to 60. Okay, and then lastly you make it unique. So now what you have to do is, you have to sit with your content team. Okay, so you have to sit with your content team, give them the keywords, and you give them this guideline that, okay, put this keyword, whatever sentence you're creating, put this keyword within it, make sure that it is under the character limit, and last but not the least, make it unique. Okay, now it's, they are the one who will brainstorm. You can help them with brainstorming. Like you can use a pipeline like this to, like, if you don't want a big sentence, you can divide that sentence by using pipeline like this. You can add some pricing detail. It is up to you how you can make it unique, because this is what the user would see before clicking. So if this is not good, if this is not attractive, there's a good chance less people will click on your link, right? Once your meta title is created, once your content team gives you the meta title, and it, again, by the way, all these things, any content you're creating, okay, whether you are not the one who's writing, you're sitting with a content writer who will write it for you, it has to go through client approval. Okay, you can't, like, see, even when you're at a higher position, it is your job to show it to the final stakeholder. Okay, because you make changes without their permission. If something goes wrong, it will fire back on you. So you have to, and especially when you're at a junior executive position, you have to speak to your manager, show it to your client. There are many stakeholders who are involved. Okay, like not everyone, not everything is in your control. Especially for a bigger brand, you have to go through a process, right? Probably for a smaller brand, there'll be only one or two people whom you want to speak to. For a bigger brand, there are people involved. Okay, so the content team will give you the final sentence. Okay, she will create that final sentence, whatever it is for you. Then you have to give to your web developer if it's a coded website, guys. Okay, if it's a coded website, your web developer can only implement this. You can't implement this. They will put this sentence at the back end of their coding. Okay, but if again it's made, if the website is created on WordPress, Shopify and all, you can make the changes. But again, if it's a bigger brand, they will usually take help of web, because you don't have time, right? So you will take the help of the developer only to make the changes. Okay, am I clear, guys? Yes, no? Now let me just show you few technical aspects. Okay, so let me see if I can, because every website has a different backend coding. Okay, by the way, whenever you want to see a website's backend coding, you can just see, right click, and you can say view page source. This is how like a backend coding looks like. It's very complicated, but see this. Okay, so can you see this? This is their meta title. This, like, I'll duplicate this page. Okay, from here I can go back, and can you see the exact line? Health insurance, buy medical insurance plan at the rate 10 rupee per day. They have wrote the same thing. So this is not added, or like this is added at the back end of the coding. So would you be able to make this? No, you don't know coding, you can't make it. And again, no one expects an SEO person to make it, until unless, as I said, there would be some exceptionals out there. Clear with meta title? By the way, how to write a meta title on platform like WordPress, Shopify, and all, we'll discuss later. Okay, I'll show it to you, but not today. We are just understanding the concept. Implementation part we'll show you later. Okay, let's move to the next part, which is your meta description. Okay, so now meta description, again, what are the rules? Incorporate the keywords, very important. See, keyword incorporation is there everywhere. Okay, then character limit can go around, guys, 90 to 120. That's the max. And then again, you have to make it unique. Add your USP, add your offer, anything that can make your description sound different. Okay, so now here they have wrote, can you see, compare and buy. They have, like, now again, to make it very interesting, rather than writing in sentence, they use the stick mark point, and they are writing their USP, like cashless hospitalization. The keyword is there, USP is also there, right? Again, the same process. Give your keyword, whatever keyword you want to use for the description, give it to the content writer. They will write it for you, they will give it to you. Again, if you don't follow the character limit, it will go like this, dot dot dot. Okay, again, at the back end, if you want to see this, so to see the coding part, whatever page you're visiting, guys, you have to say right click, and you have to click on view page source. If you want to see the backend coding for any website, just right click and say view page source, you'll see the backend coding. Okay, now coming back, what is image alt tag? Now, all, ideally every website will have some pictures. Okay, now what happens is, when your crawlers, okay, when your bots and crawlers come on your website to crawl your site, they can understand text, but for them it is very difficult to understand a picture. Okay, so hence, at the back end of every picture, you have to explain what does it mean, so for the, so that the crawler can understand it in a better way. Second thing, when your website loads, okay, the first thing that appears is text. So let's say your website speed is very less and your picture is not appearing. till the time your picture doesn't appear, at least the user should see the text. You might have seen that times when the picture doesn't load and it shows some sentences over there. That is nothing but which is image alt text. Image alt text, I mean alt means alternative text. Basically you're just trying to explain what this picture means, okay, so that the crawlers and bot can understand it. And second use cases, if your website doesn't, like it's taking some time to load, it impacts your picture. So till the time your picture doesn't load, at least the user can see the alternative text over there. Are we clear what does this mean? Guys, did you understood the importance of image alternative text? The image alternative text is nothing but you are just explaining what does the picture means. Okay, now like just to show you, this is a picture, right? So at the back end, if I say alt is equal to, they have just explained that picture. Okay, now uh you see, you don't have to explain every picture. Like this is like a proper picture, but there are some decorative pictures. Now what are decorative pictures? Let's say you'll have a plain banner over here. I'm just saying, like randomly, okay, just for decorative perspective, you have kept a pink plain banner. You don't have to explain that. Okay, you only have to what you can do at the back end of that, you can say alt is equal to na or none, because it doesn't have any explanation, right? Not like for a decorative picture you can just say none or na, but like for a proper picture like this and this, at the back end of your code, like at the back end of the picture, you have to write the alternative text. Okay, so now again, for alternative text, you can ask the content writer to give you an alternative text, pass on that alternative text to your developer, they will put it at the back end of the picture. Are we clear? Now if possible, okay, not mandatorily, but if possible, add the keyword within the alternative text if possible. I'm not saying it's mandatory, only if you think that the keyword and the picture is kind of relevant, then try within whatever the sentence that you're writing to explain the picture, write your keyword as well. If it is not possible, don't fit it unnecessarily. Correct. And major more than user, guys, it is for your crawlers and bots. They find they can understand text, it's very difficult for them to understand a picture. So if you don't put a, see guys, by the way, if you don't follow any of these aspects, it will decrease your ranking. And this is what that crawler checks when when they come to your site to crawl and all, they check all of these things. They are not just scanning just for content, they see how SEO friendly your website is, so they will do all these checks. Clear? Are we clear till third point, guys? Yes, no, anything? Okay. Fourth is your URL structure. Now, what is URL structure? Very simple. Just keep an eye on this, okay? So, whatever page I will visit, that page name would be added over here. For example, if I go to personal care page, can you see it takes me to the personal care is mentioned over here, okay? If I go to this blog, can you see manicure pedicure kit, it is mentioned over here. If I go back, if I go to this page, body oil, it is reflecting over here. What exactly we are trying to say is, whatever page you take the user to, it should direct that page thing, that page detail should be mentioned in the URL as well. Now here in the case of health insurance, you would see that the keyword is health insurance, right? So that this keyword is there in the title, it's there in the description, and it's there in the URL as well. Like if I open this, can you see? So whatever page you're taking the user to, it should reflect on your URL as well. And this is what we mean by URL structure. Now again, this is something that your website developer can do. Okay, they can code it in a way that whatever page a user would visit, it will automatically reflect at the top as well. And not any random thing shouldn't be shown. So if I go to term insurance, the term insurance thing should show. Okay, there are times when you will see a very it imperfect URL, it will show some percentage sign, some dollar sign, something different. No. Google, if the bot and the crawlers find out that your URL structure is not proper, again your ranking will get will get lower. Not website address. Okay, your website address is ideally only till .com. Okay, this is, how should I say, structure. Like, basically, each page you take the user to, that page name should be reflected at the top within your URL structure. It is more of like a structure. Address is ideally only till .com is your address. These are all extensions. Like, these are all sub further parts of your domain. So don't call this like an address ideally. Hence we call this as URL structure. Yeah, you can call this an extension, like the further part of your URL. Clear? So again, this is something that your web developer can fix. Keyword density, I think I've already spoken about this. I've already told you, like, you have to put your keywords, but only at a certain limit, which is 1 to 3% of the total word count. I've already mentioned about this. Okay, if you go beyond this, it will be considered as keyword stuffing. Yeah, it's a you. So okay, like, see, this is called as domain www.policybazaar.com. Okay, and this is like called as the overall URL or URL structure. Clear? Guys, are we clear till like this pointers? Meta title, meta description, image alt tag, URL structure, keyword density. Okay, let's go next. Anchor text. Now, what is anchor text? Okay, anchor text is something like, let me find out one for you guys. Mm-mm. Okay, I won't find. I'll take another site. This will take a lot of time if I keep on loading like this. Okay, can you see this? Can you see this? Right, those orange word. Did you saw this? Right, this is what you call as anchor text. Anchor text are basically, guys, keywords. Okay, like, basically you are just trying to highlight that important keyword, and you are giving hyperlinking a URL to it. Basically, hyperlinking is, if I click over here, it will take me to another page of the same brand. This is what we call as anchor text. So on your website, if there's some important keyword, you can highlight it. Okay, like, you might have seen this in lot in blue. Like, if you go to any normal news website and all, you'll see a lot of words which are highlighted in blue, and if you click on it, it takes you to the another page of the site, right? So this is what you call as anchor text. Okay, now why do we do this? Basically, to highlight some important words. Now, this is something which is grabbing attention, right? And if I click on it, it takes me to the other page of the same brand. Now, what this brand did, it's very interesting. Okay, now this is a brand who have different hostel chains. Okay, backpacker, basically it's all for backpackers out there who are doing traveling and all. Okay, so what this brand do, because they have multiple properties, they write blogs about places to visit and all. Okay, for example, they wrote a place, there's a place in India called as Kodaikanal. Okay, and they're saying like, okay, what is new in Kodaikanal and all of that. Or let's say this one, festival in January in India 2026. If I open this blog, they're telling me, okay, what are the festivals and out there. Okay, now what they're trying to do, somewhere on the middle of this, they are like, they're educating you. Like, clearly you can see they're educating me that, okay, what are the festivals I should see in the month of Jan in India. So it's an education, but within that education, they're promoting their brand as well. Like, for example, here See this. They're saying, okay, like asking me to experience Pongal, and they're telling me, okay, where to experience it? It's in Tamil Nadu, and they're saying, okay, we also have a property in Tamil Nadu. So, like, if I click over here, it is showing. It takes me to their property page. Does that make sense? Vijeta, everything is an on-page SEO. We are still discussing on-page SEO. All of these aspects are part of on-page SEO only, like meta title, meta description, image or tag, URL structure, keyword density, anchor text. All of this is on-page SEO only. But guys, did you understood what is anchor text? Everyone, yes, no. Guys, the reason I'm asking after every part because I don't want you to miss out on anything. Thanks for confirming. Karthik, anchor text is basically when in your main content, if there are any important keywords, okay, you can highlight them like this, the way they have done this, and the other part of anchor text is you have to give a URL of other page on your site. So basically, what happens, like if I'm reading this blog and if I see this highlighted keywords, when I click on this, it will also promote other pages on your site. Can you see? So when I click on this, it is also promoting other pages on the site. It is also promoting me to check their property. Okay. And by the way, this concept is also called as internal linking. Internal linking is basically, guys, see, if a user comes on your site, you can try to promote other pages on your site as well. So you want, because you want people to spend a lot of time on your website, obviously, right? Like why you don't want people, like, it's a very obvious scenario that you want people to spend a lot of time on your site. So what we have to do is we can do some internal linking. Internal linking is this only. Okay. So internal linking is like okay, so here they have just done internal linking in a very indirect manner. You can do it in a direct manner. How? So like Nika was doing this. So this is like anchor text where you're highlighting your keywords, and you're also promoting your other internal pages. But like if you want to do a direct internal linking, what you can do, like after every your pages, okay, can you see, you may also like, and they're directly promoting their other pages over here. So like if I read this blog, I can go and check this. So it's an internal linking. They are just taking me from one page to another page so that I can spend some more time, I can get some more information, and I might purchase. Clear? And there's something called as external linking. Now what is external linking? See this. In external linking, guys, you're promoting someone else's website. Okay, so now this brand, what they did, see this. Ideally, if I see, can you see, it's taking me to some another page altogether. So now why they would have done that? See, it could be that the brand have reached out to them. So like this Jaipur Literature Festival would might have reached out to this brand asking that, okay, if you're writing any blog, would you mind mentioning our brand within it somewhere? So see, they have done external linking. Internal linking is you are taking user from one page of your site to other page of your site. External linking is you are taking user from your site to someone else's site. Okay, are we clear? Now, they might have done this because this brand would have approached them. Okay. Similarly, they have promoted other pages as well. I would have seen it over here. Okay. Jaipur Literature Festival you have opened. No, this is internal linking again. So they have done two, like, see how many linkings they have done over here. This is internal linking. This is internal linking. This is external linking over here. Again, these two are internal linking. And lastly, the top one was external linking. So external linking, taking to someone else's website. Internal linking, you're taking them to the pages from your sites only, to your own other pages. Clear? Guys, are we clear with concept of anchor text, internal linking, external linking. So I'll take the last part of on page and then I'll stop. Okay. The last part is H1 tags. Okay. Now, what are H1 tags, guys? Basically, your website, okay, will have multiple headlines. Like this is one headline, this is a sub headline, this is a sub headline. Now, again, the crawlers want to know the structure of your content. Okay, so now they can't understand. They won't understand what is main headline, what is sub headline, what is sub headline. So what the search engines have told you, that give them a tag. Let's say if it's a main headline, call them H1. If it's a sub headline, call them H2. If it's a sub headline, call it H3, so that they can understand the structure of your site. Okay. Now how let me see if their coding is okay. Their coding is different, so I won't show it. I won't be able to show it over here. I can show it to you on this page. Okay. Now see this. This is the main headline for this brand. Okay. So here at the back end of the coding, we can see H1 is equal to. And wait, I'm not sure why it's not reflecting today. H1. Yeah, wait, it's here, but it's very difficult to show it to you guys in this manner. Let me find one more option. Otherwise, okay. See, I have found it out for you guys. Give me a second. Because H1 they have wrote it in a very complicated way. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Wait. It again. There's some issue with the code. It's reflecting, but like when I search. Okay, so ideally, I mean, to see this code very properly, we have to like extend a lot and then we'll be able to see it. And we can't even see. So there are times when the brand doesn't disclose the entire code. So I'll just try to show you like the H1 thing is there, but it's at the bottom. Okay, can you see H1, H1, H1? Now, because this is the main title, the subtitle is this, right? So they might have given H2 to this. Now, how to see this? You can search for H2 and that's the problem. The code is breaking. But anyway, see this. Can you see? Was this H2 says lineage leap sleeping marks? Is it not lineage sleep leap sleeping marks? So they have given H2 to this. Now this would also be an H2 because this is still a sub headline. Okay, I believe they might have given H2 to this as well. So we can see again what all comes under H2. See this. All this product name. Sorry. Can you see? All this H2, Indie Wild, L'Oreal Paris. Because why? This is a main headline and this are a sub headline. So because it is only second part of the headline, so they have given the title for all the product name as H2, not H3. Okay. Let's see if they have any H3 given. I'm not sure. No, there's no H3 as such given to a particular title. So basically, head H1 tags are nothing but at the back end of the code you have to tell the crawlers that which is a main headline, which is a sub headline, and if you have a sub headline, you have to give it H3, H4 accordingly. If you don't do this, again the crawlers won't understand the hierarchy of your content. Okay, so if they don't understand the hierarchy, again they'll drop your ranking. For this as well, your developer will do the execution. You can't do it. Okay, for coded website guys, for any coded website guys, you can't do any of this execution. For content, take help of content writers to execute it, to implement it. Your developer would do it. Your role is to find out the loopholes. Okay, so you are the one who will find out these loopholes and who will try to do it. I can't see the picture clearly, Dipti. And guys, very important thing, the backend coding is very different for each website. We can't read the backend coding of every other website. Okay, so if you're not able to find out, that means, see, every coding is done in a very different way. Even I don't come from that, I'm not a coder to figure out a backend coding for each website. So what you are trying to say over here, I'm not able to understand. Uh, Deepti, but the whole point is, see, if it's a coded website, some website will be able to figure out, some website you won't be able to find out the loophole. Hence we use third party tools to do the auditing for it. Yes, Dipti, but only for some website you'll be able to do it. For many website, they don't disclose you the entire coding part. Okay, not every website does that. So like, for this as well, there might be some limitation, is what trying to say. Okay, if you try to say view page source as well, they might have made the structure in a very different way. So you can't, like, we are not a web developer to, and it's not our job as well, by the way. The reason I'm trying to show it to you is because you should just know some basic point that how to see the backend. But we don't do it this way. It's very time consuming. Imagine I want to do an audit and I'm doing it for each of the page in this way, it will take ages for me to do. So there are tools in the market to, for us to figure out these things, and that's where we do auditing. So when I say auditing, we take help of third party tools to find out any loopholes on the site. Okay, we don't do this manually, we don't do this kind of manual check at all. It's time consuming, it's waste of time. So there are third party tools in the market which we use to find out all these loopholes. So that tool will let me know, okay, for this website, is the meta title correct or not? Does they have a proper URL structure or not? Do they have a proper h1 tags or not? Okay, because you, as an SEO person, every website coding is very different, very complicated, and there's no point spending time on it when you have tools in the market to do it for you. Clear? So hence I won't ask you guys to go and manually check like this. I was just trying to show it to you so that you can understand the concept better. But we don't do it this way. We take help of auditing tools, which I will teach tomorrow, not today. But I hope you understood the gist. Can you see it's done? So now my website says veganbytes0.wordpress.com. Okay. And this is how the free, now this is the free side of WordPress. Okay. Now, how both of these things are different. Okay. How the paid one is different than the free one. Yeah, but again, guys, it's up to you. Like, my some of my friends, see, honestly, it also based on a lot of personal experience. Some of my friends had a very good experience with GoDaddy, but I didn't had that, right? So I did my own testing, and then I got very comfortable with buying on from Namecheap. Okay, but there is Namecheap, Hostinger, GoDaddy, all of them are good, but you have to find, like, which you are more comfortable with. I have bought from GoDaddy as well in the past, but I faced some problem with the support, and then I was like, okay, next time I won't renew from here, right? So again, but I had heard different story as well. So I mean, I'm not saying that you just follow what I'm trying to say, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to buy domain and hosting, you can buy from any of the three platforms. My personal experience has been good with Namecheap, that's the only thing. Okay, now let's just understand, guys, on, so this is the paid WordPress website, not paid WordPress website, but here I've bought proper domain and hosting, and this is a free one. Now, first thing first, guys, very important thing that you can't do in the free one is you can't use any plugins. Okay, can you see it says upgrade? Okay, like I can't use any of the plugins. Now, what is plugin? Okay, very important thing. That's like, how should I say, plugin is like heart of WordPress. uh Imagine you have a phone, okay, and you have apps. So why do you use apps on your phone? To use different functions, right? Same is the use case of plugin on WordPress. Okay, like if you don't have plugins, you can't create a good website. Okay, you can create an average page, but if you want to create a really good website, you will need plugins. Okay, so imagine plugins is like app of your phone. Okay, the function of plugin is like app. You use one app for net banking, you use one app for WhatsApp, you have one app. Like, imagine if there's no app in your phone, how would you use your phone? You'll just make a call or you'll just message, right? But there are a lot of other functionalities that you won't be able to use. See, that's the use case of plugin. Okay, so when you buy a proper domain and hosting, you get an option to use different plugins, okay, which is not available in the free one, and hence in the free one you can't create like a very solid website. Did you understood this? What is plugin? Like, just imagine plugin is like the way you have apps in your phone. Same, that's the use case of plugin on WordPress. Okay, now let me just go one by one on the plugins part because that's very important. Okay, so here on my personal website here, I have installed a lot of plugins. Okay, so if I go to the plugin sections, let this load. And guys, you don't have to go into so much detail. Okay, I'm just giving you like an idea of what WordPress is, because in future if you're working for a small business brand and all, and they have a WordPress website and they ask you only to do some changes, you should know how it looks like. Okay, so here can you see all these are all plugins that I have installed for different feature on my site. Okay, and trust me, there are many plugins in the market, each has their own role. Okay, now what are the plugins that I personally use a lot, and what are the functions that it provides on my site? So first one for SEO. Okay, so first plugin is for SEO. So for SEO I use all in one SEO and then Yoast SEO. Okay, now these two plugins help me to make my website SEO friendly. Okay, I'll show you how, but later on. Then I use one plugin called as WP Form. This helps me to create like a form. Like, form is basically where one can go and fill up their details. Okay, then I use plugin like Elementor. Now this Elementor plugin will help me. Yeah, Elementor. So now see, like again on WordPress, when you create like a basic website doesn't look good. So if I want to add some how should I say, like this is more to use to design your website. Okay, when I say design your website, I'll show you like what do I mean exactly. When you'll see, you'll understand it in a better way. Then I use something called as Monster Insight. Now Monster Insight plugin is used to connect Google Analytics. Okay, then I use something called as Google Sitekit. Google Sitekit is basically a plugin which can help me connect all Google platforms to my WordPress account. Like if I want to connect my Google Search Console, or again Google Analytics, there are many Google platforms that we usually use in digital marketing. And if I want to connect any of those platforms to my website, I use this particular plugin called as Google Sitekit. Okay, uh, then there, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you which are the important one. Okay, there's something called as Akismet. Now this is more for spam. So, and I think the rest, I mean there are many plugins in the market. Okay, I'm just telling you the good one that I use most of the time, and these are like some basic plugins that I use. Okay, if I even if you use this much plugin, trust me, your website will look good. You will be able to do a lot of optimization with the help of this plugins. Okay, now the only roadblock for the free one is you can't use it. Like if you want to, then you'll have to buy. Can you see 790 per month? Now here in the free one, it's asking you to buy the plugin separately. But when you buy like a proper domain and hosting, you don't have to pay. I didn't paid any separate money to install any of this plugin. It is all free for me, and it will be free for you as well if you buy like a proper domain and hosting. Am I clear, guys, so far? So then I can go move forward and I can show you how does it look like, how what are the different functions and all. Guys, yes, no? Okay, now let's just see how each of this what are different sections. I'll show you in the paid one and I'll show you in the free one as well. Okay, so starting with okay, let's say when you go to WordPress, the first common thing is you will create pages of for your sites. Okay, so now on your WordPress you have something called as page. Okay, and you also have something called as post. It is there on the free one as well. Okay, so free one also has post and pages. What is post, what is pages? Okay, pages is basically this, like, so these are all pages: about us page, contact us page, thank you page. Okay, all of these are called as pages. Okay, but then what is post? Post is nothing but blogs. Okay, so if you are writing any blogs for your brand, then add it in the post section. And if you are creating standard pages like about us and all of that, create it in the page section. Okay, so on WordPress, whenever you write a blogs, you write it in the post section, and whenever you create like your standard pages, you add it in the page section. Okay, now how one can, now the way you can create the post, I mean the steps of creating posts and page is same, so I'll just show you like one of this. Now let's create one over here in the free one. So I'll go to pages. Okay, and I'll say here there's an option to say add page. By the way, it's a very easy tool. You just have to edit things, like no coding, nothing required. It's just like you should be good with framing and designing your site. Okay, so now here, can you see this plus sign? Okay, so this plus sign will help you, and when you say browse all, see this, these are all blogs that basically these are all segments that you can use while you create your site. Okay, now let's say if I want to have a heading, so I'll scroll over here like this. I want a para below that, I'll put para like this. Let's say I want a table below that, I'll put table like this, and then I just have to edit the details. Okay, so let's say I want to add a title over here. I can say you know protein rich vegan options. Okay, something on those lines, right? I can write my heading, subheading over here. I want to create some table, I can do that. If I want to add some pictures, I have a section of pictures separately over here that I can drag and drop. But this is how your site would look like you can't do any designing, anything of that sort. It's just that you can use all these different blocks, and you can insert your details over here. Okay, that's what like you do in the free one. Now, in the paid one also, we have this feature only. But as I said, I take help of plugins to create my site. Okay. So now, if I show you one of my page, okay, now can you see it's asking me to edit my page, and there's a section called as edit with Elementor. So when I created my page, I didn't create it this way. I used a plugin called as Elementor to frame my website. Now, how Elementor is different than this one? I'll say edit with Elementor to show you how exactly it looks like. Okay, so now in Elementor, guys, there are a lot of features that I get. Okay, so starting with, one second. So can you see all this widget section like grid? And also grid is basically I can divide my page into multiple sections. Okay, I don't want to make changes to my page, otherwise I'll get scolded by my family member by if I make some major changes. But the amount of layouts and options that I have in the Elementor is, there's like plenty of option compared to what standard options that I have over here. Okay, so like in Elementor, I mean this has created in a very basic way, but I can change this background color, I can change the text style, everything. Like, can you see there's an option of content, there's an option of changing the typography to color to everything. There are some advanced setting as well. So basically you can edit it the way you want to, but here there are a lot of limited options. Okay, I'm not saying that you can't create it on this particular thing, you can, but the options that you get in Elementor, or like plugins like Elementor, and the options that you get when you are creating your website, like with the free section, the free section has very limited options. Okay, uh so hence, like again, the paid, when you buy like a proper domain and hosting, you can install such kind of plugins for free. You don't have to pay for any of this plugin, and you can create like a very good decent website, is what I'm trying to say. Now I will go back because I don't want to make any edits, I'll get scolded otherwise. So let's just like go back. Okay, so now let's say I'll just try to create this page completely. Let me just like create a decent one over here, otherwise this will look very bad. So we don't want actually this, so I'll just say delete. Wait 1 second. I think I have created an about us page last time, so we can just see that only. So let's say I say about us. I can change this. Sorry guys, there's some issue with the site. Me just add a page again. Let me take some content. I'll just try to replicate what's over here. So let's say I want to create the same thing because I don't have a content right now. So I can just copy paste this, put it over here. Okay, now this time, what are the blocks that I want here? Now it's a line, right? So I would say para. Okay, so whatever sections you want, you just have to like drag and drop it over there. So let's say this is the content I want. I'll just put it over here. Okay, again, next what I want is a headline, right? So again, I'll say a headline at the bottom. So I can't create all this section. Now can you see, like, it's very limited here. I can't put all this section that okay, this should have some color. I can, like, I'm not saying that I won't be able to make any changes, but like again, not a lot of features available is what I'm trying to say. Like, if even if I like edit this, wait, let me just first put all the content that I have, and then we'll do the editing part. So let's say this is a picture. Now, here again, guys, I can't make something like this. This, like, if I want a picture over here and a content over here, it's very difficult for me to do it. Okay. Like, I don't have a option to grid it or like to divide it. Okay. There's one option that we have over here which says picture plus text, but I never use this feature only because I have always relied on plugins to make my website look very good. But let me see if there's too high. Yeah, this is like we have like one option. You can use it if you would want to. So like here you can choose how you want your column to look like. I want something like this. So here I can put my picture. So I can say okay, I want a picture over here. And in the second one I can say okay, I want a text over here, so I'll say para. This is how I can divide. But can you see it's not expanded? Like the way this looks expanded, this will still have this blank space available only. I can't do anything about that. So let's say if I don't, let me just do it for you guys and put it over here. I'll remove this part. Okay. For picture, let me just save this and use this one only. Desktop, save. Desktop, this. See, now again, to cut crop this picture, to expand this picture, it will take a lot of time to edit, and there's good chance that it won't get edited. So the problem with the free one is it's very difficult to organize that site. I mean, you can create like a very basic one, but to like create something like this, I have created entire page with the help of Elementor. And if it's a coded website, no one would ask you to do that either. Are we clear, guys? So the my whole point is to not teach you how to create a website, by the way. Okay, I just wanted to show you what is the difference between a free website, free WordPress website, and the one where you actually buy a domain and a hosting. Okay, now I'll move towards the SEO part. My guys, I mean, no one would ask you to create like a website and all. Like in my 7 years of my career, no one has asked. I've not heard anyone doing that. Okay, there are web developers sitting in the market. This is the only reason you should know WordPress backend is because you should know, like, if someone asks you to make some changes with respect to SEO, or someone asks you that okay, can you just go and make some changes with respect to SEO, you should just know the basic of it, not the designing, nothing of that sort. Okay, now let's go back. Now how would I make this oh shit, okay, sorry, I closed my. Now how do I make my website SEO friendly is what we will be discussing. Enough of website creation. Okay, so I'll take one of my page for which I can do SEO implementation, and I can show you how does it look like. Let me do this for my about us page because I don't think I've done a lot of SEO work over here. Now I'll say edit. Okay, and okay, so guys, you would see, can you see this AIEO SEO setting and Yoast SEO? So basically, guys, these are two plugins. I'm starting with the plugin part. Now, these are two, how should I say, OG plugins that many of the people who create their website on WordPress use to make their website SEO friendly. Now, what exactly this plugin does is it tells you that what are some corrections that your page required with respect to SEO. Okay, so now first thing, can you see it is showing me how my, for this about us page, how my preview would look like. Okay, so if someone on Google goes and search for Gayatri Impacts about us, okay, this is how my preview would look like on mobile, and this is how it will look on desktop. Okay, and it clearly looks that it has not been optimized because if you see there's no meta description, even the meta title is not that great. Okay, so here if I go down, there's an option of SEO analysis, and can you see it is letting me all the problems which I have on my this particular page with respect to SEO. Okay, and I have to fix most of them. The only good thing they have told, and they'll also tell you what are the good things. Okay, I have images, which is good. I have done some internal linking, which is good, right? I have a proper text length. My title is also fine. But then there are a lot of problems as well, if you could see. Okay, so for example, I can just show you one by one to see if the things get changed. So starting from meta description, okay, it says please add both a key phrase and a meta description containing the key phrase. Okay, so what is key phrase? First thing, key phrase is what is your keyword for which you're optimizing this page for. Okay, so let's say my keyword is my brand name only. Okay, hypothetically I'm saying this, but obviously you have to first decide like what are the keywords for which you're optimizing this page for. Okay, so for me it's my brand name only, so I've just wrote like Gayatri Impex. Okay, now if you could see over here, there's no meta description, so I have to write my meta description. Okay, what I'll do, I'll take my meta description from my about us page only. So let's say this. Okay, now it is giving me a orange sign, that means I'm exceeding the character limit. Okay, so I'll basically I'll have to edit it and I'll have to make it in somewhere between in green. Okay, let me just make some edit right now. Obviously I'll take a help of a content writer to do this. It's not my job, but just to like to show you some implementation, we can do it right now quickly. um Let me see if it has been corrected. Key phrase. Okay, so now guys, it is corrected. Okay, it's just that it says that my, can you see the meta description is over 156 character. To ensure the entire description will be visible, you should reduce the length. Okay, so I still have to reduce the length. But I can change this title, I can call it something else as well. Okay, it's up to me. Now what are other problem it is telling me? um Now again, ideally, because this content whatever that I've wrote on my site is not SEO friendly. Okay, so now what it is telling me over here, that key phrase in introduction, your key phrase or its synonyms do not appear in the first para. Okay, so when I say first para, they want me to repeat it multiple times. Okay, so now it's not there, so it's asking me to embed it. Now obviously for me to do that, I'll have to change the entire content altogether, so I have to rephrase my entire content based on the recommendation. Okay, now it is telling me there's only one h1. One h1 is like there's only like one main title. It is asking me that okay, I can add more title, okay, to my page. So again, see, ideally you don't have to just follow all the recommendation that they're giving. Some of them are recommend, like some of them are which are important, just use it. Like for example, meta title, having a good meta title, meta description is very important, so you should have that. Okay, but you, I mean, if it's asked something like this, that okay, there's only one title, please add more title, see if it's feasible for you, not necessarily like you have to have it. Okay, are we clear? Did you understood like how this plugins play a role? Okay, now let me just, okay, what were the other things that I've told you on page? I'll try to show you each one of this over here. So we have seen meta title, how to fix it, meta title, meta description. Okay, then I also talked about image alt. Okay, if you remember. So now for image alt, this is my picture. Okay, so now what we do, how do we put the image alt? We don't get an option to put the image alt in the plugins. Okay, so what we usually do, we go to our media sections. Okay, and in media section, by the way, I'm not saving this because I have to do, I mean, this description is also not good. I've just randomly wrote something very pathetic, so I'll have to sit and I'll have to brainstorm. You don't just randomly go and edit it. Okay, so now, to, by the way, to add your image alt tag, what you should always do is you go to your media, and okay, so what is that picture that has been used for it? Let's say, okay, by the way, here it has all the pictures that I've used on my site. Okay, now let's say I'll have to go and find out this one, which will take some time. But anyways, just to show you how does the image alt how do you add the image alt text? Whatever picture you upload, okay, Can you see this box? This is where you have to put your image alt text, basically alternative text. Learn how to describe the purpose of the image. Here just you need to explain what the picture means, and that's it. That's how you put your image alt tag. So always what you have to do, whatever pictures you will be using on your website, just upload everything in the media section, and for each picture write an alternative text. Now, by the way, for this picture, I won't use an alternative text because this is a decorative picture. Okay, this doesn't have any explanation to it. So I told you, right, for decorative picture, you can just say NA or you can just say decorative picture. Okay. Now again, this is a decorative picture that I have on my site. There's no point of explaining this to the crawler. So such kind of decorative pictures, you can just write like any or decorative pictures. But like for this kind of pictures, you have to explain it properly. What do you want me to show again, Sarita? Access, as in Krish, I said, like yesterday only, I said you have to submit your website to the web directory and you have to create your Google Search Console account. Once you do that, the crawlers will know, okay, there's a website that they need to come and crawl. Image alt tag, okay, again. So, Sarita, whenever you create your website on WordPress and whatever pictures you want to use, just upload it in your media section. And once you upload it in the media section, just like click on that picture and put your alternative text in this box. Okay. Krish, I think this I've already answered yesterday. Once your website is created, you have to go to a web directory. There are many web directories. I'll talk about the web directories in more in detail later on. And you have to create a Google Search Console account. These two things will inform the crawlers that okay, there's a website that they need to come and crawl and then index and then they will have to rank. So there's no thing called as access. There are some rules applicable. I'll come to that. Guys, okay, let's not divert again. Let's just focus on what I'm discussing now. I will come to this as well. I'll show you how I have indexed my site as well. Okay, don't worry about that. Now, going to the next part. So I've talked about image alt tag. If you remember, I also spoke about URL structure. Right now, how do we make sure that my URL structure is proper? Can you see for my page it is showing the URL name? Like if I go to any of the page, it is reflecting over here. So what you have to do at your backend, there is a setting. So you have to go to this setting, okay? And in this setting, there's something called as permalink, okay? So here you have to always go and can you see there are multiple options? So whenever you go to this permalink setting, usually this option is kept as plain. You have to go and change it to post name. So what you are trying to say that my URL should reflect my page name or the post name at the end. So whichever page, like because I've kept this setting, any page that you visit on my like site, it will that page name will reflect at the end. Okay. Are we clear with URL structure? What did I do? In your WordPress, there's a setting of permalink. You have to go to the permalink section. There, you should choose post name and automatically your URL will get fixed. If you want to create something custom, you can do that as well. Okay. So after post name, you want to show some category name. You want to say, show the day on which you created the website and all. You can do that, but it looks very bad. I always prefer the post name one. Am I clear? Now how do you put h1 tags to your content? Okay, so, so to make sure your titles and all have h1 tags and all, what you have to do is let me again, we'll just do it for about us. I'm just pretty scared to make any changes because okay, so I'll say back to WordPress editor. Okay, now see this. Can you see when you write your content only, that time only you have to say whether it's h1, h2, h3 or not. Okay, so when I was creating my content, like I gave an h1 to this. Okay, this one is given h2 automatically. Okay, This one is again because it's starting start now. Ideally, it should be H3. It is incorrect. I have not corrected it. This should be H3. This should be my H4. This should be my H5. Okay. Like I'll just show you over here. See this. So when you write your content, Ashish, I don't think it will be, even if I don't think you'll be asked to create a website as such, and no one is giving you any practice material to create a website thing. I'm just showing you to show you how practically things are actually been done. Okay. And again, this practically things are only done when you are working on a WordPress site. But for a coded one, you don't have to, because in SEO, no one asks you to do the implementation. I told you, right? Most of the bigger brands, it's a coded site. No one will ask you to do any implementation. You should just know what are the things that needs to be corrected. While you do an audit, your developer and the content team will do that execution part. The reason I'm trying to show it to you is because if you want to do something in future for your personal thing, for your own websites and all, you should know how it is done at the back end. Okay. So I've shown you how H1 tags also look like. I have done, by the way, internal linking and external linking as well. So I can show that to you as well. Uh, Not everywhere I might have done that. We can show it to you. Wait. I'll have to see where this internal and external linking has been done. By the way, but it's very easy to do that internal linking and external linking part. So let's say I'll go for this one. I can, by the way, edit with Elementor and show it to you. So let's say you want to do your internal linking and external linking, and you want to create your anchor text, like all three of this: anchor text, internal linking, and your external linking. Let's say, this is my keyword. Okay. My keyword could be environmental compliance. Okay. Let's say hypothetically I'm saying this. Can you see something called as insert or edit link? So here I can give a link of other page of my site, which is probably could be my uh, I don't know, this page. I'll delete this later, and I'll say apply. Can you see? Done internal linking and anchor text. Correct? For external linking, what I'll have to do, instead of giving my own website URL, I can give someone else's URL over here. Okay, I would want to remove this because again, I don't want to make any some unnecessary changes on my site. So that's how you do it. Like, you just have to select that word. There's an option to insert or edit link. If you want to do internal linking, give your site URL. If you want to do external linking, give someone else's URL. Okay, I hope I'm clear. So by the whole point is, it's very easy to edit. Okay, it's very easy. If you use this tool, all in one SEO tool, and use SEO whenever you have a WordPress website, it is very easy to make it SEO friendly. You don't have to go into any complication, no coding, nothing of that sort required. But it's just that, like, not every other brand has created the site on WordPress. Okay, now let's go to the next part that I wanted to show you, which is your sitemap and robot.txt file. Now, what exactly is this? And it plays a very important role. I think I already spoke about sitemap. It is basically a roadmap of your site. Now, why this roadmap of your site has been used is basically, as I said, when you create your website, okay, and when you submit it on the Google Search Console and on your web directory, and when the crawler comes to your site, the first thing they would check is the sitemap to understand, okay, what are the pages that they should crawl. Now, on WordPress, if it's a coded website, your developer will have to code it in a way that whenever they create a new page, that page should be added in the sitemap automatically. Okay, but that's the job of the web developer. In our case, if we want to do it on WordPress, it's very easy. So in WordPress, already in your plugin, so like if I go to my Yoast SEO plugin, I already have my sitemap created, so I can just show it to you. Let me We can go to your all-in-one. Both the by the way, I use both. There are some features that are really good in all-in-one. There are some features which are really good in Yoast. So I for when it comes to sitemap and robot.txt, I use all-in-one SEO. And to make any on-page related changes, I use Yoast SEO. Okay, so this is like how I use, but obviously people use it in a very different way. I wanted to show you the sitemap. Okay, so can you see there's a section of sitemap over here? And when I say manage, by the way, if you install this plugin, it will automatically create your sitemap. You just need to enable this. Okay, so what I did, once I installed the plugin, I have kept this enabled, and when I say open sitemap, see this. Can you see? So basically what this does is it creates a it's create it will create a table like this, which will have all my URL, how changes I'm making to this page, what is the priority, when was it was last updated, and everything. So when the crawler come to my website, the first thing they check is the sitemap, so they get an idea, okay, what are the pages they should crawl. So on WordPress, you just need to install any of this plugin and you have to just turn on the sitemap thing. Automatically the sitemap gets created. But for the coded website, your coder will have to develop in a way, because see, on your website you will keep on adding pages, right? So all the pages ideally should be there in the sitemap, right? If you create like a new product page, it should be there in your sitemap. If it's not there, the crawlers won't crawl. If the crawlers won't crawl, that page won't get ranked on the search engine result page. So your coder need to code it in a way that whenever a new page is created, it automatically gets fetched in the sitemap as well. Now that's the headache of the coder. We don't have to get involved into it. Did you understood what is sitemap now? Like how does it look like and all? This is the sitemap for my website. Okay. So whenever like you okay, whenever you create your website, and for the crawlers to know that okay, there's a website that they should crawl, as I said, you create a search console property or create a web directory. Whenever you create your search console property also, guys, here you have to give your URL along with the sitemap URL. Okay. Now for sitemap creation, if it's a coded website, what is sitemap? Sitemap is basically a roadmap. Now what do I mean by roadmap? This basically, it's like, okay, my website is very small, so it's easy to crawl, but imagine if a crawler has to crawl Amazon site, it will be very confusing for the crawler to understand, okay, where to start and what where to end, because there are so many pages. So the reason you create a sitemap is like it is like a guideline for the crawler to understand, okay, these are the pages that they have to crawl. Okay, these are the amount of pages that they have to go and check, crawl, index, and rank. Okay, now if it's a coded website, then your web developer needs to code it in a way that whenever any new pages is added on your site, it should be reflected automatically on the sitemap. But that's the headache of the web developer. You don't have to get into it. On WordPress, if it's a WordPress site, then you don't have to do anything. You just have to install this plugin called as all-in-one SEO. And within this plugin, you just need to enable the sitemap section. And once you enable it, it will automatically create a sitemap for you. So for me, the sitemap was automatically created. I didn't create this. And now this sitemap will guide the crawlers on how, like what are the pages that they should crawl. The only thing, my website is a very small website, so anyone can figure it out. Okay, but for a bigger website, ideally this roadmap is required. Does that make sense now, Karthik? Did you understood? What do you think, guys? Correct. So guys, if you're an e-commerce website, you shouldn't allow your crawlers to crawl your customers personal information pages, right? Like their order page, or their payment gateway page, or their checkout page, or their cart to page, because that consists your customers personal information. Also, if it's a WordPress website, you should also shouldn't allow your crawlers to crawl your WordPress backend. Okay, this is my WordPress backend, right? I wouldn't want the crawlers to crawl my WordPress backend as well, because why they should check, because it has my personal information about my site. Okay, I just want crawlers to crawl those pages which I want to rank. Okay, I don't want to rank this backend page, so why should I allow them to crawl it anyway? Or I don't want my customers' personal information to be shared to the crawlers, hence I shouldn't allow my order confirmation page or personal information page. Apart from this, I don't want my crawlers to also crawl those pages which are under progress. So for example, you are working on some pages and it needs lot of changes, lot of revamp. Don't allow the crawlers to crawl. What will happen, let's say if the crawler crawl those under development pages, obviously they are not in good state. If they are not in good state, it will hamper your overall website ranking as well, right? So if you're working on some pages, you yourself know that it needs a lot of correction. So till the time you're working on its correction, don't allow the crawlers to crawl that. Okay, so there are three conditions where you shouldn't allow the crawlers to crawl your pages. First one is your backend. Okay, second is your customer personal info, and third one could be that some under development pages. Okay, because it will have lot of changes required. If you ask the crawler to crawl your under development pages anyway, it will give a bad ranking to it. If it gives bad ranking to it, overall it will impact your website image as well, right? So now, to pass on this information to the crawler, we use this thing called as robot.txt file. Okay, so the whole point of robot.txt file is to guide the crawlers on which pages to crawl and which one to not. Okay. Okay, now, coming to my next point, guys. If it's a coded website, okay, again, you can create that robot.txt file, but you won't know how to upload. Okay, so you can create a robot.txt file in a notepad and you can give it to the developer. They will upload it, because coded website, again, you can't do it. And I'll show you how to create that whole condition. Don't worry, I'll take you through that. But on WordPress, again, we have a plugin which help us to create the robot.txt file. I don't need a help of a coder for to do that. Okay, so I'll just quickly show you how does that look like, and I'll also show you how to write that robot.txt conditions. Um, Allow me a minute. Okay, I'll show it in Yoast SEO then. If by the way, you can do it in any of one of this, not necessarily you just have to do it or everything in all in one SEO. I can just quickly show it to you in my Yoast SEO plugin as well. It's just that there are a lot of technical things on my website and I have to be very careful. So you will have to wait like for a few minutes so that I don't want to make any goof ups over here. Uh-uh. Go to your all-in-one SEO, go to your tool section, and in tool you have something called as robot.txt editor. Okay, now, ideally I have created like a robot.txt file and I'll show you how does it look. Okay, so by the way, this is created by the plugin itself, but I'll just make you understand what this conditions mean. Okay, so first thing is, here, can you see user agent, directive, and value? First, I'll enable this if I want to edit it. Okay, so first thing first, the plugin itself have by default disabled. So okay, first thing, asterisk sign user agent asterisk means that this condition is applicable for all the search engine. Okay, like, you are like, if you write Google, okay, so here at the backend, can you see user agent, Amazon bot, Apple bot, Byte Spider, CC bot? These are all basically bots or crawlers of different search engine. Okay, so when I write an asterisk sign, I mean that this conditions that I'm writing is applicable for all the search engines or all the bots out there, okay, who are coming on my site to crawl it. Okay, now, directive disallow WP admin. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't want the crawlers to crawl my backend page, basically this page. So this got disallowed. Okay, now, ideally, you don't have to write. I always say that always write the disallow condition, because see, the bots are that smart enough to understand, okay, if these pages are disallowed, then apart from this, all the pages are anyways allowed. So you don't have to ideally write an allow condition. Okay, so let's say, let's say I want to add some more condition. Let's say I want more pages that I don't want the crawlers to call. I'll say add rule. Again, I'll write like an asterisk sign, if I don't want the crawlers to crawl it, I'll say disallow. Now let's say I don't want the crawlers to crawl my this page, okay, this GPL page. So I just have to take this part and put it over here, okay, and I have to say save. Now, can you see? This is how the entire condition will look like. So when if it's a coded website and if your developer asks you that, okay, you create that robot.txt file, this is how you have to write it. You have to create like a notepad file, write user agent is like this two dot asterisk. That means it is applicable for all the search engine. Write what are the pages that you want the crawlers to not crawl. Okay, ideally you shouldn't write any allow pages because it's not required. The bots are very smart to understand, okay, if these pages are disallowed, then apart from this all the pages are anyways allowed, okay. And then you have to give your sitemap URL. So if you create it in a notepad, give it to the developer, they will do it, they will upload it. But again, on this tool, you don't have to, like, now see this, because I've made this condition. uh Sorry. Yeah. And now I can, by the way, I can delete it if I don't want to keep the condition. This too I can't edit because this is like the default setting and which is correct. Are you clear with robot.txt file, guys? Its importance, how it's created on WordPress. If it's a coded website, then just create this conditions in your notepad. Okay, just like create something like this in your notepad. Write user agent is equal to asterisk. What are the pages you are disallowing and your sitemap URL. That's it. Are we clear, guys? The importance of robot.txt and how it works. So this now, when the crawlers come to your site, first they check your sitemap, then they also check your robot.txt file to see that have you given any condition of which pages they should crawl and which they shouldn't crawl. So the crawlers won't start crawling until unless they don't check your sitemap and robot.txt file. And it is very mandatory to add it because this is what which will guide them for to do the crawling process, in a better way. I hope I'm clear and now you could understand things practically. Everyone, guys, am I clear how the on page ideally changes are made? So, again, I'll just summarize. It's a coded website. You are only doing an audit. Please understand this. You will only audit. You will find out what are the loopholes on the site when it comes to on page. You have to pass on this information. You have to sit with the content writer to fix any content related to issue. Give that content to the developer and they will put it. For a coded website, you can't make any execution, guys. But if the website is created on WordPress, even for Shopify, I mean, most of them use WordPress. So for WordPress, as I said, you have plugins who will do the job. So it's not like a difficult task. Even if you Google like for 2 minutes, you will figure out how to make changes. I hope now we are clear and now you understood the practical side of it. So for a WordPress website, we use plugin to analyze, okay, how each page is optimized. Okay, but for a coded website, I have to do an audit. Okay, I'll speak about audit later on, but we have a lot of tools that help us to audit a website and understand, okay, what are the things that needs to be corrected, what are the things that need to be fixed, and what are the things that we should untouch, like we shouldn't touch basically. Okay, so now what exactly this does is, okay, the pop-up is coming. Oh, this is very annoying. This pop-up. Okay, wait. Now it should show. Guys, 1 second. There's some. Let me just open it in my Microsoft Clarity account only. There you will see it in a. I mean, you can directly go to Microsoft Clarity. And yeah, here I have created for my site, so I can show it to you. Let me take another page. Let's say it's my waters page. Was this one is getting this pop-up. So Okay, there are no much clicks only to this site. Way weird. Let me take another page then. I mean, this website is pretty new, so it doesn't have a lot of data to show. But let me do some jugaad to see if there's any. Okay, we are not getting a lot of clicks. That's a problem. Wait, let me make it custom and let's just do it like from Jan to March and see. There should be some interaction. Okay, so I mean, there's some issue right now, guys. Otherwise, I would have shown it to you. The problem is this pop-up that's coming up. But ideally, okay, wait. So basically, this kind of records that you know where exactly the user comes on your site. Can you see these dots and all? So it actually tell you wherever you see these dots coming up, that means that's the place where the user is spending time or they're clicking. Okay, so it records once the user comes on your site, which is the section where they're spending some time on, which are the sections that they're not going to, or which are the what are the pages that they're just bouncing back to. So whenever you want to understand that, okay, what part of my website is doing well, is it like a banner, or is it like some particular headline, or is it some particular stat, this Microsoft Clarity will let you know about it. So there are some there's like basically whenever you create a Microsoft Clarity account, there's a one code that the Microsoft Clarity asks you to put it on your site, and once you put that code on your site, it automatically records basically how people are spending time on your page, or like where exactly they're spending time on your page. So this help us to improve our site. So like if I understood that, okay, there's like people are not scrolling down, they are just seeing that like the first banner and they're not scrolling down, so that means my banner needs some changes. Or if I see, okay, people are not clicking on some of the sections of my site, then I can revamp it. Okay, did you understood this? Again, this is not yeah, it works for coded website as well. So for coded website also, you can set up a Microsoft Clarity account. If it's a WordPress website, then you'll have to install a plugin. But if it's a coded website, what will happen is basically this account, this Microsoft Clarity will give you a code. Okay, so you have to give that code to your developer and ask them to put that code on the back end of the coding, and that's how you can create an account. On WordPress, it's very easy. The plugin automatically puts the code on my site, so I don't have to do anything of that sort. But for a coded website, when this particular platform will give you a code, you need to give that code to your web developer, and then your Microsoft account gets created. So see this, like it records how people are interacting on my site, where they are clicking, where are they scrolling, where are they spending attention, everything gets recorded. See, can you see this whole user interaction? So I can understand, okay, where exactly they are scrolling, where is their attention time span going on. So now this shows, this basically this color gradient shows that, okay, they're spending a lot of time on this particular case study section, and as they scroll down, their attention is getting dropped out. So to understand your website performance with respect to, not a cookie, it's a code that the platform gives. Okay, cookie is something different. Every platform, like for example, there's Microsoft Clarity for the platform, this particular platform, to track what user does once they came on your site. And when I say track, it is tracking with respect to where they are clicking, where they are scrolling, and where they are paying their attention. Okay, it is not just to see what pages you are visiting. This platform, this particular tool will track end to end everything. So this will help you understand that, okay, what are the sections on your site that needs to be improved. This is like a very different tool altogether. And it will, this when you create an account on this, it gives you a code, and you just have to give that code to the developer, and then you can track everything. So this is more with respect to where, like it is not to track what pages the user is visiting. It is to track that once a user visit any of the page, what do they do over there, where do they spend time, when do they scroll, when do they click, what is the place where they're spending time and they're putting some attention. So this gives you insights about, how consumers, how customers are behaving on your site. And that insight you can take to optimize your website. So you and your developer can sit together and you can see recordings and understand, okay, why people are not clicking on this section. Is it like, probably you can change some title and see if that improves your attention time on the site or not. So again, you have to sit with your developer to, obviously this will give you the insight, but to implement it, again you'll need the help of the developer to do it. Am I clear? Yes, no, anything? Was this interesting, guys? I mean, it's not part of SEO, but I mean, in digital marketing, because you have to track everything, I just thought to show it to you this, but not part of SEO at all. Just like for your future reference, if you're very interested. Okay. Cool. And by the way, my website is pretty new, so I don't have a lot of data to show. But trust me, like, can you see it is showing me that, okay, this I've got 2 clicks on this part, I've got 2 clicks over here. So it tells me exactly where people are clicking, which is like very interesting insight for me. It's just that my website is pretty new, so I don't have a lot of data to show. Otherwise, we could have done like a very good analysis on my page. But sadly, it's a new created website, so we don't have that kind of traffic as well coming in. Okay. Anyway, so we have discussed this enough. We have discussed enough about on page. Now let's move towards the off page. Okay. So I have shown you practically how on page looks like. Everything has been discussed. Now we'll discuss the off page part of it. Okay. Off page is all about backlinking. Okay, majorly when we talk about off page, it is equal to backlinks. Okay, basically when we say off page, guys, we need to improve our credibility. Okay, so why do we do off page? Is to improve our credibility, to improve our ranking. Okay, to increase our traffic. Okay, now what exactly is off page? I'll show you a classic example of it. um I'll have to search though. So let me think. Hmm. Give me 2 minutes to show you this as an example. I'll show you, by the way, this entire process. I'll show you from scratch. Don't worry. But let me just get some example first for you guys. Mhm. Okay, now see this. Okay, so there is this website called as tailorbrands.com, and they wrote a blog which says 41 great small business idea to start in 2026. Now what they have done, they have wrote like a blog on this, right? Correct. And somewhere in the middle of the blog, because they are asking what skills you can learn and all. Okay, here, where was Simply Learn? There was somewhere Simply Learn. Wait, let me just do Control F. For software consultant, can you see they have wrote Simply Learn, and they have wrote what course someone can take for this. And when I click over here, so like, let's say I'm someone who's reading this blog, and now this is what we call as backlink. So this particular brand, tailorbrands.com, has given backlink to Simply Learn. Backlinking means you get your brand name featured on someone else's site. And when I say featured, not just your name, but there should be a way a user can come to your site from there. So if I click like if I click over here, it directly takes me to the software development course. This is exactly what we call as backlinking. Come to it. I'll come to it, Krish. Have some patience. First, understand. Did you understood what do I mean by backlinking? So you have to reach out to many websites out there who can mention your brand. When I say just mention your brand, not just write your name, but give your brand link. So from there, a user can come to your site. Okay. So basically, if you get okay, if you give link to other website, we call that as external linking. Okay, but if you get a link from other website, we call it as backlinking. Okay, so if you are giving a link to someone else's website, that is what we call as external linking. But if you are getting a link from someone else's site, that is what we call as backlinking. Now, for backlinking, guys, first thing, why do we do backlinking? I've already told you the reason. First, we want to build a credibility. When I say credibility, see, one is that you are vouching your brand. Okay, but let's say if someone else vouch for your brand, that creates a credibility in front of the customers who are watching that content, and also the search engines who are crawling those pages. Okay, so if a search engine sees that, okay, your brand is mentioned on so many sites, that creates a credibility, right? So it creates a credibility, it also creates your in front of search engine and the consumer. Then obviously it helps you with your ranking, and I'll tell you how. And lastly, obviously it will give you traffic. Like some people who are reading on someone else's site, if they come to know about your brand, you will get traffic from there as well. Okay, now ideally the factor here should be, first should be ranking ideally, then credibility, and then traffic. That's a priority. So okay, now what is ranking, like how does this impact your ranking? Okay, so for a website, okay, for every website gets a DA and a PA score. Okay, every website will get a DA PA score. DA PA is basically domain authority and page authority. Okay, now what exactly is this? This is basically a score given by a tool called as Moz. Okay, so this is a tool which has created the score called as domain authority and page authority. Now the search engines rely, okay, so they consider this score while deciding the ranking. Okay, so first thing, very important for your ranking, is there's something called as a DAPA score, which is we call as domain authority, page authority. It is not created by any search engine, it is created by a tool called as Moz, and all the search engine kind of rely on this DAPA score to decide your ranking on the search engine result page. Okay, uh, now this score is for from 0 to 100. Okay, DA score is for overall website, PA score is for like specific pages of your site. Okay, so when I say domain authority score, that means it's for your overall website. When I say page authority score, it is only for like all, like it is given separately for each page on your site. Okay, so ideally higher the DA and PA score, better is your ranking. Okay, now what I'll do, because this concept is like a very lengthy concept, so we will go on a break, and once we come on a break, we'll discuss further about this. Right now I've just informed you what is off page SEO, which is like majorly, or there are a lot of other components of off page SEO, but the most important, the OG one, is backlinking. Why do we do backlinking? So that it improves our uh, ranking, then credibility, and then the traffic. When I talk about ranking, basically you get a, for each website they get a score called as a D and PA score, domain authority, page authority. It's given by a tool called as Moz. The search engine kind of consider the score when they give you the ranking on the search engine result page. The score is from 0 to 100. DA is for overall site, PA is for specific pages. Higher the DA PA score, better is your ranking. Okay, so Simplilearn has a very good domain authority score. If you would see 73, like, so anything above 50 is ideally good. Okay, but now what makes what would help you to increase this DAPA score? Okay, first thing is unique content. Okay, and the second one is get backlinks from those sites who have a good DA and PA score. Okay. By the way, for a new website, note the DA and PA score will be less only. Okay. Older the website and with good backlinks, the DA and PA score is usually high. Okay, so now first thing, where do we check the score? We check the score on tool called as Moz. Okay, now what makes your DAPA score high? First thing is your unique content. Second is if you take backlink from those sites who themselves have a good DAPA score, that automatically also pass that effect on your site as well. So it is like, okay, imagine, I, let's just take an example. I'm someone, hypothetically I'm saying, okay, don't take my word seriously. Let's say I'm someone who's very well known in the industry, and if I recommend Karthik or Baswar or Parijat for any job recommendations, right? That person who's taking the interview will take their they'll take them very seriously, because if some industry expert is recommending this people that okay, you can hire them, that that basically that credibility, my credibility also gets passed on to Karthik or Parijat or someone else out over here. So it's the same concept, okay? If you take backlink from those websites who themselves have a good DAPA score, their credibility also gets passed on to your site. Okay, so the only two ways to increase your DAPA score is to write good, like, I mean, your content should be unique. It shouldn't be something that's like very repetitive and all. And secondly, get a backlink from those sites who themselves have a good DAPA score. Now, as I said, if it's a new website, your DAPA score will be poor only. So older the website, better is the DAPA score. And let's say if you're a new website, the only way to improve your DAPA score is generate as much backlink as possible. Okay, but there's some condition to that as well. I'll come to it. But did you understood what is DAPA score, what affects your DAPA score? So hence we have to do this backlink process. uh Recommendation, not, you won't say recommendation, Manoj. Backlink is like someone is just mentioning your brand name on their site. Okay, would you call that as a recommendation? Sometime yes, sometime no. Okay, like it depends on how they have framed it. Not everyone will frame it in a way that okay, we are recommending to go and check it from here, right? It depends on how the person who's giving you backlink, it depends on how they have framed their content. Okay, but coming back, did you understood this entire process? Now we'll see it practically. Okay, now first thing first, guys. So I clearly mentioned that okay, I want to increase my website's DAPA score, so I have to write a unique content. Obviously, that we would do, but I have to now get backlink from those sites who have a good DAPA score. Okay, so obviously, if I get more backlink, okay, my off-page SEO will improve, my DAPA score will also improve, and that will automatically improve my website ranking. Okay, so the whole sync over here is, the whole correlation over here is, um more backlinks, okay, is equal to higher DA and PA score, is equal to better ranking. Okay, that's the process basically. Now, how, like, whom, like, to do this backlinking thing, how should we, like, whom should we reach out, how should we reach out is a question. Okay, so what's the process for that? Now, first thing is, obviously, you can go on Google and search with some terminologies, and you can see that who from your industry can give you a backlink. But that's like a very old school way to do it. Okay, I always say to do your research, or like to find out websites who can give backlink to you. It's better to do a competitor analysis. Okay, and to do this competitor analysis, we use this tool called as href. Okay, so in href there's something called as backlink checker, and there you can go and see, okay, you can put your competitors URL over there, and it will give you data that okay, which all sites are giving backlink to your competitors. Okay, now if those websites are giving backlink to my competitor, don't you think they can give backlink to me as well? So the best way to do to find out those website who can give backlink to you is by with the help of this tool called as href backlink checker. Okay, now I will go over here and try to perform this. I've already opened this, it's already opened over here. Okay, so now let's say I wouldn't do this for Simplilearn. I don't want to do it for Simplilearn, because let's just not see our other brands out there. Let's just take another brand. Okay, so let's say I want to do this for let's say my website only. Okay, let's just say it, I want to do it for my company. My company is all about environmental solutions. Okay, like, I mean, not my company, family company. Now, what I'll do, there's like very one popular brand in the market called as Thermax, which is very known for like they are like a very big competitor in the market. Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll try to check that. Okay, by the way, not every brand work gives so much effort into SEO and all, so we'll have to see if how much backlink they have generated. So I'll see, okay, what they have actually done so far. Okay, so they also have a decent DA score like 60. Can you see they have got around 10K backlinks? Okay. Now, what I would do is, can you see referring page? What does referring page means? Referring page means that which are the sites who have given backlink to this company called as Thermax. Okay. So referring page means which are the sites. So like there's screener.in, there is money control, there is sticker phenology, single X, air treatment, all of that. Okay, so referring page means which are the websites who have given backlink to to this company Thermax. Anchor and target URL is basically what is the keyword to which they have highlighted, they have like added the URL, and where exactly they are taking the traffic to. So obviously when I say they are giving traffic to Thermax, here it will, you will understand, okay, which is a keyword which has been highlighted, and which, on which exact page of Thermax the traffic has been given to. Okay, so now I'll just open this one. I'll just open the money control one. Money control, obviously they have just talked about the share price about this particular company, so it's okay if I can ignore this. I can take this one. Okay, so we can open this site over here to see. Okay, this is a form page, so we won't be able to see it, like only when, okay, it's here, but like they have not given a link as such. So but I can ideally reach out to this site. I mean, this site is basically all about business registration, MSME. Okay, we can see more over here. So in this, there's this website called as gts-translation.com. Okay, so I can check, I can open this and see, have they act, so I'm just trying to cross check, have they actually discussed about this brand or not. Okay, I mean, it's a very big website, so see, they have. Right now if I click over here, it takes me to the Thermax page, right? So this is what they have given a backlink to. So what I can do, I can reach out to all this website to give backlink to me as well. Correct. By the way, this is like the free version of the tool. When we work in an organization, we get the paid version of this tool. Vijeta, we'll come to it, guys, one by one, guys. Patience, please, guys, get some patience, okay? I'll come to it, Vijeta. Let's not directly. Oh, the problem is, you guys are directly going to the end conclusion. Let's go step by step, okay? So now, uh, coming back to this tool right now I'm using the free version, but in organization we use a paid version, because in the free version, it, can you see, it is not giving me all the referring link. Okay, it have just given me like some top one. They have got 10K backlinks, I can see only few of them over here in the free tool. So ideally when we work in an organization, we take a paid subscription of it. Okay, now I have, let's say I have got this brand names. Okay, so what I'll do, I will write down their name. So let's say I will write now name of screener. Okay, what else we had, money control. So I'm just writing out the name of company to whom I can reach out to give backlinks to me. Okay, I can write name of this airtreatment.com. Okay, let's say so on and so forth. Now i I have jot down the names of those organization, but still I shouldn't reach out to them. Why? Because there are some condition when it comes to taking backlink as well. Okay, what are the conditions that you should follow while taking the backlink is very important. Okay, the first condition is, guys, take backlink from someone within the industry, or it could be a PR site, or it could be a news site, or it could be some blogger. Okay, now imagine my company is an environment solution company, and Nika gives backlink to me. It doesn't have any importance. Nika is a beauty company, my is an environmental solution company. It doesn't have any link. So if I take backlink from Nika, it will have zero, like it won't create any impact. And ideally it might also decrease my ranking because I am taking backlink. Why would Nika give backlink to me? Doesn't make any sense. Even if you're taking backlink, so if you're taking backlink from anyone who's not from your industry, right, if like not directly from your industry, that impact, it doesn't have any importance. Okay, so let's say, but yes, you can take backlink from news sites or PR sites or some bloggers who are known in your industry. Make sense? Yes, no. So like if I take backlink from Simplilearn, uh can make an impact. Let's say if let's say Simplilearn is into providing education about environmental science and they have featured my brand name, that can still work. But Nikon, if there's some little, there should be some relation between your industry and that industry, then only it will be considered valid. Otherwise it is not valid at all. Clear? Right, so that's the first condition. Second condition is take backlink from those who has a high DA and PA score. So all this name that I have wrote, I can take backlink from them. Why? Air treatment is all about environment. Okay, money control is basically a news site which features all the businesses out there. Even Screener is something on those line. Okay, Screener is more with respect to stock analysis and all. I shouldn't take backlink from Screener until unless my, if because my company is not listed company, so ideally Screener doesn't make sense to me. Okay, Screener is to analyze stock and all. Okay, so ideally I shouldn't take backlink from Screener because no relation. If I would be in a listed company, then that's a different point altogether. So I've removed Screener from here. Now the second condition, I've said that okay, take backlink from those who themselves have a good DAPS score. So what I'll have to do before I reach out to money control or airtreatment.com, I should first check what is their DA and PA score. So what I would do is, let's say money control. So I'll open the tool Moz again. Okay, and I will check if they have a good DAPS score or not. Ideally money control will have a good DA score because it's like a very popular site. So I don't think they will have a bad DA score, but yeah, we can still check. So look at their DA score, guys. It's amazing. So if I get backlink from money control, it will really impact my DAPS score. It will improve my credibility and it also improve my traffic because they get a lot of traffic. Makes sense? So that's the second condition. After this, please do a last due diligence on, like, it's the last thing you should check is like some basic hygiene, like, quality of content that they post. Okay, quality and quantity both. Let's say if it's a website which hardly posts something or who hardly write blogs, there's no point of taking backlink from them because they won't have that kind of good traffic as well coming on their site. So check what is the quality of their content, what is the quantity. When I say quality, I mean, check if they do. I mean, they shouldn't have any grammatical error or spelling error or any error with respect to sentence formation or anything on the basically basic English hygiene is what I'm trying to say. Because again, if something is wrong mentioned over there, that show creates an image for your site as well. If you do all this check, then you reach out to those websites. So now, if let's say for money control, all these things are getting ticked off, then I will reach out to them. Now, to reach out to them, obviously, how do we reach out to this organization? One is like I might know someone from my network who's working over there and I can get the details from there. I mean, in the industry, that's what we do with networking. We get a lot of details. But let's say if that's not the case, you can Google and you can find out basic email ID and contact of this particular company. You can call them and you can ask them that can you connect us to the business development team or the marketing team. But BD team also kind of looks into all of this thing little bit to do collaboration and all of that. So either you can ask them to give the number of a marketing person or a BD team, or you can go on LinkedIn and find out who's working in the marketing domain within this organization. You can send them a LinkedIn request and you can approach them. Okay, it depends on how well you are known in the industry. If you're known in the industry, you with network you'll get a lot of contacts. If that's not the case, then you have to like take this long process of calling them, reaching out on LinkedIn and all of that. Okay, so far so clear, guys? Still now, are you did you understood? Then I'll come to the next part. I mean, still not completed. Okay, now the next part is, guys, how, like, okay, you have approached them. So obviously, let's say you get an email ID, you'll write an email to them. Obviously, first thing is try to get backlink for free, or you can do some barter deal. Barter deal not always mean that, it could be like, let's say if I'm Nika, then I'll say that, okay, I can give you some products for free and you write a post for us. That is barter dealing. Barter deal can also be that you give backlink to me, and in future even I would give backlink to you if you have like a good correlation with that particular industry. So if that industry, or like that PR side or news side, you guys have good correlation, and in future you can also give backlink to them, then you can do that. That is also barter dealing. So barter deal not always mean that you have to give some free product or service. Okay, barter deal also means that you give backlink to us, and in future even we will try to do something on those lines. In after doing this also, if you desperately want money control to feature you, somewhere in your any of their blog, let's say I want money control to feature me when they write a article on top environmental organization, something on those lines, and I am nowhere close to be listed on in the name of those company, then I'll probably would want to, I would do some paid thing. Okay, but very important thing, if you are doing via paid, okay, please make sure the website which is giving backlink shouldn't mention sponsored or promotion anywhere, wherever your brand name is mentioned. Okay, so because SEO is all about organic, okay, paid things shouldn't be done. This is like, how should I say, a jugaad that people try to do. Okay, now let's say there are many brands. I told you, right, if you're doing paid thing, ideally the search engine shouldn't come to know about this. So obviously, let's say they, the search engine, if you are not, what should I say? Obviously, let's say the brand has not told sponsored or promotion over there. That means obviously the search engine won't be able to find that out. But the second thing which can create a doubt in front of search engine is like, if in less time you have got lot of backlinks, that does create a sense of doubt. Okay, let's say you're a new site, a new market altogether, how can you get so many backlinks? Let's say in 1 month you have got 1 lakh backlink or 20K backlink. It's pretty doubtworthy that it is not organic. Okay, so you shouldn't make it obvious, is what I'm trying to say. Even if you're doing with paid, it shouldn't look obvious. Like it, I mean, if someone sees that it's a 1 month old company, how they can get such so many backlinks? Like for Simply Learn, it's a very old organization. It's very easy. I mean, if I see it, I can clearly understand that, okay, they have generated this backlink over the time. Money Control is a very old site, but you're like hardly 1 year old brand. How can you get so many backlink in such short duration? That is a question that anyone would have, and that create a sense of doubt in general. So don't make it obvious if you're doing it this way. Still do it slowly. Even if you have an option to pay money like anything, please don't do that. Look, make it look natural in case if you're doing it this way. Am I clear? I mean, there are startups who have a lot of money. They try doing it, but they make it look very natural. It doesn't look obvious, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Now, how much you'll have to pay and all, it depends like it depends on how popular that particular site is. Like for Money Control and all, I might have to pay more. But if it's a small blogger who write a lot of thing about environment, probably I won't have to pay him much. So it depends how popular, from which popular site you are getting your backlinks from, in case if pay is involved into it. Okay, now the last part on this, which is very important. Okay, so what happens is, and this is like very very important thing, I'll try to show it to you if I can. Okay. Okay. So I'll try to show you the back end of the picture as well. So now when we do backlinking, okay, um, you have done everything right, but okay, the person who's giving backlink to you, the website which is giving backlink to you, anywhere on that particular section, if they mention rel is equal to no follow, the whole process that you have done for backlink will get vanished. So what exactly is rel is equal to no follow? Basically, the person who's giving backlink to you, they can write at the back end of the code, and what they're trying to say when they say rel is equal to no follow, they mean they are trying to tell the search engine that the credibility that this website has shouldn't be passed to this website to which they are giving link to. Okay, so basically when we say credibility, basically, like, let's say money control has a good DAPA score, but they have wrote rel is equal to no follow. The credibility that money control has, or the authority that money control has, we won't get passed to my page. Okay, so it is what is exactly money control is trying to say is that, I'm not endorsing this content as such. Okay, so ideally, uh, if the bot sees something rel is equal to no follow, they would think that okay, probably this is like a sponsored content or a paid partnership, or it could be spammy or something on those lines, and the authority won't get passed on. Okay, so you always have to make sure the one who is giving backlink to you, they don't mention something like this in their backend, like rel is equal to no follow. So this is one thing that people can't, like, if there are many people who don't know about this, they do everything good, but they completely forget about this. They take a lot of backlink and they see, okay, why my DAPA score is not improving. One of the core reason is the website was given backlink to you, they might have mentioned it as rel is equal to no follow. So you have to speak to them, the one who's giving backlink to you. You have to make sure when you write an email, when you have that collaboration, you write it on that email that don't give us rel is equal to no follow and all. People don't look into this nitty gritty. Later on they realize that, oh, this was the reason why my DAPA score is not improving, right? So when you are speaking to those, when you are doing all that collaboration, and when you're writing all your condition and everything, please make sure this is one of a very important, like, people what they do, they write condition. Okay, that okay, when you're writing content for my brand, write content in this way. They write about their content, they give them, okay, which link they should refer to. So like, let's say I'm reaching out to money control, I'll tell them that okay, in case if possible, try to write my content in this way. If and for link, this is the URL that you should add. People will give all this kind of detail, but they'll forget mentioning this. Okay, so in your email only, when you're doing that contract, or when you're signing any MOU or any collaboration kind of a thing, please make sure this is one of the condition that you write. Otherwise the whole process that you have done will vanish. It won't create any impact on your DAPA score then. Are we clear? So the authority, the credibility is not getting passed on. And when we say authority and credibility, that means that it will won't have any impact on DAPA score. Yeah, I mean, why you think the world is so great? No, it is not. People, if someone knows that you are not that skill enough, you don't have that knowledge, people would do it intentionally. Why would they not do it? See, you don't know what kind of people will come across, no, Parijat. If I understood that okay, you're not technically sound in SEO, I can fool you around by doing such kind of activity. I'll take money from you, but I mean, I might do such kind of goof up with you. And there are people who would do it intentionally if they get an understanding that you're not that technically sound. See, if anyone, I mean, I'm not saying everyone does that, but there are good chunk of people who would do this to you. Let's be realistic. Not everyone would do good things. There are people who might scam you, will do such kind of activities if they think you're not technically well versed. I mean, in digital marketing, there are a lot of things that happens. If anyone gets, I mean, if the person is very cunning and all, and they understood that okay, you're not that technically well versed, not just with SEO, in paid marketing and social media also. In social media, people don't fall into a lot of problems because social media is something that everyone knows. But SEO and paid performance marketing is so technical and so complicated that if someone just get the gist that you're not that technically well versed and all, they can do it. Why would they not do it? I mean, they should, ideally they shouldn't do it, but I know many people who have got into such kind of problems. Okay, so let's not just assume that everything is good and all. Like people will I mean, you'll work in the industry, you'll come across with very different people. Cool. Yeah, later in future, please create it. So when you sign up, when you give your email ID and create a password, it asks for the billing information. Just choose India, write your name. Don't give any payment detail. That's it. Okay, like don't give any payment detail as such. Save address. No thanks. Okay, Jigisha Purohit. So it will just ask you for the billing information, but please don't give any payment details. That's it. If it mandatory asks for the payment detail, then don't give it. It's okay if you don't do it. Like try to do whatever we have in the free section. Okay, it is mandatorily asking, I believe. Guys, if it's asking this mandatorily, don't do it. Try to just use the free version. Don't sign up as well then. Because I don't think there's an option to skip it. No. But my account is created, so what I can do, I can log in. See, my account is created by the way, so I can skip it. I just went back and I can now use their domain analysis section. Get 3 report per day on us, unlimited for more. So I think I have exhausted anyways after logged in as well. You can try out with other ID then. Okay, let me know if you are able to or not. If you are guys, by the way, if your limit is exhausted, it's fine. From whatever you can get from your limit, just like give me some name. Okay, I just want you to get used to the process, not with the end result, because we are using the free version of it. Okay, so but please don't give any payment details. Okay, when you are signing up, just give your email ID and your create a password. It will ask us for some billing information like your country, your address, but when it asks for the payment thing, just go back. Don't give any payment detail, please. It's okay if the free version limit is exhausted. Whatever you have, you could able to fetch out from free limit, let me know from them that itself. Don't make any payment. I'm saying this very loudly and clearly. Or don't give any payment details to the platform. We are just doing this for the practice purpose. No need to do it by giving payment methods and all. Whatever information you can get from the free version, just tell me that. Cover the remaining part for of page SEO. Okay, then we will be starting with technical SEO. We will be discussing some platforms like SEMrush, SimilarWeb, Google PageSpeed, Insight, uh, schema markup tool. Then we would also discuss Google Analytics, Google Trends. Search Console is something I've already taught you guys, so I won't discuss that in detail. Then, sorry, I'm just trying to think. Uh, Optimizer. So I think, yeah, optimizer, I believe is how you say. So yeah, I mean, we'll be discussing this, and if time suffice, we'll be also discuss some other concepts as well. But yeah, for now, I'm just sticking to this. Let's see if we have time, I'll add more few aspects to it. Starting with the off-page remaining part. So I think for off-page, I have taking links from some websites or from your competitor or from news sites and all of that. There are there are other off-page activity also that one can do, but again, I mean, it doesn't have that kind of importance, the importance that you get when you take a backlink from a website. Okay, so now what are other ways you can do this off page, but as I said, it won't have that great importance. So what, there are many people, what they do, they go to Reddit or Quora or any question and answer platform to build their off page. You can do it with the help of your social media as well. Okay, now what do I mean by this? Now there are many brands what they do. I'm not saying that this is what this brand is doing, but so on Quora and Reddit, whenever people have asked any question, it's a Q&A platform, right? So what many brands do, either they ask their employee or someone, like they hire someone to who can answer to those questions, and when they answer to this that question, they can also write down their brand name. So if the question is, let's say if you're working for a protein powder brand and they want to they want to improve their off page SEO a little bit, okay, this won't have like great importance because it is, I mean, Google can clearly understand that, you know, it's there on a social platform. People can do a lot of scam things on social platforms, so it won't have that kind of validity. But still there, you can you know, at least do some off page SEO from social platform as well, or some Q&A platform as well. So you can answer there and you can give link about your brand or anything on those lines. So there are brands who do this as well. Now on social media platform as well, it is always recommended that when you create your Facebook page or Instagram page, you give like a proper information over there. So for example, I'll do stop sharing because I'll have to open my Instagram now to show that. uh Let me just log into my Instagram quickly. So you might have seen that if it's a brand page like this, okay, so on social platform, one is like a profile picture and one is like a brand page, right? So in those brand page, it is always recommended for brands to give proper details about their brand, even the website URL. Because ideally, again, if someone comes from here to the site, it is off page only. It's just that Google and search engines know that is coming from the social platform. But it is always recommended that whenever you create your company profile page on Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter, anywhere you created, please write like a proper in-depth about us detail, including your website URL. Right. So this is also some additional thing that one can do when it comes to off-page part. Apart from getting, you know, backlinks from some computer sites or PR sites or news site. Okay, so I think I have spoken about this. Now we'll go towards the technical SEO, which would take some time today. For technical SEO, guys, let's just understand what exactly do we. So we'll cover some theory part, and then side by side we'll try to also go through the technical, the practical side of it. Okay. So now when I say technical SEO, in technical SEO, basically again we are trying see any kind of SEO, whether it's on page, off page, or technical. The whole point is to optimize your site. Okay, optimize is basically, the word optimize means that you are trying to improve it or you are trying to make it better. Okay, so now on page, what we saw that we were making changes on our site, but with respect to content, if you would have seen. Okay, second, off page, it was all about getting credibility from outside. Technical is all about with respect to the infrastructure of your site. Okay, when I say infrastructure, basically the technical side of your site, like there might be some code, it could be speed, it could be whether it's mobile friendly or not. So any technical aspects of your site, okay, if you're trying to fix that or if you're trying to optimize that, it is part of technical SEO. So if you, again, like technical SEO, like on page and off page SEO, if you try to work in an in-depth manner on on all the three parts, obviously it will improve your SEO ranking. It will make the job of crawlers easier to crawl, to index, and to rank your site. Okay, so now when we talk about technical SEO, um see, whenever all the search engines in the market, they always want a website to have some technical qualities. Okay, when we say technical qualities, the three main technical qualities that are shouldn't be compromises. First one is secure, like how secure your website is. So when we say secure website, that means um so okay, you might have always observed that, right? So HTTPS, do you know HTTPS? So basically, whenever you go and open any site, it has this S word within it, which we call as secured. Okay, so again, whenever we buy any brand, okay, if you're buying like a proper domain and hosting, you have to buy the security as well. Okay, you might have seen that there are some site who just have HTTP and doesn't have S within it. That means their website is not secured, and you get that error that this website is not secure. Do you still want to go to that site? So ideally your website should have it basically, when we say security mean that it should be https website, okay, where you are buying that security. You can do this whenever I mean, how to do that? So whenever you buy a domain and hosting, you have to take one package of making your website secured as well, okay. If you don't do that, then your website will only say http, and that will, the problem that it would create is whenever someone goes to your site, uh, first they'll get an indication that it's not a secure site. Do you still want to visit it? So that impacts your brand image. And again, if a crawler, if a search engine crawler is trying to go to your site and they see such kind of indication, obviously it's a red flag for them, and they will drop your ranking because the site is not secured. So the first thing is security. That's what I mean by security. Then responsive is more with respect to how easy it is to navigate your site, okay, navigation perspective. And lastly, shorter loading time. That means your website should load very quickly, okay. So these are like three basic of technical SEO thing that should be there. Now again, it is not your job to do this. Your developer is the one who will fix all of this, okay. So when they are creating the website, I mean, with all the developers that I've worked with so far, they are that technically sound that they know that the website should be secured. So when they buy they are, by the way, they are the one who will buy the domain and hosting, so they will also buy the security section over there. uh, they also know that the website should be smooth to navigate and it should load quickly. So I don't think any developer should be taught on these three aspects. They already know about it. But in case when you are working, and again, if you're working with any top brand, I've never seen them not having any of this three feature. But let's just say if you work with any brand and you see that, okay, the website is taking a lot of time to load, or it's not secured, ideally you should go and flag it to your developer and they'll fix it, okay. Now how do you understand the website is loading fast or the website is loading slow? So there is this tool that we use which we call as, sorry, uh, so page speed insight is the name of the tool. I can give you the URL of this tool. So this tool is usually used, so whenever, because otherwise how would I understand if the website is working properly or not, okay. So this tool, PageSpeed Insight tool, what it does is, if you give your website URL, it does take some time to load in few parts. So what it will tell you that what is the speed of your site on mobile, what is the speed of your site on desktop, okay. You can compare and you can let the developer know if you see some red flags on the page load time. Okay, now see, for desktop, now I had given Mintra's URL over here. So for desktop, it is showing it is in orange. So it gives you an indication if it is in red. So if the speed is between 0 to 49, that means it's a red flag. You should go ideally and fix it ASAP. Orange is still manageable. 90 is like, if anything about 90 is like your speed is very good. But now this is for desktop. For mobile, if you see, it's still not able to navigate. So I mean, I'll have to reload again. There's some Wi-Fi issues at mine, so my platforms are not loading that quickly. But you can check individually for mobile and desktop, and you can take a screenshot, give it to your developer, and tell them that can you fix the speed. Are we clear with this tool, page speed insight tool? Yes, no. So your job is not to fix it, as I told you in the first lecture itself. In most of the part of SEO, you are the one who will find out the loophole, and your developer and the content team will have to fix it, right? Um, I hope I'm clear, guys. Yes, no. Could you please say so I can go to the next slide, guys? Am I audible? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Krish. Now, what is the whole point? What is the significance of doing a technical SEO? So, okay, when you uh, when you do technical SEO, you're trying to ensure that your website is technically optimized, obviously, and it is kind of up to date. Okay, when I say up to date, with respect to all the algorithms that search engines are trying to get into pictures. Okay, because what happened, because the algorithms keeps on changing, you have to be up to date. And when we say the algorithm keeps on changing, uh, the search engine will come, it is not only with respect to technical SEO. They might come across, they would, introduce some algorithm changes with on page and off page as well. So ideally, whether you are doing on page, off page, or technical, you have to make sure it is updated as per the recent algorithm that's there, that the search engine has, tried to circulate it. Okay, so the whole point of doing this on because the thing is, you might think that it's a one time task, but trust me, it is not a one time task. You would think that, okay, my keyword has started ranking, my job is done. No, the algorithm changes, and if it asks you to update the way you were doing your on page, off page, or technical, you'll have to update it. If you don't keep your SEO updated as per the algorithm, again the ranking would drop. Okay, so whether it's technical or on page or off page, if it is not optimized as per the recent algorithm, your it will for sure impact your ranking. Okay, now how would you do that? So obviously you can open the website on your laptop, and you can also open that particular website on your phone, and you can do side by side check. Or you can also, so here, okay, basically this is giving you a version that this is how your website looks on desktop, this is how it looks on your phone. Okay, so you can go right click, say inspect, and when you say inspect, you can see both the version on like how your website would look on both the devices. Now if you see that, okay, there's a lot of problem with how the website is looking on mobile, feel free to inform your developer about this. Okay, now again, it is not your job to make changes. You are again doing an audit. You are trying to do an audit and trying to see that, okay, how does the website looks on desktop and how does it looks on mobile. And is so when we say, let's say, this banner, okay, for that matter, right now it's looking pretty fine, but imagine this banner is getting cut out in mobile, so you'll have to ask your developer to fix it, right? Probably some of the pictures are not showing in proper sync, so you might have to ask a developer to fix it. So you have to, it's your job to check both the version and let your developer know if in any changes you need. So mobile friendliness. Now duplicate content, very important. So what do we mean by duplicate content? Okay, see, it doesn't happen with the small brands, but bigger brands, okay, who have lot of product, who write lot of blog, who write lot of content. Okay, there's a good chance they, like, let's say, there's a blogger like Neil Patel who's like very popular and who write lot of blogs. Okay, and on lot of topics, not just marketing but sales and 10 other things. Now mistakenly, I won't say that people will purposely create a duplicate content, but let's say he has already wrote a blog on how to make your website SEO friendly. Okay, now he create a blog something on the similar line, that means you are creating a duplicate content now, and if the search engine finds that out, again it will decrease your ranking, because why are you putting the same kind of content on your site, right? Now this duplicate content thing doesn't happen with a small brand, but yeah, for a bigger brand they have to be cautious on those lines, because they are launching a lot of product, they are launching a lot of blogs, so they might tend to do this mistake. Okay, sitemap, I think I've already spoken about what exactly is sitemap, so I don't have to reiterate. It's basically a roadmap of your site which you have to upload on your website, because that gives a guidance on crawlers on how to crawl your site and what are the pages they should crawl. Coming next is your schema markup. Okay, now what exactly is schema markup? Let's try to understand this. So your schema markup looks like, so like apart from your title and description, there is like review, rating, time, all of that. Yes, guys, can you see this? Even like if you search for any products and all, like if I search for tote bag, can you see this name, rating, and all of that? So if you're giving any extra information apart from your title and description, that is part of your schema markup. Okay, so we say schema markup is nothing but additional information on the overview of your website apart from your title and description. Okay, now to create the schema markup, there are some tools which can help you to do that. Okay, you can't just like do it randomly. So okay, let me just first, I'll come to schema markup again, guys. Don't worry, I'll come back to this point again, because the next part is schema markup, but I just need to discuss one more point, which is citation. Now what is citation? Basically, if you want, there's something called as Google business page. Okay, Google business page is basically, like if you're searching for like salon near me, you see such kind of results, right? Let's say I'll only search right now this kind of business details, right? This is what we, by the way, to create this you have to create your profile on Google business page. Okay, so now what exactly citation is more with respect to this, because again this is based on SEO ranking, right? Like if I'm searching for it, why Lakme is getting more ranking than Shri Beauty, then Salon, because obviously Lakme has optimized the space. So when we do SEO, we don't do only SEO of your website, you also have to do SEO of your Google business page as well. The same rules are applicable, like write a proper title, add all this detail like rating, ask people to write lot of review. I'll talk about local SEO later on, but citation is related to this. So now when I talk about citation, it is more with respect to the again the internet is trying to get reference of a company, usually by seeing details like their employee name, the company's phone number and address, and the company name in general. So if you want your local business to be ranked locally, okay, like something like this. So when I search for salon near me, all this Shri Beauty Salon, Salon Apple, and all of this, if you want rank, if you want to rank similar on this line, you have to do citation. When I say citation, basically when you're creating a Google business page, please give like proper detail, and it should have your company's phone number, address, name, and all of this. So what happens, if you put all this detail, um your ranking would improve, because the local searches would be with respect to near me and all of that. Okay, so it will improve your ranking on the search engine result page, but this is only with respect to your Google business page out there. Okay, this is what we call as a Google business page. It's very easy to create a Google business page, by the way. Like you just have to, I don't have to create one. I won't be creating one, guys, because it's not required. But okay, there's like a dummy one which I already had on my section. Let me see if I can edit and show it to you. So basically, you have to give your business name, the category, the description, how at what time does it open, your phone number, your website, your business location, opening hours, any review, any rating. Basically, you're just trying to give your information. This is not like no coding, nothing is required for this. Because schema is a bit lengthy. I've already spoken what exactly is schema in the picture. Also, you could see. So basically, um imagine like schema is more of like how you are trying to organize the information of your website in your overview section. Okay, where you're giving additional information. It could be a restaurant, it could be a business, where you're giving information like, okay, what is the hours of this company, what is the pricing, what are the ratings, right? It basically this get display like this on your search result. Okay, now why exactly it is required, because obviously guys, more the information, better is that the user would click on it. Imagine there's one restaurant for which you can see a review and rating for the, and one for one restaurant, you hardly don't you judge that which restaurant you should go or which salon you should go based on the review, rating, timing, and all these factors. Now imagine you are not giving this kind of detail. There's one business who's giving all this detail in the overview, and there's one business who's not giving it. There's a good chance the business who have given that detail will get more clicks. Okay, so that will impact their traffic, their ranking overall. Okay, so uh and by the way, when you give this kind of detail, again this data also help the search engine crawler to understand your website in a better way. Okay, and if they, because if they see, okay, they have so much ratings, so much reviews, that gives up, that builds again the credibility and improves your ranking, right? So you shouldn't all if you are a business like this for which rating, reviews, and all these things impact a lot, please make sure it is updated, because that will impact your ranking, because the crawlers will see that as well. Okay, now how one can create this schema. Okay, so to do this, there's like a specific code that one needs to put on this site. Okay, so there's a code that you have to create. You can give it to your developer and they can place it, which we call as a schema markup code. Okay, or you can call it as a structured data markup code. Now how one can create this particular code, so there is this tool called as structured data markup helper. Okay, I'll show you how to. Now I want to do this for a website, so I'll say website. Okay, and I have to give my website URL over here. So let's say I want to do it for my website only. It doesn't need a rating and all, but yeah, okay, let me just do it for the sake of it. Now what kind of schema you want to create? Okay, so it's asking you what kind of schema you would want to put. Like, okay, do you want to give some product description, or is it like for like basically it's firstly asking you what kind of website you are. Okay, so for me, my website is more about product. Okay, like we have products, so I'll say, okay, I have a product. Yeah, so can you see my page is been loaded? Okay, so now let's say I want to write my product name over here. Okay, so I just have to select it. Now here, do I have it? This one. Okay, so I've selected it. Now I want to tag this for what? Okay, what exactly it is? So I can add them into, I don't have a review. The problem is my website doesn't need schema, but I can just give it, tag it to the name part. Can you see? So basically, you're giving all the information. Now, if I have a picture, I can tag my picture. I don't have a picture properly. That's a problem. But let's say it's just this one. Now I don't have review as well. So basically what you have to do is, the whole purpose of this is, when you give your URL, okay, whatever details you would want to tag, like, okay, let's say my page, my page doesn't have all those kind of detail, but like this is an image, so I'll tag this as an image. Okay, so that image can be also showcased. Okay, so when a preview is being shown on the search engine result page, that image will also appear. Now I don't have any reviews and all, but let's say this is my review. Okay, I'm just saying you hypothetically, I had some reviews, but I'll have to see. They'll contact us. Hmm. Let's say this is my first review. Okay, so I can select this and say, okay, this is part of reviewer body. Okay, now I don't have a rating as such. But basically, you're just tagging all the important things that you want to be showcased in your preview. Okay, and then you just have to say create HTML. It will give you this code. This code you need to give it to your developer. Are we clear? So you just have to, your job is only to create this till here. You just have to download this code and give it to your developer. Citation is only for your Google business page, Aman. Schema is like in general for any website. But in citation, if you would have seen, it was only about your business name, the address, the number. It was only specific to your Google business page, your company name, your phone number, address. That's it. This schema markup is basically for any kind of website, and again, schema has lot of information. It does not only respect, like, this is only for your Google business page, the citation part, but this one is for any kind of website in general, who can show their review, rating, picture, price, product name, and 10 other things. Guys, okay, just one thing, we have a lot of things to cover, so please pay attention properly, because I mean, I also have limited time period, so when I try to repeat the content again, it again takes some sort of time as well, right? So would just request you guys to like have a proper attention when I'm explaining things. I'll take another URL now. I mean, I don't want to take the same one. Let me take this. So again, it's like a product. No, this, yeah, I mean, this page I'll part as would be a part. You just have first to select what kind of website is what you have selected, and then so my product. So now for product, I would say this is the name of the product. So I'll say name. Then this is my logo. So I'll say, okay, it's a logo. Then this is testimonial, basically my review. So I will say review body, right? I now I don't have anything else that I can put. I don't think I can't give this URL. That's not even a brand name. Can't give this under. So I don't have much details that I can tag it. But whatever I could tag, I've just tagged it, and I'll say create HTML, and this will give me a code. I just need to give this code to my developer. So it also says where to add the code. Basically, by the way, the code starts from here. Okay, it starts from here. Your code doesn't starts from here. The code starts from here till here. Script start, script end. Now you have to put this below the head section of your HTML code. So just give it to your developer, they'll place it with this instruction. But when you give it to your developer, please make sure you just copy from script start to script end. Don't take this first line. Clear? Okay. So I think, guys, please mark all these tools. Okay, they are very helpful when you work on it. Otherwise, you won't remember. Someone will ask you to create a schema. You'll be clueless that okay, what tool you are supposed to use. So I mean, make sure you create an Excel sheet. Write the name of the tool, the URL, and its importance. So this tool is to create your schema markup. Before that, I gave you name link of tool, which was to check your page speed. I think in the last lecture I gave you the link of tool called as href, which was to check your backlink checker. I also gave you link of Moz to check your DAPS score. So you create your own Excel sheet that that will be handy for you guys. Otherwise, you'll figure out when you'll work. You can't sit and figure out okay what tool I'm supposed to use. This should be ready. Either you bookmark it or create an Excel sheet. The name of the product, the importance, and its link. Okay, so we have discussed the entire process of how do we do the schema. Now talking about the search engine algorithm, guys, I think I've already spoken about this. Basically, it's a kind of a collection of formula which will help determine, you know, what is the quality and the relevance of a website. And as I said, Google has lot of ranking factors. If you could see, Google uses more than 200 ranking factors. Can we fix all the 200 ranking factors? No, we are only focusing on the major one for time being. And again, when we say 200 ranking factors, this factors keeps on changing. Okay, now I think web crawlers I've already explained. We've been talking about what are web crawlers. Basically those bots which will come on your site and they'll crawl. I have already spoken about this. What I want to talk about crawling processes also I've discussed. Robot.txt file is also something we have discussed. um Google My Business page, I think I've already spoken about this. What exactly is a Google My Business page? I wanted to speak about the algorithm. So I'm skipping all the slides because I've spoken about this. I've already taught you how to use Google Keyword Planner tool, so I won't talk about this again. Uh, let's talk about Google Trend, and then I'll talk about the algorithms separately because that's majorly theory. What is Google Trend, guys? By the way, basically, again, it's a website by Google which will help you understand what are the top queries that people are searching in your region, or probably in your area or in your country. Okay, so what you can use this tool to keep a track on what are some popular, you know, queries people are going on Google and searching for. Okay, so you can understand what are top trends, and if that trend has any alignment with your brand, you can integrate that. For example, now here, so you can search for your category. Okay, basically you can search for your category name and it will tell you okay for your category what are the trending topics or phrases people are searching for. Or in general, if you want to know any trending thing, then you can search for trending now. Okay, so I don't know what people are searching for, god knows. Okay, very weird searches. Sonam Wangchuk, okay, I can understand. I thought people would be searching a lot for LPG cylinder because of the crisis. Karan, this guy singer concert. Okay, 10th result. So this is what this is trying to show you is like what in general is trending. Okay, obviously you can choose this like you just want to know about past 4 hours or whatever it is. If you want to choose any other country as such, but here you can search for some terms related to your category. Let's say for me, for the business, I'll say wastewater, and I would want to see okay, you know, how what are people searching for when I talk about this terminology. Okay, so you can understand okay what are the popular trends or searches going on Google in general. It is more with respect to keep yourself updated to the trend, and if that trend has any relationship with your brand, you can try to integrate it by probably writing a blog or creating a video or creating a new article about it. Okay, I'll give you a link of this as well. Again, I've taught you how to use Google Trend, I've taught you how to use page speed insight. I've also, now I'll talk about Google Analytics and Google Search Console. Google Search Console, guys, I've already taught you. Like whenever you create a website, you have to create your Google Search Console account. How do you create a Google Search Console account? I mean, I can't do the process again because my website is already created. But like, whenever whenever you'll go to Google Search Console for the very first time, it will ask you to add a property. So here you have to give your domain URL. Basically, you have to give your website URL to this, okay? And then it will help you to connect your website to the Search Console. So now Search Console, I think I've already spoken you about the importance of Search Console, but let me just give a refresher again. The major use case of Search Console, I personally use it for, is only to understand what are the errors on my site, or what are the errors on my pages which are with respect to SEO that I need to fix. Okay, so I usually use this platform to understand what are some flags on my website with respect to SEO. I don't ideally use this platform to check my website performance because it doesn't give a very in-depth insights in general. Okay, so the only use case that I use when it comes to Search Console is, first, obviously, to submit. If I'm creating a new page, okay, let's say I've created a new page on my site, here I can inspect it. Inspection is basically you're trying to see whether it's indexed or not indexed. Okay, so one is to submit my website or any new pages that I'm creating, and two is to see if there are any flags or if there are any error with respect to my website. That's the only reason I check this particular Search Console. Otherwise, I don't check this. Now, coming to my second point, then where do I check my website performance in general? For that, I use Google Analytics. Okay, both of them are free tool. You are not paying any money for this. Okay, so Search Console is more with respect to see how your website is getting ranked, if there are any flags with respect to SEO. But Google Analytics is used to see your website performance. Okay, now, first thing for Google Analytics, guys, it's a very complicated tool in general. Okay, I mean, uh, there are some departments. If you're working for a bigger brand, ideally everyone should know this tool. If not in depth, then an overview is something that one should be familiar of with. Okay, whether you're working in SEO or whether you're working in performance marketing or any other department in general. But um okay, so to learn this tool, there are two ways. One is that you create your own website, okay? But the problem is, once you create your own website as well, you know that it will take a lot of time for that website traffic to grow. And Google Analytics is more with respect to Krish. Guys, please, okay. I'm not sure if you guys are revising your basics or not. Krish, we discussed this right in the last lecture. Sitemap is something that your developer needs to create. On Search Console, you are just submitting your sitemap. Sitemap is something you'll have to create. If you remember, on WordPress, I used a plugin for which the sitemap was automatically created. And if it's a coded website, then your developer need to create the sitemap where automatically whenever new page is added, that page is updated in the sitemap. The Search Console won't create your sitemap. The Search Console, you have to go and submit your sitemap to the Search Console, so that that crawler gets an indication and they can start coming and checking all the pages. Guys, I would always request, please refer to your past recording. If I mean something, we discussed this particular part, Krish, on Sunday so thoroughly, and you're coming back to the basic. That's a problem. Okay, so now Google Analytics, guys. So there are two ways, as I said. One is like you should have your own website, but the problem with learning Google Analytics on your own website is, if you don't have good amount of traffic, you won't be able to do any data analysis, because Google Analytics is all about data analysis. Okay, so then what's the second way to do it? Let's say you say, okay, ma'am, we don't have a website, but still we want to learn Google Analytics, then how should we go ahead with it? So what Google has done, and please hear this very clearly, okay? So there's something called as Google Analytics demo account. Now, what is Google Analytics demo account? For folks like you, who don't have a website but who still want to learn Google Analytics, so what did was, Google has their own website called as Google Merchandise Store. Okay, by the way, this is a website owned by Google where Google sell their merchandise. Now what Google has done, Google has given free access, okay, free Google Analytic access of this website. So anyone who want to learn data analysis, or who want to see, okay, how numbers are getting analyzed on Google Analytics platform, they can refer to this demo account. Now this demo account is nothing but uh, this website, which is merchandise store website, The analytic account of this website is accessible by everyone out there in the market. And Google has only done this is so that people can learn how to analyze the numbers. Am I clear what is a Google Analytics demo account? So for you guys who don't have a website but still want to learn GA, that's the only way you can learn it. Guys, am I clear what is Google Analytics? Google Analytics is a platform to analyze your website in a very in-depth manner. For you guys, you will be referring to a demo account is because you don't own a website. If you don't own a website, you can't have a G account. Even let's say you own a website and you create a G account, it will take a lot of time to gather that data. Okay, and till the time the data is getting gathered, you can't do any analysis. So for you to learn that analysis, you can go to the demo account. Now the demo account will have the performance of this website. Now if you click over there, it takes you to them to the demo account. By the way, anyone can access the demo account. You don't even have to create your own account. So now this Google Analytics account is of Google Merchandise Store website. Okay, the only reason Google has given this free access of this demo account is anyone can learn how to understand the tool. Okay, so this is how the Google Analytics account look like. But trust me guys, I can't give you an in-depth idea of the tool because I'll take 4 to 6 hours, which we don't have. You will have a separate session to learn this tool in depth when you'll if like if you're doing the overall DM part, and you'll have like probably towards the end you might have a topic of web analytics. Okay, so there that's where you learn this tool in much more detailed manner, but I'll still give you an overview of this tool. Okay, so this tool basically gives you a very in-depth insight of your website. When I say in-depth insight, so this tool has like a lot of features. I'll only talk about the analysis features. So they have like a report sections, and now in the report section they have different kind of reports. Okay, so for example, they have a real-time report which gives you an idea of, okay, real time, like in the last 5 minutes and in the last 30 minutes, um how many people came to your site, they are coming to your site from which source. Basically, are they coming from Facebook or Google or Instagram? What are the pages that they are visiting, what kind of interaction they have done, they are coming from which location. So like this real time report is majorly checked when you want to see like a real time performance of your website. Apart from that, they have other reports as well. So they have something called as an acquisition report. Again, not going in detail because it's very complicated to understand this tool, but I'm just giving you an overview. Okay, so this acquisition reports gives you an idea about what channels are driving traffic on your site and how each channel is performing. When I say channel, like basically social, search, affiliate, influencer, wherever you're doing your marketing. Okay, this is basically, this report will tell you, okay, people are coming to your website from what source, like is it Google, Bing, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever platform it is, and how each of those platforms are performing, like from which platform you are getting more revenue, etc, etc, etc. Then you have something called as an engagement report, which gives you an idea about performance of each of your pages. Okay, so like your website might have 10,000 pages and you want to see performance of each of those pages, you go to this engagement report and analyze that. Okay, um again, this will have a lot of pages. I've just like, because the row per page filter was only 10, but like it will have lot of data about how each page is performing. There's something called as a monetization report, which gives you an idea about, let's say so now this is only for e-commerce brand. So if you're an e-commerce brand like Myntra and Amazon and all, and you have so many products and you want to see overall how each product is performing, like which product is getting sold out more, which product is not getting sold out, you can do that analysis in the e-commerce purchase report. This also gives you an idea about how people are coming to your site, like what they are doing, like where, how many people came to your site, how many people checked your product, how many people added to cart, bin checkout, purchase. So it's all about this monetization report. The whole point is it is only for e-commerce brand. Okay, if you're not an e-commerce brand, you won't understand the monetization report. Then they have something called as a retention report, which gives you an idea that, okay, again, this is for majorly for an e-commerce brand, that you can track that, okay, let's say today I went to a new brand and I purchased from them. So, or let's say last year same month I came across a new brand, and I started purchasing from them. So from last year, same month till today, how much revenue I have driven for that particular business. So retention is basically the customers who have purchased from you from the first time till date, how much revenue they have got for you, how you are able to retain your brand, okay, how much you are able to retain your consumer. Then you have something called as user attribute report. Now this user attribute report will give you analysis about demographic and geographic detail. For example, people are coming from which country, which region, city, language, what language people are searching for, age, gender, their interest. There's also something called as a tech report, which gives you any detail about tech. So when I say any detail about tech, that means okay, people are coming on your site from which browser, or they are coming from on your site from mobile or desktop, or what kind of device they are using, like the people who came to your site, what kind of devices they are using. So like GA, like this was still an overview, but trust me, Google Analytics give you like more in-depth analysis, more than this that I've spoken about. So I can't teach you this tool in a short duration, but ideally this tool is something that everyone should learn, and in an in-depth manner, whether you are doing SEO, whether you are doing social media, whether you are doing performance marketing, because this Google Analytics will let you know how your individual platforms are performing. So you are working on SEO, you can see this analytic only to see your SEO performance. If you're doing social media, you can use this tool only to see how your social media platforms are performing, okay. And it's a free tool. So ideally one should learn this irrespective of what platform you'll be working with or what department you will be working with. Like, and data analysis is important. The whole reason you are doing digital marketing, and the only upper hand that you have with digital marketing, is you can see the number, you have that transparency. And when you have so much number, you should analyze it as well. Just seeing the number won't help, right? So data analysis is done to see, okay, whatever marketing activities I have done, how they have performed. So I'm just trying to analyze how they have performed, and then you take some learnings out of it. So okay, I understood that so SEO is performing better than social media, then probably I'll give more weightage to SEO, right? So this tool will help you to do all the three part, to analyze, to get some learning, and then you make those changes on your platform or whatever part of digital marketing you're working with. I would ask you to, whenever you have a session on this, please pay proper attention, because there's much more to this tool. What I have shared is only an overview. Okay. But to go in depth, learn all this tool, there are a lot of metrics. You should know how to read this chart. So there's lot of things on this tool. And hence, like usually to learn, and by the way, if you learn this tool, you can use a, you will able to quickly grab, and you will be able to do data analysis on any other tool. So this is the OG tool in the market, but there are other tools as well, like Adobe Analytics and all, okay. So if you know how to use this tool, how to read numbers in this tool, you can learn it on any other platform as well. So you are, this tool will help you to understand number better, do some better storytelling with your number. So that's important for anyone who's getting into digital marketing should know that. Okay, so I have covered your Google Analytics and Search Console. I think I've already spoken about this. By the way, to set up your Google Analytics as well, guys, you have to place the code on your site. So what happens whenever you create your Google Analytics account? Let me just show you how the account creation happens. So let's say I'm creating a Google account from scratch. So here I'll say account. Okay, I have a lot of Google Analytics account created, but I'll create one more for you guys. So first you have to write your business name over here. Okay. So right now I'm just writing something, some random name. Um, okay. Here you are just trying to let Google know that basically you're trying to tell Google that what all data you want Google to track. So I'm just checking all of that. I'll say next. Now property name should also be your brand name. Now, what is the difference between an account name and a property name, guys? Let's say you are a very big organization who has multiple brand within it, like your brand, like Reliance Brand Limited. So Reliance Brand Limited will choose account name as Reliance Brand Limited, but at property name they'll choose an individual brand name. Let's say this is for Hamleys, then I'll write Hamleys. If it's for gas, I'll write gas. So if you're a brand who has multiple sub brands within them, then you write a different account name and a property name. But you are just like one brand, then the same name should be added in your account name and the property name. Okay, your reporting type zone, for whatever location your website is there, like your website is only for India, then like just choose India. Ideally, if you have created a separate website for a different location, then create a separate Google Analytics account for that. Okay, currency should also be based on the location, so I'll choose Indian rupee. Then industry category is basically, okay, your business falls into what category. I'll write fitness, how many people are there in your organization. Then like what is the objective behind setting your analytic account? So I want to say, okay, I want to track how many sales I'm getting, how many people are coming to my site, how people are engaging. If any of these options are not part of your business objective, then you can click on other business objective. Okay, so it's up to you. Then you have to say create. Here again you have to say India. You have to accept the terms and policy. Scroll down, accept the terms and policies. Say I accept. Now here you have to link your website. By the way, Google Analytics account is not only for website but to track your app performance as well, whether it's Android or whether it's iOS. Okay, so that's a good thing. Now here I'll say website. Here you have to give your website URL, and once you give your website URL, this tool will give you a code that needs to be added on your site. Okay, now I don't have a website URL, but I can show you for my business account that I've created, just to show you this code part. So let me. Mm, yeah, this is my. So here, like just to show you the code part, I'm trying to take you through that. So my website was already given over here. Give me a second. There's so many accounts created as a dummy site that it's difficult to navigate. Hmm. So here, like once you give your website URL, basically it gives you a code. Now to find that code, there's something called as view tag instruction. You go there and this is the code. If it's a coded website, give this code to your developer and ask them to put it on all the pages of the site. So again, they have given you instruction over here that copy and paste it in the code of every page of your site, because you want to track every page, right? And after the head start, okay, so give this code along with this particular instruction and your developer would do the job. If it's a WordPress website, then there's an extension that we use which we call as Monster Insight. Okay, so if it's a WordPress website and you want to set up Google Analytics, you need to use a plugin called as Monster Insight or Google Site Kit. Okay, and if it's a coded website, so they have given you both the option. If it's a WordPress website, put like you just need to use a plugin, and in that plugin you have to give this particular code. They have given you all the instruction how to do that. Okay, but if it's a coded website, you have to give this code. Even if the website, like whether it's Shopify and all, even on Shopify, on Wix, you can set up Google Analytics without putting the code. You just have to like take this tag, and there's a section on Shopify and Wix as well, you can put this. But for a coded one, you will need the second option. About it now, security issues, guys. Okay, now this thing, ideally you can't fix it. Okay, it is your developer can ideally do these things for you. Starting with something called as 404 error. You might have seen this error, right? There are times when you go to a site and it says the page is not found. 404 error, you might have seen it. Okay, so whenever a website shows a 404 error, okay, like basically we all know what is a 404 error. Have you ever seen a 404 error page, guys? It looks something like this. Okay, now why this would occur, there might have been some glitch on your side, but let's say, okay, let's say it's occurring, okay, and your developer, see what happens now, this is something that the developer can fix. Again, they are the technical folks out there, it's their job to fix it. We are not into website creation, so we don't know how to fix it, even if it's a coded website. Okay, so now what you should do, you should be ready for such kind of situation as well. Okay, so you know that there are times when your page might throw a 404 error page. So even if it's throwing a 404 error page, you should make sure that the page is well created. Even if it's a 404 error page, guys, there are few things that you can keep a check on. Okay, so first thing, you know that this situation can occur anytime. Like, you can't be sure that, okay, my for my brand a 404 error page would never show. No, don't never be in that dilemma, it can appear anytime. Okay, there can be some major glitch, there could be some security attack on your site, and it can reflect such kind of thing. But now, what does an ideal 404 error page look like is something that you should create. Okay, so I'll show you two example. Mm, part of the technical SEO is your algorithms. Okay, now ideally, no, I mean, no one would ask you, because algorithms is all theory basis. Okay, like you can't go and check, like there's no practical thing you can do. It's like, just like a, how should I say, how do you get new updates on your phone? Okay, your phone does get updated very frequently, right? Similar is the use case of algorithms are basically new updates by the search engine result page with respect to optimizing your site. Okay, now where can you see those new update? Basically, those are like the way you use, the way you read normal news. Okay, that, okay, this is happening over in that area. Similarly, all this platform like Google or Bing, they will add that as a news. Okay, so whenever you want to be updated on the recent algorithm, you can just go on Google and search about, okay, a recent SEO algorithm update. Okay, there's no other way you can understand about it. Or what you can do, on Google Trend as well, you can mark this keyword, and whenever if there are a lot of people searching on this keyword, you'll get an alert, so you can check it that way as well. But whenever I want to see in digital marketing, guys, whenever we want to know any update, not just algorithm, any kind of update, ideally when we work in the industry, we get to know about it. Okay, we don't have to even go and Google about it. Internally we check with each other, even when, because we are working so and so in and out with the platform, on the platform itself we see the update. So rarely there has been a case that I went on Google and searched for it. But yes, obviously, cautiously, I do sometime once in a month, once in a quarter, I go and see if any updates I'm missing overall with respect to digital. Okay, so you can search for such kind of query, and you can see some, if there are some updates. Okay, and there'll be a lot of blogs that you'll have to read to know those update. Okay, so now the problem with the blogs is that, how should I say, there are many blogs in the market. Then what is the source, like which blogs you should rely on, or which platform you should rely on with respect to any updates in general? Okay, so I'll give you the name of those blogs that you should, like, you can rely on. Okay, I'll give it again, I'll give the link in the chat so that you guys can use this. Again, this is for your future reference. Right now you don't need it, but when you actually work in this field, that would help there. So Search Engine Journal is a very good site. They give you a lot of updates. So the reason I'm giving you name of those sites is because there are many in the market. People get very confused that, okay, from where should we read? So hence, then you have Search Engine Land, again a very good website for any updates. So all this are like pretty known in the industry. Okay, now apart from this, you have to take update from those platform as well. So for example, if you want to know any update, anything related to Google in general, so Google has a Google Help Center. Okay, so Google has this help center. Now this help center, is with respect to any aspect, whether it's your Google ads, whether it's with anything related to SEO. So there's Google ads update, there are a lot of updates that comes into picture. So they have their support section as well. Same Meta has their own support section. So you can either rely on this kind of sites, or you can check that individual platform as well. Okay, mostly I mean, no one has so much time to go and check and read. We usually get update because we are working in and out in the industry. But yeah, consciously, if you want to go and read something, then you can rely on all these links as a source of truth. Okay, apart from your AI tools that you are using. Okay, by the way, sometime Your AI tool can also give a wrong answer. So hence I said that whenever you want to double verify that content, okay, you can rely on such kind of proper source of sites. Okay. Now algorithms, so now there's like one algorithm, that there are many algorithms, but some of the algorithms which are like very popular on SEO perspective, one is Google Panda. Okay, so again, this is a search algorithm, and what exactly this algorithm does is it targets website which has a very low quality content. Now when I say low quality content, obviously with SEO checks as well, the quality is low. But when we say, what do we mean by low quality content? Basically the website content has a lot of spelling error, lot of grammatical error, the sentence formations, right? It can be a copied content, right? There can be a lot of plagiarism involved into it. So what this algorithm actually does is it find out such kind of website and it try to penalize them. Okay, so it kind of penalize those website which is has low quality content and lot of spammy kind of content. Okay, so any website which is doing any black hat SEO activity, this is the algorithm which can go find it out and try to penalize. Now when we say penalize, what does it does? Obviously the first thing is it will send you alert on your search console. Second is it will decrease your ranking very drastically, and if you have done like major problem, then it will be like, let's you know that you have done like you have copied content from some third party website and there's no tweak, nothing done, right? The ranking would be been dropped at that level that your page might rank on 20th page, or not even nowhere close to first to 20th page in general, right? So this algorithm is usually used to penalize such kind of website, and this algorithm also reward those website which have good quality, informative and valuable content in general. Okay, so that's like this algorithm is very popular. Now let's say if you get such kind of penalty from such from Google Panda, how can you recover your site from that? Okay, so there are obviously many ways. Obviously you have to make sure your content is good, fix your grammatical error, increase your click through rate. Very important, click through rate is number of people who are clicking on your site, so you'll have to improve that CTR. Now again, your CTR will only improve your if your content is good, right? Make sure again your SEO is updated and all of that. You have Google Penguin as well. Now Google Penguin is also one more algorithm which now again, the aim of this particular algorithm is to um, improve the quality of ranking on that search engine result page. So what this do, this particular algorithm will fight with those spammy website or manipulative website. Okay, manipulative website as in um, who have done a lot of black hat SEO activity. When I say black hat SEO activity, let's say you have unnecessary stuff, lot of keywords. Okay, let's say you're a new website, but in 1 month only you have got 200 backlink. So that means you're a manipulative website. Okay, when I use this word manipulative, basically you're trying to fool the algorithms, and the algorithm can clearly understand that. Okay, so one of the way you're fooling them is by stuffing lot of keywords. Second way is like you're a very new site, how can you get so many backlinks? Not possible at all. Okay, organically the algorithms know that it takes time. The only reason you were able to collect so many backlinks, or you were able to do such good link activities, because you might have paid those websites, right? So this particular penguin, or this particular Google Penguin algorithm, will penalize. Again, it will try to give penalties to such kind of low quality website. Okay, now again, what are the ways you can fix it? Okay, how can you recover from this penalty? Is first you try to examine the quality of the links that you have generated. Okay, now when I say examine the quality of links you have generated, as I said, let's say that out of 200 link, some of the links are from some another industry altogether. So this penguin can find that out, and again it will give you a penalty for that. So when we say examine, try to remove those links, tried ask those platform to close that black link, because every time the algorithm will go and check and they'll see, okay, you're getting a link from another industry altogether, it will again improve it, decrease your ranking. So if you find such kind of bad quality links, please go, whether it's internal, whether it's external, whether it's a backlink, please go and fix it. Okay, you have to keep a list of you have to keep a list ready as well, that what links you have deleted, so you can submit it. Okay, again, if there are any spammy link, if you know your you have if you have stuffed your keywords in a very disappropriate manner. Now what do I mean by disappropriate manner? What many people do is, when we say they stuff their keyword, I mean, users are very smart nowadays. So let's say if I go to this website, okay, and their keyword is bag. Now imagine how, what do I mean by, you're stuffing your keyword? One is like, it's very, one could be way that it's very visible that your word that use that keyword multiple times. But now what many people do, let's say this background is in white, right? So they'll write that keyword also in white, thinking that the algorithm won't understand it. Okay, so let's say if the, so what many people do, they keep the same color of the background, same color of text, and they write keyword over there, thinking that it won't be disclosed but it can be figured out. Second thing, many people write that important keywords, if they are using the keyword multiple times, they write it in a very small letter. Okay, like it's not visible only that way. So even if you have done such kind of activity, please make sure you fix it. Instead of improving your ranking, it will have a negative effect altogether. Are we clear? So these are like two important algorithms. Again, apart from that, there are other algorithms that keeps on coming in the market. Even I can't be up to date with all the algorithms because no one has that kind of time. Okay, but are we clear on this, guys? So I'll go towards the next part. Yes, no. Okay. Now you have, guys, you all have understood what is on page, what is off page, what is technical, right? We have seen it practically as well, how all this on page, off page, and technical works. Okay. So now you can do an audit, because like at least a basic audit is something that you guys can do. Okay. As I said, as an SEO person, your job is more about finding loopholes than executing things, because execution wise, there'll be a lot of challenges and you won't be able to execute and you'll have to take help. But finding those loophole is your job. Okay, and to find out those loophole, no one, I mean, yes, we do check things manually sometimes. Okay, but no, again, as I said, lot, like if you're working with a very big brand, you can't check all the nitty gritties by checking it manually. It's waste of time, it's waste of effort, it's waste of energy. So what we do, we use a lot of auditing tools. Okay, now, by the way, all these auditing tools are paid tools. I mean, it's not free one, and for that paid you have to buy a subscription. Now right now, I mean, I have the paid subscription, but I can't show it to you because it's my client's account. It's unethical to disclose it to anyone. Okay, please make sure, by the way, just one thing, whenever you work with anyone on any platform or any client, never disclose those data, never disclose those platform to anyone in general. Please never do that. It is unethical practice that you are working for a client and you're showing that data to everyone. You might show that data to your friend, might show it to your colleagues. Never do that. It is unethical. They might misuse it. They might never share your credential, anything. If you're working with any client, okay, never share its data, never share its login, anything to anyone. Because if something happens, because of your such kind of mistake, that client will hold you accountable for it, and you might face some really serious repercussion. Okay, so be vigilant on those lines. Now all these tools and all, your client are paying money for that. I mean, even I, though I have an access to that account, but because it's my client's account, because it's my client's credential, I can't show it to you, because again, it's an unethical practice. Okay, I'm coming to it. Aman, hold on, patience, guys. So there are many tools in the market which we use for auditing. I'll show you the first one, which is SEO optimizer. Okay, now again, as I said, it's a paid tool. In the free version, there'll be a lot of restrictions. Okay, like we won't be able to see everything, but I can still show you how does it look like. So I'll give you the link again. So I've given the link in the chat, guys. Now here, what you have to do, again, it's a free version, that won't give you all the data. So what happens in the free version, it only analyzes your home page. but it doesn't analyze your entire website. So the audit that you will see would be only for your homepage, not for your overall website. So when we do SEO, we have to do audit of each and every page. Hence, we have to buy the paid version, because in the free version, it don't give you, it doesn't allow you to check 100 pages, 200 pages audit. Okay. So let's say I want to do an audit for my website only, which is very pathetic. It's still work in progress. I'll see a lot of error, I believe, but I can still check. I'm pretty sure the score would be very bad. I mean, it's still analyzing, so we can see. Okay, so the score is C. Okay, basically C is not good. So here it's giving you an overall. Now this score is only for my home page, not for overall website, guys. Okay, when we do an actual audit, we do an audit of each and every page, because once you do the audit, you will get an understanding. Yeah, you can check it for any random website, but in the free version it won't give you in-depth data. It will give you a very overview. So that overview doesn't help you to do a proper audit, is what I'm trying to say. Because in overview, you won't it won't it won't give you exact explanation that what is wrong. So you need the paid version. If you are working for like a proper client, you need a paid version. Even if you are working for yourself, you need like a paid version. Coming back, or you should be very strong in SEO that manually you can figure out things. Okay, for you guys, because you're still new, you haven't worked with a lot of clients, you have to rely on the tool. Okay, people like me who are used to working on this particular topic for such a long period, we can do some manual check and we can figure out, but you guys won't be able to understand with the hint. Yeah, you can, but again, that basic feature is not in detail, like you will find it very confusing. But anyways, coming back, now it is giving me an overall score of my page, and apart from this, it is telling me, okay, for off page, on page, my score is B minus. For links there, because I have not done any work with the link, I have not done with work on any or what social platform, it is saying FF. Usability wise it's saying C plus, performance wise it's saying A plus. Okay, but overall the score is comes to C. Now they have given me 17 recommendation. Okay, again guys, we can't, like, by just seeing that recommendation you won't understand everything. You need the paid version to get a proper insight. Okay, now if, because see, first thing is you should know the website in and out. I also don't know this website in and out because I haven't created it. Like my brother has created it, he has more knowledge on the website from. So when you create the website, you have better idea. So again, when you do an audit, there are few things that you won't understand, for which you'll have to take help of the developer. Okay, so now can you see there are some recommendations in red, then medium priority, then low priority. Okay, I need to fix all of this, but the urgent one is doing fixing the high priority one. So it is saying that please do some link building activity. Link building as in do some internal linking, do some external linking, get some backlink, is what it is trying to tell me, because I have not done off page at all on this page. Now from on page also, it is telling me that, okay, increase the length of your title tag, reduce the length of your meta description. Can you see, give h1 tag. It is all the things that we have discussed. Okay, so for on page, can you see, it says that, okay, your title is not like you have a title tag, but it should be between 50 to 60. My title tag says only home Gayatri impact, so it's not correct. It's asking me to fix this entirely. My meta description, again, I have exceeded the length. It shows 441. It should be around whatever 120 to 160. Correct. This is how my homepage looks like. So it is giving me a snippet for that. Now header tag, I have not given h1 h2 tag, so it is, so cross means that I need to fix all of that. Keyword consistency, it is telling me that for some keyword I've been consistent, for some keyword I've not been consistent. So please make sure you are using your keyword consistently, right? I have image alt attributes, so it's saying, okay, it's all good. So my website has SSL certificate, it is saying correct. My website has robot.txt, it is saying correct. I have sitemap, it is saying correct. I have analytics, it is saying correct, right? Linking wise, I have not done any linking. Like there's no back, there's hardly few linkings that I've done. Do follow link, no follow link, all of them, like my linking part is not good at all, so it's asking me to fix it again. You're understanding this. So when you now is usability is like how easy it is to use, navigate my site. Okay, so again, the speed is not good. There are a lot of problem with my site, and I also know that. Okay, so I need to basically sit and fix it. Now the whole point is, guys, this is just the free version. So the free version is, as I told you, it will just give you an idea of your home page. When you buy the paid version, it will let you know problem what with each and every aspect. So your manual task of finding out the loophole will come to zero. And we rely on these tools to do our auditing, because when we work for a bigger brand, and even if you work for multiple smaller brand, you don't have time to do any manual audit. You have to rely on the tool. So, by the way, hence I said, whenever a client approaches you that can you do SEO for us, the first thing we do is we do auditing, because based on that we understand that okay, how much improvement is required, and based on that we give them the charges or we quote them. I hope you understood this, guys. So for us to quote them, we have to do an auditing. That's when I'll understand that okay, so like for my website, a brand would charge a very high amount because hardly I've done anything for from SEO perspective on it. Clear? Yes, no, blah, anything. Guys, I hope you're listening. Okay. So auditing makes your job easy. Um, I mean, now again for auditing, guys, there are many tools. I'll show you other as well. Simply Learn website. Yeah, we can check. I mean, the free version, we have less limit, so I can still check. Wait. Again, we can't end to end rely on this, but yeah, let's see if you guys are curious enough to check. Do, do, do. I've run, guys. So that's the problem. In free version, you can't. I'll have to do it tomorrow. You guys can check it. Take this as a task, and you can check it on your end later on. What? Wait. What? Aman, what are you saying? Google merchandise? I didn't understood this. What exactly you're trying to say? But we can also analyze this on Google merchandise. What Google merchandise? I'm not understanding. Google merchandise is a Google website for which we have free access of Google Analytics. How are you linking it to this? Yeah, Google merchandise is a website. It's Google's website where they sell their product. Aman, you are getting confused, I believe. The context of Google merchandise was that it is a website where Google sell their product, and on that website Google has set up their Google Analytics, and that Google Analytics access is free for everyone, so that people can learn Google Analytics for free. That was the context of Google merchandise. It has no correlation with what we are discussing right now. Okay, guys, don't get confused. Google merchandise is a website owned by Google where they sell their product, and the only reason I talked about that website was the Google Analytics account of that website is free for everyone to analyze, and hence we refer to the Google Analytics demo account. No correlation with this. It's a website. We are talking about the tools to do the auditing. Does that give you clarity, Aman? Like, does that, like, I hope you are not confused now. Okay. Now, apart from this, guys, there are other tools as well that you should know. I'll just highlight what all I'm covering. I'll just highlight them. I have taught you page speed, schema, analytic trend. So I'll teach you the remaining one. Now, SEMrush and similar web. Again, this two. See, the problem, the reason I'm telling you all the name of the tool is, guys, see, you will see many tools in the market, okay, for SEO as well. And you will be like, okay, which one to use? Should we use many tools? No. Just find out few good tools for each kind of work that you want to do. Okay, so like I'll just list down everything over here. For DA and PA check, you use your Moz tool. For backlink, you check your href. For your SEO audit, you can check SEO optimizer for your competitor analysis. Okay, so if you want to do any competitor analysis, and I'll talk about competitor analysis now, don't worry. SEMrush and SimilarWeb are the best tool to use. I mean, there are others also in the market, but I am telling you based on the most popular one. Okay, there are many like to do this. There is BuzzSumo. There are 10 other tools in the market, but these are like, how should I say, the OG one. For your keyword research, either you rely on Google Keyword Planner or your um, Uber Suggest. Okay. For your page speed, Google Page Speed Insight. For your schema, you have Google Schema Markup Helper. For your website analysis, you have Google Analytics. For your SEO flags, anything related to that of your site, please check it on the search console. For any trending topics, please check Google Trends. So, like, just rely on them because these are also a lot of tools. If you add more, you'll get more confused. Okay, so now I hope I've covered everything over here. I might have missed out something, so then I don't know because I've been we are taking the topic for the while, but I believe kind of I've spoken about all the tools. Coming back, um, now for computer analysis, why it is important to do computer analysis is, as I said, like you should know right from SEO perspective, where do you stand and where does your computer stand? Don't you think so? Because you can get some learning from them. And I'm not saying you have to copy what your computers are doing, but how should I say, you can take some learnings, you can create your own version and you can do some executions. Okay, so computer analysis is like after you do an audit and let's say the client comes on board. Okay, the client would want to see, okay, what the competitors are doing from SEO perspective and how you can improve and how you can grow your site. So computer analysis is like, how should I say, the second stage where you can, and you get a lot of ideas as well when you do computer analysis. Sometimes it is like you might be you won't be able to think anything, like you are thinking that, okay, I'm not getting ideas, I'm not able to understand how should I proceed. Do an computer analysis, you'll get a lot of insight, you'll get a lot of idea. Now for computer analysis, again, there are two tools in the market which are very popular. Again, both of them have a paid version. The free version doesn't give you very in-depth insight, but you can use any of this. What I do, I use both of them side by side. Okay, because I've been used to do that way. There are many people who just use one and it's enough. I'm not saying you have to use both together. It depends on your practice as well, like how what you are comfortable with. I'm someone who's very comfortable with by checking many tools side by side because I'm used to it. But you are someone who might get confused, or you are someone who would get overwhelmed. Then you just stick to one tool. Okay, so I'll open both of them to show you how do they look like. So you have SEMrush, you have similar. So, I mean, they have SEO checker and all of that as well. But first, like, see, this tool is not just to do computer analysis from SEO perspective. You can do overall computer analysis on this tool, whether you want to do computer analysis with respect to social media, or whether you want to do computer analysis with respect to SEO or PPC or overall website. You can do any kind of computer analysis on this tool. Hence, I rely on both of them because I work on different aspect of digital marketing, so I need like one or two go to tool for me. Okay, now I'll go to SEMrush. I don't want to log in because let's not do that. I'm doing this for India. Please choose a location properly. Again, let me do this for Mintra. I'll say get insights. Okay, I have to log in. Sadly, wait. I have a dummy tool. Where's my dummy ID? I'll give you one activity to perform. Don't worry. First, you just see what we are doing, and then towards the end, we'll keep that activity. Okay. Check this. So they'll ask you why you want to use this tool. Hmm, 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 hmm. Skip the trial. God, start using Embed. Okay, so I've given my this URL. Okay, and then see, you from here you can choose what kind of auditing you want to do. Like, do you want to do SEO audit? Do you want to do an audit for backlink? So you can do any kind of audit. Do you want to do some keyword comparison? You can do that as well. Okay, so let's say I want to do some keyword comparison. I would give, let's say, fashion. So I can give like a keyword as well over here. It's asking for the pro plan. That's the problem. I mean, the free version has a lot of limitation. Let's just go back to the main part only and say create a super budget and let's start. Okay. So www.mintra.com. Now it is telling you that how many paid keyword, how many referring domain, basically who's giving backlink to them, how many organic keyword. Organic keyword has basically, so it gives you like overall idea that, and again just change the location over here. We want to just see for India, so I'll say India. Now it is telling you that how much organic traffic do they get, how many organic keyword they are focusing on. Okay, paid wise also, paid marketing wise also, what they are doing, how many backlinks they are getting. Okay, this authority score is based on basically high the authority score, better would be your ranking, is what it is trying to say. Okay, now if I scroll down, it is still auditing, but it will tell you, okay, this website is getting traffic from where. So most of the traffic they're getting from direct, then they're getting a lot of traffic from organic. Search is basically your SEO, organic social is social media, paid social is your ads, paid search is also ad, display ad is also an ad, right? Organic ranking wise, it will tell you like, okay, where do you rank overall. It also has a section of competitor. Give me, so here you can compare your domain. When I say compare your domain, so let's say I want to compare Mintra with, let's say I can compare it with Agio. I can compare it with, let's say, Nika Fashion. I'll just give this much. Okay, so again guys, we'll have to buy the paid version of the tool, but it shows you that, okay, where do you stand, how many organic traffic you are getting compared to your competitor, how many organic keyword you are focusing on, how many backlinks you have compared to your competitors. So this kind of computer analysis report will help you understand where do you stand in general. Okay, what are the keyword that your competitors are also using and you are also using. So you need to have this kind of tools to do your analysis. Okay, we don't do manually, no one does a manual check. We either use SEMrush or similar web to do any kind of computer analysis. Similarly, you can do this thing on similar web as well. So now again, similar web, you can give your domain. Let's say I'll do this for Nika Fashion only again, and you can say get insights. Oh, okay, let me register again. The only roadblock is having access to those platforms. Oh god. Guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll just quickly choose anything. God. It's been ages I've created my account, so I have my client's account. But anyways, let me do this. You guys, if you guys want, you can also create your account. I mean, for don't just pay any money for, you just create an account for the free version. Hmm. God, guys, I'll do stop sharing. I can't give my number by sharing my screen. Give me a minute. What is your work ID? Lot of information. Guys, give me 2 minutes. I'm creating my account and then I'll share my screen. Skip. How did we search? Okay, my account creation is kind of done. I'll share my screen. I mean, I would request you guys also to create your account on this platform so you can go individually and explore, because the way I can explore, you should also go check the tools, figure out things by yourself as well. Try to understand how to navigate, because when if you open the tool directly in front of your client, it will find it very challenging to do the navigation part as well. So now let's say I want to do check an SEO overview of, let's say, this website which is already open on my end. See, again, it will show you the same number, organic wise, how much traffic they are getting, from paid wise, how much traffic they're getting. Here it will tell you how many keyword traffic they're getting from branded keyword and non-branded keyword. What kind of questions people are searching for. Okay, so information is more with respect to getting an idea of the product. Transaction is like buy now kind of keyword. Navigation is like take me to Maisha's website. So what kind of intent people are searching for, okay? Then where do they rank in general? Who are their competitors? So I can do a computer analysis, like where do they stand. So let's say here I can add I don't know who's the competitor of this brand. Let me check. There is this brand called as Earth, so they are also into handbags, so I can do a computer analysis with them, and then it will show you, see. So now, by the way, what it is trying to say that this Earth and Maisha Baisha. So Maisha Baisha has only 435 keyword. This Earth has 1.3 keyword. Now, what you're trying to understand with this is that you can use all this key. Like, see, this one is an overlap between between Maisha Baisha and Earth. But these are the unexplored keyword, right? So this is something that you can see if you can use these keywords for your brand or not, right? What are some top important organic keyword for this particular brand? What are some trending keywords? So ideally, again, you will get lot of insights and lot of data from your competitor itself. You don't even have to put your mind. If let's say if you are not a popular brand and who have just started doing SEO, trust me, you can just take a lot of data from what your competitor is doing. You don't even have to do any brainstorming on that. Are you understanding this, guys? Yes, no? Okay, so what I would want you guys today is, like, not today, tomorrow, when you have some time in morning, try to create your account on all these tools. Okay, and try to navigate things. You'll understand, like you'll able to understand that, okay, who's your competitor. Keyword wise, you want to do some comparison, you can do that. See, you can clearly find out the gap. Keyword gap is something I can clearly give. Again, I can give the URL here again, and like I can add more domains. So let's say I want to do multiple computer analysis, I can do that as well. Let's say I'll take one more brand name, Miraggio. Okay, and I think that should be enough for me. Now it will give me a comparison of all five of them together. Okay, so basically Maisha Baisha has like what share, like when the best one is this green, which is Miraggio, then there's Earth, there's Maisha Baisha. So now I can clearly find out what is the gap between all of them. Okay, so here, give me a second. So first you can see organic traffic comparison. So what are the opportunities that you have, like what you can improve as a brand? Here it will tell you. So what, when they say opportunity, what it is trying to tell you that, okay, try to focus your brand for this keywords, try to rank for this keyword is what it is trying to say. What are the keywords on which this Maisha by Isha is not betting on? So basically these are all the keywords. Now obviously there would be some brand keywords like Mirage and all are brand keywords, so you can ignore them, but there are some generic keyword like tote bag charms. So this brand Maisha by Isha, so we are comparing Maisha by Isha with this two competitor. So when it says that okay 725 keyword losses, that means you are not focusing on, these are some keywords for which you are not even paying attention to, and which are lot. So out of the 725 there could be some brand keyword that you can ignore, but there are some generic keyword where you can put some attention on. Okay, so this is what it is trying to say. For example, shoulder bag, 100% of traffic of shoulder bag is going to Miragio. This brand also have shoulder bag, but they're not focusing on this keyword is what it is trying to say. So when you do keyword analysis, guys, you can sit with your competitor, you can ask your competitor, like, you can sit with your client, ask them who are our actual competitor, add those competitor name over here and show them that okay, these are the keywords for which our competitors are ranking and we are nowhere close to it. Do you want us to focus on these keywords or not? Ask them first. What are the keywords where this brand is winning? So again, what are the keywords that where you are doing well, but which are very less, like 49 is very less? Then what are your highly competitive keywords in general? So cross body bag, there's big competition. Okay, you are taking 20, this brand is taking, Maisha by Isha is taking 25% of share, but 75% traffic is still going to Mirage. So that means you still need to do a lot of work on this keyword. You are ranking, but this particular brand Mirage is ranking above you, right? Bags website India, sleek laptop bag, backside bag. So there's a lot of competition on this keyword and you don't have that kind of much share as well. So there's a lot of scope of improvement for this brand to grow on this keyword further is what it is trying to say. I don't know the brand well, so I can't give a proper comment on it. But like, I mean, again, like your client, if the client asks question like this, and then what we will do, you don't have to give them a direct answer. You have to first tell them that okay, let me check your website first, because I don't know the website that, so hence I can't even comment right now on it. That how would I improve this? Randomly you can't tell them that okay, we'll add more keywords. No, first you have to say that let me check the site, let me check this cross body bags, that okay, how many cross body bags are there on your website, what have you added for the, what keywords have you used instead of cross body bags, or can we use these keywords or not? That is also a question. So directly you can't say that oh yes, we'll add more keywords, will use this keywords more on the site and our ranking would improve. No, you have to first go and analyze and check the products and all. You have to have a very in-depth knowledge on the product as well. Because if you are very, like, let's say if you just overconfidently say your client that okay, we will add this keywords more on our site, but let's say it's already there, probably Miragio, there could be a good condition that Miragio has lot of cross body bags, the amount of inventory, it also depends on the inventory, right? This brand is a small business brand, Miragio is like a very big brand in the market, so they have that kind of inventory, and probably because they have so much inventory, so many products, they are able to use that keyword multiple times. But let's say you have a very limited inventory, you have only three cross body bags, and if you add more keyword, then it will lead to keyword stuffing. So then can you do that? No. Did you understood this, Ashish? So you can't just directly say that yes, I'll add more keyword. First go and check, is it possible, is it logical to do that or not? Vijeta, when we say on, okay, what is off page keyword? We are not, when did off page had keyword in it? When we say keyword optimization, it's all on page. In off page we get backlinks. How keywords are part of off page? In off page we don't look after keywords.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.